great disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Brothers administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaican, young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they made just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaican, the man just went to I forget that Jamaican. The man just went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home.
Hours ago,
if we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that can be the rule, small rule, B rule, all kind of dialogue. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the Papa is suffering. The Papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that killed everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Baga. Baga still living. Joe, no, you live better. He made me senator.
So we are seeing the presence of
he almost made Joseph Baga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Well, Baga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. No, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't be calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Baga didn't put it on radio. That even motivated to do what he talking about. No,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what they happen to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
From Summer Jackson, president here in the Uro community, where we are seeing huge presence of police officers here at his residence after he has lost his wife hours ago. And then we are now seeing police officers here. He is also here alongside former Kenma representative Honorable Moses Akara Square, alongside Move Chairman Moba Kehleboe. All of them are here in solidarity of Mr. Samuel Jackson. So, folks, whatever you're watching us live from, keep following this live. My name is Myean the Torgbean. I'm here to bring you out of lives, happiness from Honorable Samuel Jackson house after he has lost his wife. So we are seeing the presence of the Liberia National Police just right before the entrance here. So let's see.
They went to the mall. They didn't see my wife nakedness when she was leaving. So these MFs, they went to the mall and undressed my wife and started to look at her private parts. That's what they did. How did you discover that? Because one of my representatives was there. And when they started to do that, he walked out. When they were looking at her private parts. Can you imagine these scumbags? Went to look at my wife's private part.
But don't you think that was part of the investigation?
One investigation is there to look at my wife's private part. We're only having a competent pathologist or competent forensic on my side, because it is there, they have their investigator, right? They should have asked my permission. The body doesn't belong to the government of Liberia. That's to the South African embassy. That belongs to me. And if they wanted to look at, they should have called me. The Jackson, we want to do a full-scale thing. I said, okay, then I have to have an accompanying pathologist or forensic person there. But they were just curious. They were just curious, looking at body parts. That's what they were. They were just curious, looking at body parts. I'm not fucking traumatized.
So, folks, we just listened to Mr. Samuel Jackson there giving us some words about what exactly happened a few minutes ago prior to the arrival of the Liberia National Police, saying that the investigations ongoing on his wife death. Investigations are on the way as other folks are also here. According to him, the Liberia National Police did an investigation at the mall, searching for their body to know whether any attempt were made or any foul play were made so far. That's the first-hand information we have gathered so far from Samuel Jackson after his wife had died this morning when we received. So, folks, welcome to the Closing Argument Show. My name is Myean the Torgbean. I'm live on the Closing Argument Show. I'll be joined by the other folks on the Closing Argument Show: Chieftain Tomalin George, Dr. Peabody, Sylvester Pewee, and the rest of the folks will be joined by them. So 14 minutes past 9 o'clock from our end here in Liberia, wherever you are watching this live broadcast. I appreciate you guys to keep sharing the show, keep following. Too many things to be discussed today. We thought it was to play this clip. I was at Mr. Jackson house today. We thought it was to play this clip so you can listen yourself what exactly that is going on within our country. Is it because of political reasons, or it is because something is behind this that which we cannot confirm to you? But this is something serious that is going on as it stands right now. There are police officers who are currently at his residence from the main road going to his gate. There are police officers with arms. They are standing right before the gate. So what we have gathered so far, well, we'll go deep into this. Wherever you're watching us live from, keep following the show, keep sharing the Closing Argument Show. My name is Myean the Torgbean. I'm always on. We will not be joined by Mr. Gayman due to some other tight schedule. But howbeit, Mr. Gayman will be here on Monday once again. But within a short period of time, I'll be joined by Dr. Henry Peabody, Mr. Sylvester Pewee, and the rest of the folks there. So keep sharing the show. Keep sharing the show. And we'll also like to hear from those of you who are watching. We'll also like to hear from you. But let's play this clip once again so you can hear what exactly going on. Let's play this clip. Samuel Jackson house after he has lost his wife. So we are seeing the presence of the Liberia National Police just right before the entrance here. So let's see.
They went to the mall. They didn't see my wife nakedness when she was leaving. So these MFs, they went to the mall and undressed my wife and started to look at her private parts. That's what they did.
How did you discover that?
Because one of my representatives was there. And when they started to do that, he walked out. When we were looking at her private parts. Can you imagine these scumbags? Went to look at my wife's private part?
But don't you think that was part of the investigation?
What investigation is there to look at my wife's private part without me having a competent pathologist or competent forensic on my side? Because it is that they have their investigator, right? They should have asked my permission. The body doesn't belong to the government of Liberia. That's to the South African embassy. That belongs to me. And if they wanted to look at, they should have called me. The Jackson, we want to do a full-scale thing. I said, okay, then I have to have an accompanying pathologist or forensic person there. But they were just curious. They were just curious, looking at body parts. That's what they were just curious, looking at body parts. I'm not fucking traumatized.
So you just once again listen to Mr. Samuel Jackson after we have heard about this death incident this morning of his wife. And then later on this evening, we saw the presence of the Liberia National Police at his home. So many people are now concerned why is it that the president of the Liberia National Police is currently at Mr. Jackson's home. That's the main topic right now. Many Liberians are now concerned. Why is it that many people? Mr. Pewee, are you there?
Yeah, Myean, I'm here.
Yeah, how are you doing? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So many Liberians are now concerned about why is it that police officers are now gathered, not just ordinary police officers, but with arms. They are standing right before the main entrance with a pickup field with police officers. And people are not concerned, Liberians are concerned that why is it that police officers have got into this with just this morning, the news broke out. Was there any issues before her death? Was there any issue made prior to her death? These are questions Liberians are now concerned about. So we are going to dive into some of these discussions. But with this, the Liberia National Police have opened investigations into this matter, circumstances surrounding her death. So what we have gathered is that she's from the South African background. So he have written the South Africa embassy about her death. So we yet to know what exactly was the response from the embassy towards Mr. Jackson. But this death issue, we gathered this information this morning where everyone was shocked. But to everyone surprised, we just saw police officers at his residence. And then what we asked him was that, why is it that police officers are at his residence? He said that the police officer was sent by the Inspector General, Seleke Kromah, that they are doing investigation, on what ground they are doing investigation, that which cannot be confirmed to the public. But so far, what we have gathered is that this investigation, Liberians are now concerned. And what we have gathered is that she being investigated, or whatever circumstances that occurred during that process, was there anything that went wrong? Was there any foul play that were made? Because no one came across anything to see like, oh, Mr. Jackson and his wife had any issue. No one came across it, or we haven't heard about that. But surprisingly for us to hear that investigation is ongoing, if there was anything, and then Mr. Jackson made it clear that the police investigator went at the mortuary to search the body, and they did not get any clarification or any authorization from him before going further to do searching on her body. So many Liberians are now saying, if the Liberia National Police carry on any act like that, is it legal, or he have the right to sue those officials or those officers that were sent to the mortuary, also those who own the mortuary? Is it legal that he has the legal right to sue them for doing that, because she's married to him and he have full responsibility on her, even though she's dead? But he's the he's the husband of the late wife, so he also have the full responsibility. But Mr. Pewee, I'd just like to welcome you. Maybe probably you can make your input in this, but if you're ready, we can play the clip. But Mr. Jackson said he's waiting to be arrested. He's waiting to go to jail. He's waiting to do anything at this point in time, because
Yes.
Yeah. You want to come in? Okay. So according to him, he said he's waiting to go to jail. He's waiting to do anything. So one of the main things that he pressed on was the issue about he's frustrated in the health sector in Liberia, wherein when his wife firstly fell out, one of the things that he frustrated is the issue about ambulance. No ambulance were able to be on the scene, we arrived on the scene to just aid him in the process. But Liberians are now saying, even though there are no ambulance to aid you in the process, but you have over 5 vehicles that are within the compound, why is it that no one was there to help you in the process to carry her at the hospital? These are some of the questions people are now concerned about. If you say you are frustrated in the health sector, why is it that the vehicles that were parked, why is it that the vehicles that were parked within your compound, you couldn't use any of them, just take your wife and then carry her at the hospital? But because you said ambulance could not arrive on the scene to help you in the process, so that means that you could not help in the process. So, Mr. Pewee, I think you want to come in.
Yes, Myean, thank you. I was just trying to talk to the police authority. I'm told the police will be coming with an update soon, very, very soon. The police is coming with an update on this unfolding and very unfolding development. But again, let me first, before we can start, on behalf of the closing argument, extend our deepest sympathy to Honorable Jackson and the parents of his wife, Tony. I think want to extend our deepest sympathy for the sudden demise of Mrs. Jackson today. Again, we didn't know that this basically was going to turn this way. Again, a lot of things unfolding. We're now seeing the problem of the Liberia National Police. When this started this morning, when the news was just it was developing, as it was developing this morning, what we noticed on Facebook, certain bloggers, if you will, folks started speculating. Those are all speculative view on the part, unverified. Some even considered to be nonsense from the beginning. But now is now turning to the police. Now turn up at his residence. For some reason, we don't know the reason why the police turn out, but I'm told from some reliable source, not from the police this time, for some reliable source. I've just attempted talking to the police spokesperson, but he said that the police will be coming over statement, so he didn't say anything. We asked him, but he didn't divulge basically anything to us. And so we stayed waiting on the police authority to come over and update on this issue. Why? Part of the reason why we were trying to reach up to the police was that why is the police deployed at his residence? And we even saw him very outraged this evening. He was even using some invective on the police and the rest of that. He was totally very, very much, I don't know how to refer to this, but angry, if you will. And so we thought to get the view of the police on this, and the police authorities, the authorities at the Liberia National Police are saying that they will be coming up soon. Particularly, the spokesman said very soon they will be coming up with a statement. So we are with the statement, but in the meantime, we extend our deepest sympathy to Mr. Jackson and all those things. But again, but I'm also getting information. There's some basic things unfolding behind the scene. We would love to wait yet. I don't want to jump the gun to even say that, but we wait to listen to what the police will say, and then that people are assuming that there are other things that may just may have prompted the police to get deployed and wanting to conduct some investigation. Yes, we told the police did move into the mortuary today to do what we call something authority. But Mr. Jackson himself said this on the live when I think you guys spoke to him, Myean, and he said the police, when they were not authorized, they had to evade the privacy of his late wife to see her private part and all those things. And we were all concerned about it. So for now, we don't have no comment to make on that until we can hear from the authorities. And the authorities going to brief us to tell us actually what unfolded. But we getting a lot of yes say, they say, and other speculations from a lot of quarters. And some of these speculations, we in the media and the commentary, and we the analysts, the pundits, will do our own perspective. But one thing I would love to say before we move to this is I want to advise some of our own opposition comrades or some Liberian citizens to refrain from jumping to conclusion here in this kind of matters that is still very actively being under some probe. The police is probing. There's some concern. I have not seen this happen anytime in recent history in the country where someone will lost their beloved wife and then the police move to the resident desk to probe, unless something sinister is behind it. So the best thing we would do as peaceful and disciplined citizens is to all remain very quiet and allow the police conduct their thing. I don't think we should politicize this issue. It is quite unfortunate that Mr. Jackson is grieving the demise of his wife. That is understandable, and we all do greatly sympathize with him. We extend our deepest sympathy to Mr. Jackson for the loss of his wife. That is abandoned, declared. But what I want to call most of our comrades to refrain from this. Not everything people want to use this to show political point, to score political point, rather. No, it is about us. This is about someone from another country that lost their life on what we call some means of the police now. How it's affording some suspicious circumstances, according to what we hear from behind the scene. That is still allegedly, right? So we will wait for the police to conduct the investigation. But for police to get deployed, and people saying Joe Walker got nothing to do with this. This is complete nonsense. People, folks will have to stop doing what they're doing. The president is totally doing the work of the Liberian people. Walker got nothing, absolutely to do with this matter. So I see folks coming. Listen, this is not about anyone scoring any political point here. We should allow the police to conduct her job. The Liberian National Police is a professional institution, and we believe that the police got no reason whatsoever to think otherwise if there was no intelligence given to the police that something sinister may have unfolded. No, let's give this time to the police to act here. And for me, I'm not going to be sentimental to follow because I didn't support this government, anything. No, we ought to be very responsible, as responsible citizens. If we cannot do that, it is worrisome. That's not good citizenship responsibility. We ought to be good patriots, and patriotism will have to come from us being mature and respectful to one another, and the respect should be mutual. And that's part of what role we play. You can be in government, you can be outside of government. This kind of a thing we ought to allow the authority, and that's what we have government for. The government is there to do this kind of, and that's the reason why the country is structured in a way, Myean, that everybody cannot be given the role to do certain things. And that's why the Liberian people elected this government, and this president appointed this police chief to handle the affairs of the government. And the police is there to restore law and order. It's the first line in the criminal justice system. If anything suspicious were to unfold, if those people that are still running around, if they were in the United States here or anywhere in Africa or other countries, in Europe or outside Liberia, these things unfold, and the police will move. Anything that is suspicious, the police will have to move in to do further investigation. If the police investigative probe found out that there's nothing culpable, there's no culpability, there's no one that is culpable in the matter, the police will then turn the case off and say, okay, this case we did, and this will also help Mr. Jackson. This is going to help Mr. Jackson because some folks are foolishly, prematurely trying to attack his person, insinuating some foul play ever since even before the police could move in today. So this is going to help him. I will even call Mr. Jackson to exercise all of the restraint, remain calm, and allow the police to conduct the affairs of the police. The police is just doing her job. If there's nothing whatsoever that is incriminating in this matter, if there's no sign of linking anybody, I want to believe in the next 48 or to 72 hour maximum. Unfortunately, today is Friday. Tomorrow is weekend. The police will continue the issue. Hopefully, between now and Monday, latest Tuesday, we're going to hear something out of the Liberia National Police. That's the way to do it. Instead of us trying to politicize this, this is terrible and it's unacceptable. We ought to be very clear, and I think it is about time that we sit as people to understand and review the facts before coming up with this kind of how they call it, unnecessary way of doing it. But Maya, before we continue on this, I just want to ask you a few questions. You went on the ground today, and before you got deployed, I spoke with you. I just wanted to know from you, Myean, when you arrived on the scene today, I know you entered the compound, and when the police came, did they enter the compound?
No, the police never entered the compound. They were just right before the main entrance, right before the gate. And then before, when I went there earlier today, like about 4 to 5 hours before the police could arrive on the scene, and then I was told to go and just sympathize on behalf of TCA, but it was kind of a little bit difficult. And then the security said they were not opening the gate, and later on I sat down for over 10-15 minutes for how I left the scene. So within less than 5 hours, it was how we heard that information that police were going in the house, but they didn't meet police officer making a attempt on the scene. All I saw was police officers standing right before the main entrance. That was what I saw. It was how Mr. Jackson started to go live.
Okay, when he said goodbye, I saw him very angry and all these things. And I'm also, and this is not confirmed yet, I'm also getting some information. But did you, before I can say this, because there's this speculations I'm getting from my own perspective. You know, I've been in diplomacy from the country. Also, I get some other places I'm receiving call, texting the other line. We also receiving some information that the South African embassy is involved. The embassy accredited near our capital, Monrovia, is involved. Did you by any chance see anyone that is believed to be a representation from the South African embassy in Monrovia?
No, I didn't see anyone from the South African ambassador, but it was said by Mr. Jackson himself that he have written the embassy, the South African embassy, that one of their citizens is dead. So he did not go in depth, but he only told us that he sent a communication. That was what he said.
Yeah, and so I'm sure the South African going to be, because I know I've interacted with the South African diplomatically before. I know how to take these things very seriously when one of their own. It's not like sometimes we drag on this. When their own, no matter the circumstances, when one of their own outside the country is declared to death under this kind of a circumstances again, because it's under the circumstances. And I think this is part of the reason why the police is doing this. There's no reason for anyone to panic. And I've seen some of our folks trying to say, oh, why the police trying to arrest the man? The police did not tell you they went to arrest the man. The information we receiving behind the scene here is that there's certain reports coming in that's reaching the police, that the police is trying to go beyond that to find out and verify these things to see if there's anything suspicious. For now, there's nothing suspicious according to what the police say. So we stay with the police investigation. But most of the folks that we rely on, basically, that should be responsible, trying to politicize this issue. And this is about nothing about anyone trying to come to do any kind of a politicization here. It's not the way to go about it. The first and foremost thing we ought to do is to, hey, extend our sympathy and allow the police to play her role. That is the statutory role of the police. These things happen. You move someone, and according to the information that I don't know, and I've same character on this one, that this person was almost, dead before going to the hospital. Nobody. So the police is doing event, and that's the work of the police. The Liberian National Police was established by law, an act of legislation. It is the first line of the criminal justice system of our country. The police does the investigation, the police does the charging, and the police file you to court. That's why it's the first line of that. Everywhere in the world, when those kind of things happen, if it is suspicious, if it's happened from home, the police will come in, and then they will send how they call them here in the States. There are certain people. The name just slipping. I will get it. I think Juma Jara, if you're there, you can help with the name. The police will come in to send whosoever that will come and conduct the first line to find out how the person died, if the person, and that's the individual. I will call the name soon. That's the individual that is going to certify that this person is indeed dead before moving to the hospital. And then if they have to conduct or perform an autopsy, then the autopsy will be announced and performed. That is the kind of a proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if we were to move to all of these things and allow ourselves to not be, we have to take some time. But Myean, why there today? Were you guys allowed to enter the house?
No, we were only allowed to enter the fence, and then there are a lot of family members who were in the living room, and also we saw former CDC chairman Molu was also present. We saw former representative Moses Akaras Gray alongside other former government officials were also present.
Also, it was okay, but there were some family members also. But was it?
Yeah, there were some family members who were present. I cannot confirm whether from the family, from the woman family or from the man family, but there were family members in general who were there. There were sympathizers. Everyone were also present.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's the Blama. That is the Blauer. Okay. That is the same. That's the coroner. The coroner is responsible to, meaning their role is to conduct what they call, these are public officials in certain jurisdiction or certain dispensation. They are elected. Some are elected. They are elected, and the role, some are elected, some are appointed, and that their responsibility is to investigate deaths that are certain. Deaths that are certain. So the rule is basically not every death. For instance, if someone was sick for a protracted period of time in a hospital, and the person having to pass or confirm that person, no, it's not the kind of death, but deaths that are certain. Yes, deaths that are just basically certain. So these are the kind of a death they will come to investigate. And so, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the country, we ought to not politicize everything. They allow the police to conduct her own side of the investigation. Now, we don't have that particular nomenclature back to coroner back home in the country, but we have people in that position that will play the role, that will come and conduct the role. So when he was raging on saying they saw the private part of his late wife, no, I don't think it was the business of those people to do that. The intent is, and number two, that's a deceived person already trying to find out who, if there was any sinister role behind her death, so that person can pay the penalty also, can bear the consequence of that action if it was homicide. Now, for now, homicide is not considered. We're just saying something. If it is homicide, then the police will determine, and that person will be charged to court.
So, Mr. Pewee, can I come here a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
So some of the questions that were asked in the comment section from some librarians were, was there any prior communication sent to Liberia National Police that there were so many circumstances that surround this entire death? So do you care to maybe throw light on it, maybe probably those of whom that are watching to know?
Come again?
Librarians are now concerned. Was there any tip into Liberia National Police that maybe so many circumstances surrounding this entire death issue that they want the Liberia National Police to investigate, or is it like from the woman family background? Was there anyone that sent in a little tip?
I'm receiving some information from someone that is currently in South Africa that communicated with one of her friends allegedly. And the person is saying that I can't quote them because it's not yet confirmed, but one of her friends, one of her girlfriends, so African girlfriend, is communicating with certain authority that this friend received some basic information from the deceased. Some basic information from the deceased. So it is from that background. But again, what is pushing the police, and that's why we are with the police report on this one. We don't know anything for now. What is pushing the police is just from issue, but according to what the suspicion is, if anything that is sudden, suspicious, violent, or unattended, the police will have to conduct some investigation. So those that are basically following this, there's nothing authentic on this one for now. That everything is still unverified. It is alleged everything basically. But for now, what I'm saying is that we ought to just stay clear of this matter and allow the authority to conduct their preliminary investigations. And now we can start comparing them to come up with some findings, hopefully between now and the next week. As a matter of fact, Monday is going to be holiday. We will not have an official report coming out of the police. Tomorrow is weekend. Weekend started already today. Today is out. Tomorrow is going to be Saturday, Sunday. There's nothing. Monday also nothing. So we are anticipating probably the police will come out with something this evening. Preliminary report this evening. We wait to see what that report is going to be. And then the next time we're going to hear anything going to be, hopefully, I will hope the police will just clear everything and say, okay, the death was natural. If it is natural, the police will come out and say it's natural causes. If it is natural causes, then the family will now move ahead to plan a funeral arrangement. But for now, I'm told, and that I can say here, that they're putting her to every funeral arrangement until thorough investigations is concluded, and I will hope between now and next week, before this time next week, we will have gotten all of the basic information coming. Then the family will now move on to arrange other things. But also, the South African government may likely two things going to happen. The other, and I don't think they want to take the body out of Liberia for now, but they may likely send in some pathologists that they believe, because South Africa is far sophisticated than we do, far very developed than we do. It's one of this. It's the most developed country you want to think in Africa, and they got all of the technology, all of the infrastructure. If you were to go there, you would think that you're in Europe and all the rest of that. So they got all of that. So I want to believe that if they're going to jump this, if it is true that they're actually going to, and Mr. Jackson wrote the embassy already, as he said, and I listened to him saying that, he said that, meaning the South African government will also join to this. And then they may actually send some pathologists down to come and further. And that may even increasingly help the Liberian National Police own fact-finding that they're trying to push. That would be a very great job for because we Liberians, and now that other people try to politicize it, and this will help the Liberian National Police greatly, because if that was to be done on behalf of the government of South Africa, but then all around, and on top say, them sending their own pathologists to conduct this would be a good thing to help. It will help Mr. Jackson also to clear whatsoever line. If there's anyone that went behind or that did anything that is not clear, the investigation will come out of this. So, I mean, Myean, it is still a developing situation, and we should allow the police to do her job and just move on with that. I think that's that for now. That is basically the case here. Yeah, but you guys left. But before you left the scene, so you left the police state deploy. Is that correct?
Yes. The police officers are still deployed at the home, and they are not allowing vehicle to enter and then come out. So if any vehicle that is entered, it should remain until the next day. It should not come out. So the police officers are standing right before the main entrance, monitoring all of those who are entering, people who are coming out, the movement of people and what have you. So they're taking in everything. So we were there, and then because of the show, I had to rush back to make sure I put things in order but some few other journalists are also still there. So we are still following up. Tomorrow morning I'll also be there to do like a follow-up, because this is a developing story, as you said earlier. This is a developing story. So many people are now concerned, because this having to be if this happens after many years, after so many years, for us to hear this again. So many Liberians are now concerned. People are wondering what is exactly going on.
Yes.
So I think we'll be joined by the other folks. So we can, if you want us to play this video from him, we can just
play that so people can get clue of it. Play that, please.
Okay.
So we are seeing the presence of the Garguah National Police just right before the entrance. Yeah. So let's see.
They went to the mall. They didn't see my wife nakedness when she was leaving. So these MFs, they went to the mall and undressed my wife and started to look at her private parts. That's what they did.
How did you discover that?
Because one of my representatives was there. And when they started to do that, he walked out. When we were looking at her private parts. Can you imagine these scumbags? Went to look at my wife's private part?
But don't you think that was part of the investigation?
One investigation is there to look at my website file without me having a competent pathologist or competent forensic on my side, because it is that they have their investigator, right? They should have asked my permission. The body doesn't belong to the government of Liberia. That's to the South African embassy. That belongs to me. And if they wanted to look at, they should have called me. Mr. Jackson, we want to do a full-scale thing. I said, okay, then I have to have an accompanying pathologist or forensic person there. But they were just curious. They were just curious, looking at body parts. That's what they were. They were just curious, looking at body parts. I'm not fucking traumatized.
You just listen to Mr. Samuel Jackson there giving us some words about what exactly happened a few minutes ago prior to the arrival of the Liberia National Police, saying that the investigations ongoing on his wife death investigations.
So, Mr. Pewee,
Yeah.
That's it. So, have you come across the picture that is training currently?
Which picture? I mean, which picture? But before we can come back to you, just hold on. Peabody, welcome. Welcome the Reverend Dr. Heron Peabody. Welcome, Chief. You're not ready to talk. Oh,
I think he's muted. Okay.
Yeah. Myean, go ahead.
Yeah. So the picture that is training, let me try to pull it up so people can see it. This is a picture that is training. Currently,
a picture training already.
Yeah, we have a picture. Like what you share, some of our friends who she sent up something to.
Okay, so that means I was not. I was just being a little mindful that we have.
Yes.
For the guy that spoke to me from this issue about the South African thing. Okay, but
this is the picture that is training. Okay, yes, you also. So this is the picture that we are seeing currently on the media. So, like what you said, that's exactly what we are seeing so far. But we yet to see the official statement from the Liberia National Police. We wait to see whatever that come out of it.
But Maya, you wanna get a disclaimer before you show those picture, because we could get it. We could get blocked for those things.
Okay, yeah. So Facebook own no copyright, no violation to any of these pictures that were posted out.
So for now, don't even show it again before we can get. The last time I think you put the offer yeah. So I just going to do it and put it something up, but I don't think that those are not that graphic anyway. It's not as but there are bruises and other things, so it's still. But we want to talk about it and other things. But so if by any chance, so this Maya, so are they training on social media now?
They are training. You check on some of the government official pages. You see, you check on child robbers. You check on
government officials are pushing this too.
Check on Senator Jerome page. Senator, they don't just post that. Wow. Yeah. So too many things going on currently with this matters.
Yes, what I would say, and I think we've been in the politics for some time now. I think I've been in the politics for 21 years since I've been active in the politics in Liberia. From 2005. Yes, 21 years. I'm not blowing my own horn. So it's from 2005 to now. Yeah, I'm not lying. Yes, 2005. From the time we did Sumokobe campaign and the rest of that year, was 2005. So, and one thing I learned in politics is that you ought to, and I mean, I thank God on the silver with kind of politics. Some of we are not that time Highlander, so now I can be Highlander, but not Highlander. But they say if you want to be a Highlander, don't have anything like MNA can say. You should not have anything in your closet, right? You should clean your closet. And even if someone want to be Highlander tomorrow, we don't have anything in our closet. Yes, we don't have anything in our closet. So I don't know if government officials will be pushing with this for some reason because the women being a little bit tough on the government. That's why they're doing this or doing that. But one thing I would say, we ought to wait for the police investigation in this matter. The fact that it's coming to the level of police getting involved, we ought to wait for the police to conduct her preliminary findings and come out with the result from that preliminary finding. It is just very obvious that those come out and play up to the line. I'm trying to see if I can get but Peabody, Dr. Peabody, welcome. We're trying to welcome you. Welcome to the show, please.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Sylvester. It's good to be here, and it's good to be part of the show today on this Saturday on my son's 11th birthday today as well.
So I think you can try to, Mr. Pewee, Dr. Peabody, just a little bit. Mr. Pewee, you can just try to get a little information from the spokesperson. He just posted. So he said he opened up to any interview on this matter, to grant interview. He just posted on his
I called him for that. He told me he was waiting to come do an interview.
Yeah, he just posted. So I think you can do a follow-up on him.
I'm calling him, and but I know he been speaking me ever since today. But people, go ahead, please.
Look, yeah, as I was saying, want to express my condolences for that young, beautiful woman that passed. And to the family and to Mr. Jackson. But let me say something here. This is one of the few instances, that somebody have died and the wife died, and you have police show up to their home. Let me say this. If the police have reasonable suspicion that there was a foul play, I think they have the right to do such investigation. Nobody is blaming anybody here. I know Mr. Jackson, his wife, and I've seen them together, how happy they look. But if the police have reasonable suspicion, if they have any suspicion that this death was a foul play, the police has the right to act. I don't think the police is insensitive to know that somebody's wife is dead and go to arrest them. I think that's totally wrong. I don't think the police is that insensitive. So what I will say here is give the police a chance to do the investigation. Mr. Jackson can talk to the police as well. Talk to them because they're only doing it to protect you or protect your wife. But if they have reasonable suspicion, I think he should talk to them. This shouldn't be something that he has should be resistant. I think he should talk to them. If the police want to ask you questions, they'll ask you questions. But if there was a foul play, they're going to know. If this lady fell off and died, they will know. If somebody may have bruised her to death, they're going to know. So I think Mr. Jackson it will be a good thing to talk to the people and let them find out what they want to find out about him. But if they have any doubt that this was a foul play, there was a suspicion of a foul play, I think they have the right. And I think we should give the police, we should give them a chance to do the investigation.
Absolutely. Yeah, Myean, I just spoke to. I tried talking to the same colleague. He said I should get back to him in 5 minutes. I don't know, maybe he don't want to talk, but he ready. He will call. But but what? Did he post another thing on his page?
He said he's waiting to grant interview. In a minute from now.
Who said that?
The spokesperson, same colleague.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, that's what
I think the police should come over with a. The police need to come over interview. I mean, need to come over with a statement. Have they issued any statement yet?
No, not yet. So maybe right after the police statement, maybe probably if time can step here, maybe I can still make my way there to do some live coverage because it's kind of distant away from me.
Have an interview later on today? Are they going to issue any statement later on today?
I think that's why they are seeing, because from some of the evidences they are gathering so far, if they are sufficient, I think they are going to come up with any statement.
I don't think the police got any reason to come up and say they will lie or they're going after anybody. But if they suspect something, I mean, I feel bad for Mr. Jackson, but if they suspect something, they should go they should be given the opportunity to do the investigation. Nobody should see this as a witch hunt or political stuff. I don't think so. The police, if the body went to the hospital and somebody in the hospital, because doctors, social worker, and all of them are mandated reporters. They are mandated to report things that happen. So if they found some foul play, they are mandated to call the police and report that to the police, and then the police do the investigation. So I don't think anybody should see this as a witch hunt. I don't see it like that. I don't see anything wrong, but the police doing what they're doing. They suspect a foul play and they're going after that. So I think it is important, if they want to question Mr. Jackson, then let him make himself available. I don't think he should resist that. Also, if they want to question him, I mean, it's the law. In a much, I love Mr. Sam Jackson. He's my good friend. But if the police suspect any foul play, they have got all reason to go and investigate and do that. So I mean, we are I feel sad for this lady. Very sad for this lady and her family. Very young, promising. She's a lawyer, I believe. She's a lawyer, But again, the doctors, everybody at that hospital, the nurses, they are all mandated reporters. And if they suspect any kind of foul play, they reported it. They may have reported it to the police. So it's not something that anybody should see this as a political witch hunt, or they're going after him, or because he's been talking against the government. I don't believe that. I think the police just don't, because the police don't take action again, they will go after the police again. Now the police taking action, other people want to see it as something. But I think the police should have a reason. The police is not insensitive to going out there and somebody's wife die and police will just show up to arrest them. They may have gotten some information.
Exactly, and we ought to be. For me, we're going to be very dedicated. Because mindful, because this is a very delicate situation. But I will just call on most of our brothers and other people in the country we should refrain from politicizing this issue. I was listening to someone today saying, "Oh, President, come on, man." These are those kind of discussions we ought to not elevate to that level. The president got nothing absolutely to do with this matter. We will also be so petty into our politics and the rest of that. I think with what we've seen now and some of the things that are coming in, we have to call for further investigation. Actually, if particularly in the event that she's dead, and it pushed this to be very serious. It will be, and every one of us will think that this is not a joking matter. This is an issue that it's a very serious issue, and that the Liberian National Police will take the lead, because it's the only institution that should do this in the country. And then the police will tell us if there's nothing. The police didn't build this thing out, or didn't bring this case out. The police is acting on things that already happened. But there is this growing concern that there may have been foul play in her death. That if it is true that there is foul play in her death, the police will have to come and unravel that and come and speak to us. So we will be interested in getting the facts, while we extend our deepest sympathy to the family and to Mr. Jackson for the untimely and sudden demise of his wife. But in the wake of that, we ought to also accept the reality that the Liberian National Police is a statutory responsibility to conduct these kind of investigations when these kind of things are unfolding in the country. So it is. I would call on all of us to take some time and wait and see what's going to happen. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if this case will have taken another twist early next week or so, or even this weekend, as per what is unfolding in the country. But now there are a lot of things that are going to be pushed about. I think people are going to be seeing if there were insurance on this woman. If there's this on that, if there's insurance, it will be more telling, and there will be a lot of other things unfolding. So we have to wait and foremost and see if those bruises, as the pathologist went in, the autopsy, I want to believe they have not conducted an autopsy yet. They just want to do some physical examination of the remains of the deceased. So due to the physical examination, I think that he was outrageous about that physical examination. So it is the time we can just wait and see. I'm seeing in most of the other chat room, there's a lot of other folks that are now saying, "Oh, Mr. Jackson, we have to do this, we have to something up on some of those lines," and it's just prudent that he will have to just exercise some patience here and move in to see if he can talk to the authority. That is very important, and I will ask him to do that. If I were in his shoe, I would have done the same. Listen, if you did nothing, there's no room to fear anything. And if I know that I didn't do anything wrong in this kind of a matter, I will be calm. I will wait for my time. That's why people will always speculate, and I mean, people that know you will say things about you. Then people that don't know sometimes, so he shouldn't be moved about those things. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. But one thing I will advise is that he should exercise some patience here. If he got lawyer, it's best he contact a lawyer instead of attacking and using effective or all those things and the rest of that. So it's a very concerning matter, and we ought to live it the way we will live it, but to happen to other people sometime. It doesn't mean if So that's the matter, particularly in this event, and that's one of the reasons why this thing can always happen. And for me, this is a lesson learned, right? And we ought to know it. If you operate in a way that you something up is online, you exercise restraint to not protest. But the level it reached now, it's just a problem that because there's someone have died under how to call it, suspicious circumstances. So it brings to bear more serious aspect of this matter, and that's where so now no one want to get to. And sometimes again, it's actually a lesson learned. So I hope we all can collectively take some time in reviewing it and other things and the rest of that, because part of what I listened to while we were on from this morning trying to follow this, I listened to someone talking about, and that's why I called the president. I said we need to stop this. We got more than 100 or a lot of ambulances we have in Liberia. JFK alone got ambulance plow street every day, up and down. Ambulances are there. Nobody should come in. That would be a sign of politics. No one can so fast with those kind of a debate. You understand? Every country, people pass on some mysterious circumstances sometimes, and those deaths can unfold sometimes. There's probability of brain hemorrhage or so that is there. People can control the and that was my thinking when I learned that someone fell from the bed. I was thinking that was my thinking that the Peabody that there may have been some brain hemorrhage, right, where blood entered the brain, other things caused that, and then to revive that person sometimes, especially where we're not as equipped, even in the most equipped countries, sometimes to revive them, they cannot be straightforward again, right? So that's what I'm thinking. But for someone, then later on, new developments are coming about those photos and other things and other speculations from behind the scene. Then after 2 hours, the police deployed. And because from the physical evaluation of the remains, and the police wanted to come and find out the reason why the police, from my information, the reason why the police went there, they wanted to enter the house to find out, to see the position where she fell, to match that with the physical bruises that is on the remains. And that's the time Mr. Jackson went very much, how they call it, bingo, and said no, and started turning up. So the police did not enter, and the police did not enter, but they are still deployed outside the fence. Raul, welcome. I think this will take most of our time today, but we'll be going to another debate later on, another topic later on, but we'll take some time on this. Welcome to the show. We're discussing I think I saw you commented or did a post on this thing today. I think I saw somewhere of that. Yeah, but when we all heard about this unfortunate issue, placed a call to sympathize with the woman, but it's taking a different twist now. As we now seeing, it's taking a different twist a little bit, allegedly, and police is currently deployed outside his home.
Yeah.
And they said there was some physical, and the South African embassy government also getting involved into this matter. I think that's why the Liberian government is trying to take it seriously also. So we just want to get your opening statement on it.
Yeah. First of all, I spoke with Sam Jackson about roughly 10 minutes ago. Just got off the phone with him. And my conversation with him was simply, expressing my condolence relative to what happened. You know, I have been busy today, so I haven't been following. I did ask him because I got information that the police were being deployed at his home, and I did ask him why were they there, and his response was. They probably have suspicion that he killed his wife. And I just told him to keep his head down. And and my condolence. And before I came on, I've been trying to get some information and read up. I have not seen the photos in question. But my heart is pounding. My heart is pounding because, uh, I hope none of this is true. I can only hope none of this is true.
Absolutely, my brother.
Yeah, because my heart is pounding because I'm scared. Because this is someone that I would not it would be totally unexpected and shocking in real time for that information to be for the facts to point that this Sam killed his wife. I've met them before. When they recently got married, they came to my hotel. I was in Buckhead at the time. Spent a night or two there, and we kind of chatted. I met them a few times in Liberia. It appears as though they were in love. It seems like he admired her and adored her, and that's the only story that I know. And so I hope that there's a thorough investigation that happened. I was just kind of shocked that the police were there, in less than 24 hours after this man is going through what he's going through, and he just lost his wife.
Yeah, the police have never done this before.
Right, so I would like to know what information do they have. I think that if there's a suspicion, of murder, then I think that they need to, dig into it, and we want to see the facts. But as it stands right now, my heart goes out to him and his family and the family of Tony. This is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, and I will close on this note. It would be devastating, and we know Liberia has failed a lot of people. We know that people have died in Liberia of illnesses or actions that could have been avoided. Uh, if we had the proper system in place, if we had ambulances, if we had proper hospital healthcare system. But if this is totally opposite, and we're using our own failure to do something harmful, that would be devastating. That would break my heart, Sylvester. I'm not lying to you. This is going to break my heart. So we'll see what happens, but my heart goes out to him and the family. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, Raul, thank you. And another part is in that is also because people are, and a lot of things we get in, but investigators are still pointing myself, and that's one of the things when I heard it this morning. When I first saw this morning, when I got out of bed, I just opened the phone. Normally, I went to the boxing group chat room, and I saw some senior politician. When I saw this, I said, "No, this can be true." Yeah. Okay. We'll listen here to the police spokesman. I think he got something that's an update. Myean, let's listen to that. Myean, give up audio and the volume, please.
In this case, we take it very, very seriously. Mr. Jackson is indeed a person of interest.
Due to the nature of the situation,
we gotta get credit to who's doing this interview.
the fact that he's
And I believe it's Spoon.
loss
We
of
gotta
his
give them
wife,
credit.
It's Spoon who is speaking.
police moving
Right,
on
they
at
gotta
this
give them
time and
credit.
inviting
Yeah,
him,
so
getting
we
him
want
to
to
come
announce
before
this interview, ladies and
police to
gentlemen.
answer person of
We're getting
interest.
credit to
Some
Spoon
people are saying
TV.
that
This is basically being conducted by Spoon
the
TV,
time is
talking to
now
the Liberian
right for
National
it.
Police. So
As much
credit
as
to and
it's
courtesy of
important
Spoon TV.
to enforce the law, but there are some who think that he's grieving and he should just grieve, and after that, the investigation can continue.
Myean, is it possible that you
We
can just
respect the
pin
views
something there,
of
courtesy of
those
Spoon
who
TV
are
quickly?
negative comment.
I don't know whether we need to. I don't know whether we need to even put stuff here. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I think just take that video
Yeah,
off.
just take it. Yeah, take it down. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Take it down. You can kind of explain to us what. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, yeah. I come in mind. The interview is done already, right?
No, it's still on. It's live. The interview is
So,
live.
so that's fine.
We can.
Live, but yeah, okay. In live, he has shown me that he's gonna talk to me after. So maybe after this.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if we could
but
do it
why we don't have our journalists out there? Is it an exclusive interview?
Well, I think it's exclusive.
I think it was an impromptu thing. They called me. They were not around.
Okay.
It's exclusive. They only call Spoon. We try making arrangement to him, and then he couldn't do it.
Okay, so I'd rather us do it. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, I agree. Let's not. We'll get the information later on.
Yeah, we'll get information later.
Yeah, no, also the information is from a lot of, because folks are saying the circumstances, and again, I want to believe the police getting report also from the hospital. The way she was carried, and under which conditions she arrived at the hospital. And then when they saw those marks on her, and I had a call, and so the police also they wanted to find out now as to
So Mr. Pewee, let me come in a little bit. What I heard from the police person, he said that they have 2 persons in their possession, and the 2 persons admitted that they had some terrible wounds on her, and then the blood that wasted on the floor. They were the one who wiped the blood.
Who cleaned it up?
Mr. Jackson admitted to it that the guys were the one who wiped the blood on the floor. So what caused the wounds on her, that which cannot be confirmed, whether someone beat on her, whether she fell off, that which cannot be confirmed, but there was a wound on her, and then blood drew from it, and then they had some guys who wiped it. And he also made an attempt to remove the body from the hospital to carry at the mortuary. So because of that, they got intelligent, and they had to put stop to him from carrying the body. So when the investigator asked him that in this light, we can visit your home to do some search, he agreed upon it. So upon the investigator returned at the home, was how he put up resistance that the guys should not enter. It was how police were deployed at the home.
Yeah, but they have to go to. Don't they have to go? If the police, I mean, if on both ends, it's just not good, because from the perspective of someone who just lost his wife, you would think that you don't. He's grieving right now. He's just lost his wife, and he needs time to grieve. From the perspective of a murder that may have occurred, of foul play, the police are trying to get the information as quick as they can, and so he's not just going to let them in his home. They will have to go to court, Sylvester, and get a warrant, a search warrant.
Yeah, Raul, quickly on that. Yeah, that is also very important. As you highlighted, they will have to go. That's what they're going to do eventually. And that's one of the reasons why the police really was a little bit mindful and very sympathetic in how they're moving in. Because of that, he's bereaved, he lost it. But police got serious intelligence that they was tantamount to homicide. They got serious intelligence, they were tantamount to homicide. And as you see now, he's now considered a person of interest. I just received a text, a man stay on the phone, and he said the man is now considered a person of interest, and there are 2 other individuals going to be considered. So probably between now and Tuesday, they may be moving to charge. So he's now considered a person of interest in the death of his wife. It's still developing as we move through.
That's quick. That's really quick.
That is quick.
Because they just lost his wife. It's been less than 24 hours.
But on a listen. He also was crying on social media that, and listen, I rather feel for him, but he also on social media said there was no ambulance issue. It is according to intelligence, she arrived there already dead. Yeah, so we have to take some third time. We let the police do it. Yes, because when he was saying there was no ambulance, he had more than 2-3 vehicles in his area. Why you couldn't say there were no armed delay or those things? It is said that the pool of blood that came from the place, from the room or whatsoever the thing happened, those two individuals that are Sunday, they are considered, they are the one now talking, helping the police a lot, because it's not the police saying, say, if you give up the information, then we may, like what the police will do here. So they will need information for you. If you can tell the real thing, then probably we'll give you lesser punishment charge or so. Then we can use it as something up to move in the country. So those two individuals that are in a house that did that are the one that are talking to the police now.
Yeah, because
and some of the quick people before you come in, and to the hospital also, the police got from those that received. It is said that the girl arrived actually to the hospital, dead on arrival. Actually, it was not issue that the people didn't respond to kind of all the things they were doing. People were there, so they were go ahead, everybody.
As I said earlier, Robert, as I said earlier, if the police have any reason to believe there were foul play, then they have to move him and either do some arrest or have to do some investigation. I mean, the police is not the perfect one group in Liberia, but this is the first time I've seen somebody's wife just die and the police has serious concern. The hospital could be the doctors, the nurses, they are mandated reporters. And when these kind of things happen, they are required by law to report this. So there was some suspicion that probably this lady may have not died from maybe seizure or falling down. There was suspicion that she may have been physically harmed, and that caused her death. I mean, so probably that could be the reason that they're trying to go after Mr. Jackson. I don't think the police is insensitive to know that Sam Jackson's wife died and just go there to arrest him. They may have had some reasonable suspicion, and they want to talk to him about it. And this doesn't look too good. It doesn't look too good.
Yeah, absolutely. Raul, have you seen those photos that are trending?
I haven't seen those photos yet. I have to go to the boxing ring. I haven't seen those photos.
Let me see if I can.
I haven't seen those photos. But also, what would need to happen, Mr. Henry, before this thing turns political? I think that the police there needs to be a really thorough investigation. I think the state will have to. Because I want the facts, and if the facts, I don't want this to be true. To be honest, I don't want this to be true. But if the facts points to that this girl was possibly murdered, then this is then there has to be justice. There has to be justice. Yeah, there's no way around it. But we really need some medical backing. There has to be some. We'll have to get some of these guys from.
Are you in the boxing ring chat room?
Yeah, I'm in the boxing room chat room. Yes.
Someone just put it. It's there now. If you go in there, you will see it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take a look. I'm on my phone with the thing, so I'll take a look at it. But there has to be some medical backing that says, she didn't die of natural causes. There was some foul play that the police can use, because I don't want a situation where, we politicize everything in that country, right? I don't want a situation where they feel as though this is an attack, is politically influenced, when in fact it's not, right? But it turned quick. I mean, he announced his wife's death. I woke up this morning around about 9:30 my time, and it was 3 hours after he had announced his wife's death, and I was so hurt for him. Like I said, I just got off the phone with him less than 30 minutes ago before I got on to express my condolence. And to just hear these developing stories is heartbreaking, and it's really scared. To be honest with you, it always makes me scared, Doc, because I don't have that within me to want to hurt anyone. I just can't. If there's any issue going on, listen, Sylvester, I would get my butt up and I'm gone. I'm waking up and I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have that within me. So when these kinds of things are happening, it really makes me scared. I just hope that that this is not true. But if it is true, this girl is from South Africa. Her families they're out there. I was just sad that again possibly our health system might have failed her. And I'm like, how many times are we going to fail our people, folks come to the country and they just die because of inadequate, healthcare system and things like that. And it's going to be bad if this happened at natural causes, and he was attempting to take advantage of the fact that the Liberia healthcare system is trash. I think that makes it even worse.
Yeah, I actually we hope so. And we didn't say anyone being charged on this. I said probably, but they said the police spokesperson said he's person of interest. So we just try to push this clarification. No one said anyone being charged, and other things. We said probably.
Nobody said anyone. Yeah, you're right,
Yeah, probably
Sylvester.
someone. Yeah, someone may be charged. Moving through, because the whole line between now and Monday is going to be a non-working day in Liberia. Tomorrow is Saturday, Sunday, Monday is going to be national holiday. It's the birthday of our first president of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Jingin Rabel. Birthday is going to be on Monday, so it's going to be celebrated across the country as national holiday. So we basically this is something that we all are deeply concerned about as well unfolding. Today when it happened, I felt bad because the first time I met, I interacted with he and his wife for more than 3 occasions. The first time we met was, I think, at the Rose, this is the hotel in DC, when Myean and Twe came in 2021 September. It was my first time meeting her, and they came together. Then we met again. Another time we met was in New York. Then the next time I met them was back in Liberia and all those things. So, and she's someone always active and everything, waiting to interact with those Mr. Jackson will introduce. So I mean, and Mr. Jackson himself come a long way. He's one of our best political minds in the country. Normally being to the politics, as he would say, he was appointed the first time as Deputy Minister of Commerce when he was 26 years old.
Yep.
One of the firebrand politician being around into the politics, had the opportunity, came here to school in the 70s, was one of those.
First from New York City, Manhattan Bank.
Yeah, New York City boy and other things.
Yeah.
Corporate America. He was part of those that benefited from the administration that was sending students here he came here and he plays. Well, he's one of the best we have, best economists in the country. And I will hope on the serious now. I will always, as I say here, sincere, I will hope that this is not what it seems to be. That this is just of natural causes, and it's nothing of any foul play. I would really hope that.
I hope it is. I hope it's not true. And for right now, my heart still goes out to him. And I will keep him, like I told him, I will keep him and his family in my prayers. And I think it's important too for us to let the professionals do their job. Let them ask the tough questions. Again, we're gonna have to bring some medical professionals to Liberia to ascertain what happened, because we don't want any speculations. We don't want their questions, but are those questions? We can ask all the tough questions all day, but how do we get to the truth? How do we get answers to those questions? I think you would require to have professionals come from the U.S. more than likely, or any other place to perform. And we need a medical cause of death. I think a medical cause of death in collaboration with the evidences that is out there, or that could be discovered during an investigation, will help the police press charges, or will help the police inform the public on what was going on. Because again, his reputation is also on the line. This could be something that that's not true, and then what becomes of it? So I think now that the speculation is out there and the photos are out there, it could still tell a different story, and then at the end of the day, it turns out not to be true, and his reputation is kind of tainted. So I want the best for, if this is foul play, Sylvester, let the facts point to it. We can't speculate about it. We need medical professionals to tell us the cause of death. This is easy stuff. It might cost the state some money, but if they want to get to the bottom of it, then we need some facts.
Rob, sorry, let me interrupt you here. I have on the line live this spokesperson of the Liberian National Police, Mr. Sam Collins. Sam Collins, welcome to the closing argument. We told you been briefing the press, but we our journalist. You didn't inform us our journalist was not around too. But yeah, it's good we have you here live. I just want to say to you, good evening, Sam, and thank you for the job you do by keeping the people of Liberia proactively informed of happening of the Liberia National Police. What is the update concerning this, the unfortunate demise of Mr. Samuel Jackson's wife?
Well, thank you, and let me say good afternoon to all your panelists, and thank you for putting this call out to me. But let me just make it clear that I will be with you for the next 5 minutes due to my busy schedule.
That is perfect.
And Mr. Jackson is indeed a person of interest, and we have requested that he comes at the headquarters of the Liberia National Police to help us with the investigation as it relates to the demise of his late wife. And so all you can do right now is to cooperate with the Liberia National Police so that we can be able to establish those things, those doubts surrounding his wife.
Okay. So for now, he's considered person of interest. Is that correct?
Yeah. He's considered person of interest, and it has been reported that police officers were being deployed at the home of Mr. Jackson. But let me just give this clarity. After it was announced by Mr. Jackson that his wife had a situation that resulted into her death, the Liberia National Police and representatives from the South African Embassy and representative of Mr. Jackson visited the hospital and did an initial examination on the body. And we established in that initial investigation that there was indeed laceration on the crown of her head. And we also observed bruises on her body that make police to believe that those bruises are the cause of domestic assault. And so we told Mr. Jackson that we needed to visit his home. We needed to see the place that this incident took place. Mr. Jackson informed us that over the time past, he has not had 30 hours of sleep, and so he could not come to the headquarters of the Liberia National Police, but he agreed in principle that police investigators should visit his home. So on the basis of his agreement with the Liberia National Police for investigators to visit his home, we took a team of police investigators to see the area or the place that this incident took place. But unfortunately, Mr. Jackson became very hostile. He became non-cooperative, and he started to rain insults on peace officers. So after he became hostile and raining insults on peace officers, the police had no alternative but to deploy at the home of Mr. Jackson. And Pewee, let me inform the closing argument that Mr. Jackson has been declared as a flat rate. And so we have to deploy officers around his home to make sure that he does not escape.
Oh, he been. Go ahead, Robert, quickly.
Yeah. So this has escalated pretty quick, and I'm hearing words like person of interest, flight risk. There have not been any formal charges yet, and he's already been seen as a flight risk. And so that tells me that the police, other than what you just disclosed, that the police probably have other crucial information as it relates to the victim, that something potentially might have caused her death, and he's a person of interest. What you don't, and I know these are early parts of the investigation, but other than what you said, other than the laceration and bruises that were identified, do the police have in that, you don't have to disclose this, but do you guys have any other crucial information that you believe that this person of interest could have possibly committed murder?
The words that we are using, we are very sure of what we are saying. And because of what we have led us to do an initial investigation on the body. And that is why we are saying that bruises on the body resemble that of domestic assault. And so we are going forward with this investigation. And we need the help of Mr. Jackson. And but with the poster that he's now putting out, he's been seen as somebody who we can see that he's at flat rate.
But Mr. So before, let me ask one last question. So then I would assume, I know today is Friday, I would assume that you guys will have to expedite this process, because you're using words like flat risk. That means it's for someone to be a flat risk, you fear that they could possibly flee the country before trial or bail hearing. He hasn't even been charged, and even though the police are deployed at his home, Mr. Jackson can leave Liberia if he wishes to leave Liberia tonight. And the police cannot legally stop him. So how would you respond to that? Are you guys, how quickly can you guys say, we need to have this guy charged, whatever the case is, because he could possibly leave the country. There's no legal, there's nothing legally holding him back, to freely travel. How would you respond to that?
Okay, let me tell you this, and we are investigating what I will refer to as a very, very active homicide case. And so happening in the home of Mr. Jackson, and he is a person of interest, and all we request of him is to cooperate with the Liberia National Police at this juncture. Thank you so much.
Yeah, quickly, before I let you go, Sam, quickly, did you, now that you said he was acting hostile, did the police by any chance, or would the police seek a warrant from the court authorizing you to enter the home to access the crime scene?
Everything will be done within the legal framework of our country. We don't intend to do anything that tends to remind us of our past. We run a very professional police department. To answer your question, everything will be done within the legal framework of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. That was the live from the spokesperson of the Liberia National Police, a very proactive Sam Collins, at least coming responding to this issue, and now we have some basic updates on these things. Robert, we both of us, it's not news to us.
So he's using some.
Yeah, these are flat rigs, meaning there's a chances that he can escape the country. I mean, for those that don't understand that, I want to believe. Let me say the meaning is that they say Sam Jackson can run away from the country, so the police keeping out. That's the reason why they are deployed outside his home to ensure that. But the way now, that's why I asked the last question. The best way to handle this is to seek warrant, and you don't have weekend for that. The court or judge can issue a warrant from his house. You can move to the court and issue a warrant so that you can move and access the crime scene. So, Robert, this is getting serious.
These are very strong words, and again, my heart is broken. My heart is seriously broken. Hearing this, and I'm glad, Sylvester, that you were able to get in contact with him so that we can get the information from the closing argument. And I'm glad that the Peabody stopped us from playing what was coming from Spoon. But I mean, flight risk. I understand that the police can detain a suspect.
Sorry, just continue. I will join you from the car.
Okay.
Just continue. Yeah.
Okay. I understand that the police can detain suspects or a suspect, without charges if they are considered to be a flight risk. But in this case, we have to understand that Mr. Jackson has not been charged of anything. He's not been. He is a person of interest. A person of interest is not necessarily a suspect of a crime, right? They probably have information that something malicious might have happened, and that this death is not of natural causes. But if the police, if they are using these very troubling terms to describe this person, and they consider him to be a flight risk, then I would assume that they need to double up, because you need something from the court. Sam Jackson can leave Liberia tonight. He has not been charged of anything. He can leave Liberia tonight, and there's nothing. There is nothing that can stop him from leaving the country legally, you know. And so I will hope that with the information that the police, I mean, they've already, based on what we just heard, Myean, this have turned for the worse. The police, from my perspective, is convinced that this is a homicide. This is not a natural. This is a homicide case we're talking here, right? So I think it would depend on it would depend on, it gotta be how fast they can move to get the courts involved, get a search warrant involved, get folks out there, investigators out there to get some evidences and things like that. And if they do believe that they have enough to formally detain Mr. Jackson, then they've got to do that as quick as possible.
But one of the things we have to look at is how the security setters, how they're going to manage the entire space, because there are too many ways that maybe probably if Mr. Jackson wants to leave, there are too many ways that he could leave from a house. Because I was at the area, and then the whole entire place it has underground within that area. So probably if you want to escape, it will be maybe easier to escape because there's a fence after an area left, right, and then at the back. So there's no police officer. Police officer are only assigned right before the main entrance. No police officer at the back. So if you want to escape, you probably escape probably anywhere at the back of his house or either in your neighbor house and then get out of the area.
Yeah, no,
if you
but
want to walk through the police before police see him, sometimes maybe probably if the police see him making a way out, maybe probably want to post stuff to him and then call for more backup.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the many ways that he could escape. But I'm not even trying to to think that no one said the police has not officially confirmed murder. I mean, we listened to what he said. What we are saying is, based on the terms that the police. I mean, this person is a person of interest. In less than 24 hours, they've gotten information that this could possibly be a homicide case. I mean, this is escalating quickly, and so what we're saying is, I think that they have other information that they're not disclosing to us, right now. But based on what we heard from the police spokesperson, this is a very serious case. This is a very serious case. I don't think Mr. Jackson has any, he hasn't been charged. He hasn't been charged with murder. He hasn't been. He's a person of interest. He's not a suspect. He can go and answer questions and leave with his lawyer tomorrow if he chooses to. He can leave Liberia if he chooses to, right? I'm just hoping that this whole case kind of, I hope that we get to the bottom of it and we do a thorough investigation and to get some facts as to what truly happened. But again, my heart goes out to him. I don't know what I would do if I lost a loved one and in less than 24 hours, I'm being charged with murder. There's this thing out there that this could have possibly been foul play, and imagine if it's not the case, it's a sad situation all around. It's a really sad situation all around. You're muted,
Probably
Myean.
we can just play the interview we did with Mr. Jackson today. Probably maybe if you would like to listen to him also.
Yeah, let's do that.
So let me try to play that. I was on the scene today. I spent all of my time there at his home.
He is also here alongside former district representative Moses Akara Square, alongside MOVE chairman Moba Kehleboe. All of them are here in solidarity of Mr. Samuel Jackson. So folks, whatever you're watching us live from, keep following this live. My name is Myean Torgbean. I'm here to bring you all of lives, happiness from Honor Samuel Jackson house after he has lost his wife. So we are seeing the presence of the Liberia National Police just right before the entrance here. So let's see.
They went to the mall. They didn't see my wife nakedness when she was leaving. So these MFs, they went to the mall and undressed my wife and started to look at her private parts. That's what they did.
How did you discover that?
Because one of my representatives was there. And when they started to do that, he walked out. When we were looking at her private parts. Can you imagine these scumbags? Went to look at my wife's private part?
But don't you think that was part of the investigation?
What investigation is there to look at my wife's private part without me having a competent pathologist or competent forensic on my side? Because it is their, they have their investigator, right? They should have asked my permission. The body doesn't belong to the government of Liberia. That's to the South African embassy. That belongs to me. And if they wanted to look at, they should have called me. The Jackson, we want to do a full-scale thing. I said, okay, then I have to have an accompanying pathologist or forensic person there. But they were just curious. They were just curious, looking at body parts. That's what they were just curious, looking at body parts. I'm not fucking traumatized.
Just listen to Mr.
Mr. Garguah, that's the interview we did with him today. You could hear from himself. State chairman tried talking to him that he's traumatized. You have to leave him, and then he said he's not traumatized. So there are too many things we have to observe in this entire matter. We should not mind sympathy. We should not mind maybe personality or whatever the case may be, and wait for the final investigation to know what's the outcome of this entire situation. Because since I've seen this entire issue, it has been a very, very long time, wherein we have been hearing some of the things from community dwellers allegedly that there have been some back and forth between both of them in the house, where he usually do it, try to beat on her, doing some other stuff. That's something that community dwellers have been saying, but for him to go as far as doing it to understand where he is alleged that she dead. So we hope to see what's the outcome of this entire investigation, because people will say in Liberia before LMP come out with this kind of investigation, there must be evidences, there must be factual information that police can look at and say, yes, this is truth, but not on a basis of political issue or on a basis of going after someone, attacking people. I don't think that's the rightful reasons.
Yeah, it has to be based on facts. Again, I will continue to emphasize that my heart goes out to him. I'm not doing interview, and I know sometimes when we're in the public space, and something of this magnitude happens, where there are suspicion of foul play, the media will show up. That's part of that's part of being in the public eye. But we're all human beings. I'm not. I lost my wife. I'm not having no interviews with no one. And so just to see him in that space, having to explain what he has to explain, and you're absolutely right. We can't be emotional about this, especially if this situation is not of natural causes. But I would truly and truly hope that we don't politicize this. I would truly hope that the details with regards to her physical remains intact, because we don't want pictures being shared in areas that does not need them, that shouldn't be out there, and we also cannot invade the privacy of the dad like that. He's talking about folks looking at her private parts and all that stuff like that. I just hope that doesn't get out of hand, And I'm hoping that we truly take our time and thoroughly investigate this matter and shoot for the facts and the truth. And I'm hoping that he can cooperate with the police to really clear his name and ensure that this is not what it is, you know. But if it is what it is, I will be greatly disappointed, and I'll be shocked. I'll be
Yes,
shocked.
because so many librarians, most especially kind of people who know him with the kind of person he is to get this kind of information about him. Not many people will believe it until the final investigation come out to know whether he found guilty or not. But we still waiting to see how this entire incident is going to be like. But today I went there prior to the police arrival on the scene about 4 hours prior to the police arrival. And then they post up to us from entering. No one is allowed to enter the fence. But right after the police came, it was how they opened the gate, and then people started coming in. So there are too many things that needs to be observed in this entire matter. Family members were all there. They never wanted any noise. When journalists entered, they were like trying to cool them down, not to ask too many questions, not to say too many things. And also some folks from the opposition, CDC, they were also there blaming the government, blaming the RG, the president, saying all other things. But we have to look into this. Not everything we politicize it, not everything we take it too personal. Because there are some things that someone would do. You may not trust the person at that moment, but there are some things some people will do. You will say, no, this is not the person doing, but you are not behind that person all the time. Some people can change in less than a second. So someone will change in a second, you will not know. You say, oh yeah, the person will come out in the public, they will make themselves look good, but within the backstage, they are not that person that you think the person are. So if you get closer to the person, that's the time you're going to know who that person are. So there are too many things we have to observe in this matter. And after this matter, I think it will show a lesson for other people. And it will also be somehow disturbing for our country, because to look at this, a foreign national to come into our country, wherein you bring her and then with this kind of disturbing information, I don't think is quite okay. Because the people who are within the neighbors, the Pewee, I think you have to meet yourself or
No, sorry, I was trying to. But go ahead, man. I'm facing some issue of mine and the video here, so I will be this one that I can get back. But I'll be on. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So too many things going on. So even the neighbors who are in the area, all of the posts we've been posting out, so many of them been going on it. I think you have to mute. Okay, so many of them have been going on the post, commenting, and we know most of them, like within our entire area, have a lot of people who reside within our area. That particular area have some workers from the district number 10 representative office who reside within our area. So today, I have most of them who were at the scene, who all of us were there, and we heard a lot of things. At times, people say Mr. Jackson is somehow critical on directing his home, somehow critical on people knowing his home. But within that entire area, not many people know that Mr. Jackson lives within there. But some neighbors who live within there, they confirm to us that it's been happening. They've been advising him one way or other. But then the two guys that were arrested were a close buddy, the close guys who were with him. So they were the ones who were arrested and feeding the Liberia National Police with information now. So whatever that come out will be from the two guys that were arrested, and also from a lady that she sent all of the pictures to. So after the incident took place, was how Mr. Jackson said that he went found means to carry her to the hospital, but no ambulance and other stuff. But you have over 4 vehicles within your house. You have like the airport route where you take people from the airport, bring them in town, carry people, just like that. You have over 4 vehicles parking there. So you will tell me that you could not take one of your vehicles to carry the lady at the hospital at that moment, but rather to leave her there until the next day and then carry her to the hospital where
Sylvester, I think you can come in, but the only explanation I would think, with regards to using personal vehicle and a medical vehicle is that they can receive initial treatments while en route to the hospital. If the
Not
vehicle,
Liberia, not Liberia.
oh yeah, oh okay.
Yes, I think
So
if
the
it's
so
in
so
America,
the
I'll
Yeah,
ambulance.
that's the point about
Liberia. That one
when
can
you
have
say
Liberia.
when there's an emergency at night in Liberia, if you wait for ambulance, then already thing will pass. So what we
Yeah,
can do
yeah,
when
yeah.
in Liberia emergency, put the person in your own vehicle and pray to God, they rush the person when you reach the hospital, and then they will start to do
Yeah.
things.
No, I'm
So
Yeah.
saying that's the only explanation he can give.
that's the
If he was waiting for, so the ambulances don't have, they're not medically equipped.
no. Most of them are medically equipped. But if sometimes you call, no, you see, most of the reason is that it's not that the service we have here that if you call 911, then they will dispatch. If you call emergency, they will dispatch the ambulance immediately. No, that's not the case. We don't have because you call that hospital line, so that is complicated. For them. There's no direct line you're gonna call for the kind of major emergency. But some hospital will call that before the police will have an ambulance. You dial the police 911 will come through. But sometimes it's just one ambulance or so. But so let's say JFK got a lot of ambulances or other things. But what the process you do before they can come over? Sometimes you call, it will take time before they move. So many folks want to avoid that. They can just take their ready put in car or keke, then they rush to the emergency.
Sometimes they will tell you to provide fuel or gasoline for the ambulance.
Yeah, the
Oh,
ambulances.
wait. The government ambulance will ask you to provide fuel for them to take you.
Yes,
To be frank,
sometimes happen.
in some cases they will do that.
Yeah,
At
they'll
least
ask
what
you.
people
They'll
do
ask
for
you.
me, NMCUS system what they have to do now, rather for me, they should bring some autonomy to the ambulance system and just get pool of ambulance deploy in certain critical area across the city, and then you have one number. When you call that number, let's say okay, there's an emergency in Ghanansville. Then the station closed, they will just move in. If we
Right.
don't do that, people that has sometimes a lot of people die during emergency cases. Because if the ambulance want to move there and help, because those on the ambulance are trained to apply first aid, CPR if necessary, and all those things. And then
Right.
they will do some. Most of the ambulances here, they are very equipped. They got specialized people on those things. They will come in and something are going to know they know what they're doing as they arrive.
Damn.
Then
But
keep you
Sylvester,
alive. Then you go
that's
to
scary.
hospital, hospital you do. But unfortunately for us, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's scary, man. It's scary. I mean, can you imagine what if forget me? I can probably afford to get you gas, but how long is it going? In an emergency, you don't want to stop for gas. In an emergency, you don't want to, you want to make sure you get the loved ones, at the hospital. And so we really need to really put money in, in these things. What about a Liberian who needs an emergency, a medical emergency, but can't afford to, purchase gas? That means they might, and they don't have cars in their yard. That means they might just not be able to go. They either got to get a bike or they have to find a way to get, to the hospital. So the government, they need to really work toward truly equipping our medical facilities and equipment and these vehicles and stuff like that to make sure that people can get emergency help when need be. Because outside of this kid, and this is again, I want to see the facts. They will truly have to investigate. Because again, Samuel Jackson is not going to stand idly by and just allow anything to be thrown at him. And he is not going to allow the perception of folks just by looking at pictures to determine whether or not this is a murder case. In the case of a public opinion, people who have seen pictures have probably made up their mind. But the legal system will have to do a thorough investigation, get pathologists, get folks from the medical, field. People probably don't trust Liberia like that. You need to get these people that can truly help with this investigation, Sylvester, because if facts with regard to the cause of death, if we don't hear, for instance, yeah, this is the homicide, this person died of or head trauma to the head of a fall, or they got hit with something. If we don't get these things medically to back what the police have discovered just by looking at it, I'm sorry. This is not going to it's not going to fly. And if this is foul play, this woman may not receive justice. But again, as it stands right now, my heart goes out to him and his family. It's a complicated situation because we want justice. I don't think anyone deserves to be killed or murdered in any fashion like this. But this is a sad situation all around, bro. Yeah, it's a sad situation all around, and I know this is going to be the news, the headline news for the next few weeks.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be that way, and as even my brother from Minnesota, Smith, is saying, sometimes in some cases, folks will kill their loved one unintentionally. That's right, because someone is facing some major medical issue. They need to be positioned in certain ways, but in some cases, they will even transport them to the emergency room via adult the improper means, right? Because they are not trained to do some of those things. This is that they do happen. Smith is
Yeah.
perfectly correct on that. And another thing also is that now relative to the photo, one cannot just come to the realization or the conclusion rather that someone is found liable just for seeing footages of someone's wife. That
Exactly.
no, there's going to be, and the government of, I want to believe the government of South Africa are going to get involved. Trust me.
Yes. Yes.
This is something I'm guessing of, and I'll preempt, and I know this is what's going to happen. We're going to see some pathologists coming out of South Africa to conduct their autopsies on the remains of Mrs. Jackson. And then the report, it's not going to be a Liberia, and that's going to help a lot the Liberia National Police investigation. They're going to further help the Liberia National investigation because that report now will tell us if there were any foul play. Now, there's lacerations, but what caused those lacerations?
Right.
What did the laceration lead to those all those things lead to the death, or just some trauma that we need to know? Mr. Jackson is saying his wife has some medical issue. That's why he said today somehow they will find out which medical issue. The autopsy will establish. So Africa got part of the. I can remember our former president Taylor, Ellen. They all went to. So Africa got some of the best doctors in the world. They got a very good health system too. This is a country that I went to a lot of time and I know. So it will bring in South Africans. Trust me, it's going to help the case a lot. But we're not going to find someone guilty just for looking at our photos now. Yeah,
No, no, and we let's be clear. Let's be clear. This has not been confirmed a murder. Samuel Jackson is not a suspect. He is
No, no,
not.
no. Round, quickly. The police. I will join you guys so I can enter perhaps. The police said there's a homicide now, so that means it's confirmed that somebody killed her. That's what the police saying.
Yeah, yeah,
The statement says a homicide, but they didn't say who did it.
right, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
But my thing is even with that the homicide thing he's talking about, I'm hesitant though because he still did not disclose outside of laceration and bruises. Uh, how did they come to the conclusion that this is a homicide case? And if they need more information outside of laceration and bruises to conclude that this is a homicide case. That's my fear. My fear is that the public already don't trust the national police in Liberia. They don't trust the way they conduct investigations, especially high profile investigations, right? And so if they are just dependent on bruises and cuts to determine that this is a homicide case, then this is going nowhere. That's my fear. So I'm hoping that there's some medical backing because you need medical backing to really determine that this is a homicide. You can't just say that by looking at pictures.
Yeah.
Johnny, welcome to the show. We're talking about the death of Mr. Jackson's wife. Our hearts are out to him. But this thing has we're hearing noise. Is that you, Miss Johnny? I think yeah, we're hearing noise. But this thing has taken a different turn. And now there are speculations that he could have possibly been involved in foul play that caused her death. I spoke with him about an hour ago, and I extended my condolences to him. They're in my prayers. There's no facts that I haven't seen no facts to show that he's involved or anyone else is involved, and we're waiting to see the facts and what becomes of this investigation. But it's a sad situation all around for someone who just lost his wife, who needs all of our support and prayers in this troubling time. In less than 24 hours, to be having a different conversation while he grieves, that's troubling. On the other hand, if this is foul play, then the family needs justice, and so I certainly understand what's happening, but it's just unfortunate all over.
Yeah, Robert, sorry. I mean, sorry for the noise from in my background. I'm in Lofa in Zozo. I just have a few hours to be up with you. I thought you joined the show. So to our viewers and listeners, I'm sorry for the noise in my background if it's causing some unpleasant sound in your ears. But yeah, this is a training event, and it's sad to hear the passing of this young lady. And following Mr. Jackson's presentations on Facebook, the social media, how he so much cherished, this lady. I mean, it sounded the Pierre, and I felt so bad. When I read it, I thought it was some kind of fake news thing. But then later, when I saw the police deployment and everything, I said, "Oh, this is serious. This is true." So let me join you, Rabbi, and the rest of the team, to extend sympathy and condolences to the family of the lady and also to our own, Liberian old man, Sam Jackson, And I'm hoping that if the police or the state agency responsible for our safety in the country thinks that, or assumes that there are reasons to believe that her death is not normal, there's a foul play, I will only hope and appeal to them to conduct a real objective investigation so that it doesn't seem to be politically motivated, because Mr. Jackson has been writing or saying things, not necessarily challenging the government, but asking the government to do those things that are right in his view based on his own profession and his professional background. But other than that, I mean, everybody living in the confines of Liberia, in terms of security, the state is responsible for our security. So if the death occurring in security agency realizes or thinks that this death requires investigation, and they also think that this is something that is a foul play, they should conduct the investigation and let the public know. But one thing I want to caution the police: do not delay on giving us information and keeping the public informed. If they keep us informed on time, maybe on a daily or weekly basis about this situation, because right now, telling my brother Robert, there's going to be a national discourse, a national concern. Knowing who Sam Jackson is, his position in government, his position with regards to Liberian politics, I mean, it will require everybody's attention. So I will appeal to the police to be proactive in disclosing information. Do not allow the public to speculate. Be very proactive. Don't allow us, the public, to speculate on what is to be or what will be or what is happening. And then be the first to bring the news so that we can begin to trust them. And we need to find a way that our public servants will have trust and confidence in their work. If they give us reason to believe that we should not trust them or have confidence in their work, then that's not good for our system. So, I mean, that's what I have to say about this matter. And I just thought that maybe today we have some time while we're talking. I have my own experience, at the Guinean border in Zozo, but also I see that the Guinean flag is across on the branch that beyond the bridge. And I've been asking some of the elders and people around here, and they've been telling me that before the war, the flag wasn't there. And during the regime of President Taylor, they also did not have the flag there because of the other reason as well today. Or of recent, maybe like since the war ended with a new dispensation of our brand leadership, the Guineans have had their flag always across there. Even when I walked to the border post yesterday, I tried to do a photo and the cops told me, they asked me not to do it because the Guineans were watching them and they didn't want them to get into any any agitation or any issue of confrontation or conflict by crowd towards Seki, just to show where the Kenyan flag position and where they are. But anyway, I'm here. So far it's cool. The temperature is nice, friendly. When you're cool temperature, you don't need AC right now in also. So that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul, for taking me.
No, thank you. Also, thank you. And so another thing I want to point out, Myean, and to our listening audience here is, I've been getting text messages from one of my my legal minds, and I was asking him about how do they even start an investigation, and this is the reason why, again, I think the police have got to be careful here, because we have a very gullible society in Liberia where people don't fully understand what's happening. Uh, because when the police talk about homicide, the police cannot determine homicide. The police investigate. After medical examination shows that a cause of death is homicide. Is homicide. You see, this is my fear. And so when the police, without medical examination, use word that they believe that this case is a homicide case, Myean, it's troubling to me, because the police cannot determine homicide. They don't determine homicide cases. That's what I keep saying, that we need medical professionals. Investigations, the police can have this inclination that this is possibly foul play based on pictures, but it's not enough. After medical examination have determined that this is a homicide, then the police investigate whether this is a criminal homicide or whether this is a non-criminal homicide. And just because something is homicide doesn't necessarily makes that a crime. So my buddy was telling me that he's troubled that the police spokesman would mention that in his opinion, they believe, and this is the spokesman of the national police. He believes that this case, it's a homicide case. He literally just said this is a homicide case. And it goes back to my question: what information, what crucial information do they have to determine? And I'm afraid that this is in the public eye. People, we have to understand, Samuel Jackson is not the regular Liberian. And this happens in cases where you have influential. Samuel Jackson is also a U.S. citizen. And again, when you start to, we need all of the information, and we need all of the information right. And the police have got to be patient with this one. The police have got to take its time with this one, because if they don't do it, they're going to compromise this case before it even gets started. Because I want to say on national radio and national TV, Samuel Jackson should be held accountable if he committed any possible crime. That's my papi. But I'm not supporting people who are involved into domestic violence or who are involved in manslaughter. That's not my thing. I don't beat women. I don't do that. And I think every single Liberian citizen should frown on domestic violence. So there's two different things here. You have murder happening, and you have a possibility, like you just said, of domestic violence. So we should all frown on that. But when you have these cases of murder, it is important, if it's suspicious, it is important that you get the facts. So there's nothing wrong with the police getting ahead of themselves and going to his house, trying to get evidences. But Myean, you need medical backing. The medical examination,
Exactly.
the medical examination, and those people have got to come and tell us the cause of death. Once they tell us the cause of death, the police then can start doing an investigation. But this is happening. This is a total opposite. When I hear the spokesman of the police said, "Well, this is homicide," and he's a person of interest. He can, he's been considered a flight risk. He's not even a suspect, and what have you. So I think that we got to be very careful with this. I want justice. I want justice, but I'm not going to preempt this. I want to see the facts, and so I think it's in the interest of the Liberian government. It's in the of course the South Africans will get involved. It's in the interest of the Liberian government. If push comes to shove, Samuel Jackson will inject his whatever benefit that comes to being an American citizen. And the U.S. embassy will also get involved, and these questions will come up. What? Why do you think, if this is a homicide case, how did you reach to that? How did you come to that determination? All that medical backing to that determine that this is a homicide case, or are we making conclusions based off of pictures? Pictures don't tell the full story. Pictures might just tell the story of a possible domestic violence. And it's possible that couples get into a fight, whether it was intentional or unintentional, and someone's get hit that caused laceration or caused bruises that may not necessarily result into a homicide or a manslaughter or murder, whatever the case is. So there are lots of questions here. Mr. Jackson will have to answer some of these questions, but legally, he also owes no one an explanation. And so we got to. I mean, it's a difficult situation, because I don't wish you would be dead by now. I wish you would be alive, having a good time. Things are not going right. You don't want me. I don't want you. You don't want me. Okay, bye bye. I go my way. I mean, that's my thing. But to see how this case has turned in less than 24 hours, it has turned quickly. I mean, expeditiously, it has turned quickly, and we need to slow down. We need to get the facts. We need to get medical examiners to come out there, um, and get us the facts. Look, he can be a suspect all day, but you still need the facts to start a full, thorough investigation. And I think that the police should get involved. The police should do what they need to do, but photos alone would not suffice.
So Mr. Jackson also posted out on his social media page about the entire incident that happens. From yesterday, he did a readout from 1 to 8, stating the first one, if I may read it, it said, yesterday I had a radio program on OKFM. The second one reads, I left my home by 8:20. The third one, I told my wife that I was going to come back and her shopping because there is a wedding today. The third one, the fourth one, because I even came back. I called around 10 to make sure she was ready. The fifth one, I had to tell the cook to go and knock on her door. And he said she was probably sleeping or something like that. The sixth one says, when I came and went into the room, I saw my wife lying in a pool of blood, feel conscious. The seventh one, it says that that's when I called my employees to come and get her. The eighth one, he says, she went totally naked. She was totally naked, and they had to put clothes on her and take her to Kathy. Did nine says they did tests on her and found that she had a brain injury, probably from the fall or the field on the ground where she hit her head. That was what he wrote just now, narrating just few movement I had to get her just on yesterday. So we still waiting to see if he will reveal himself to Liberia National Police to go through the investigation process, and we hope to see from now to Tuesday, because tomorrow is weekend, Sunday is also weekend, Monday is also holiday. So by Tuesday, we hope to see whether Liberia National Police is going to give us full investigation on this entire matter. So we cannot talk one way. We have to talk both sides to get up the entire issue. But if you talk one side and then the other side is kind of going positive, you'll be held responsible. So we hope to see as a platform, we'll keep following, monitoring the entire issue to know what's the outcome of this and how Liberia National Police will give out the investigation. But the poll stop to this entire issue about the bearer because they will finish the entire investigation first before they go through the bearer. So right now, there's no bearer. Everyone is just going to be quiet until the investigation finish. And whatever the case may be, sympathizers, well-wishers, everyone will be heading towards the investigation. And then after everything, we will see. But some other lawmakers who were there today, they are very, very careful. Like former government officials who were also there, who went to sympathize. I spoke with some of them in the back, and then some of them said that we are very, very careful on how the investigation go about. We are not going to post. We are not going to do anything until we wait to see the final investigation from the Liberia National Police.
Yeah, I mean, those statements. I think, I mean, that he should. There shouldn't be no problem. He should be able to communicate that with the police. I mean, if he can tell us that on social media, he should be able to communicate that, and then part of the investigation will have to corroborate, his alibi. Where he at those places he said he were, and then again, this is why we also need a medical examination. If reports that she was practically dead upon arrival at the hospital, then it would determine how long was she dead before she got to the hospital. And again, this is the reason why I will continue to emphasize that we need the medical professionals, Myean. I think the medical professionals will help us greatly, help us reach a conclusion as to what might have happened, and answer a lot of questions that that we have. Pictures alone won't do it. You need some medical examination to help you reach that conclusion. Johnny.
Exactly. Mr. Johnny can just chip in. I think, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing I'd like to say here is that Mr. Jackson should stop making comments or speaking too fast. He should stop because he need to understand his political status and also understand where he finds himself right now, with the death of his wife. So I would advise him to be more like keep his lip together and allow the state security to do what they want to do. But what happens is that the more you speak out, the more you create opportunity to identify elements that will link to crime. Like I heard, or read from the police spokesman, he talked about homicide, and it is suggesting to me, as not as a professional person in that area, that the police is already thinking that they are assuming that a crime was committed, that this lady's death is not ordinary. So that means he now, Mr. Jackson, need to be mindful what he writes or what he says. Remain quiet. If the police calls him for investigation or interrogation, whatever, he just make sure he has a lawyer that will guard him. And we are. I mean, we all should be hoping that the state will get the best pathologist, for example, or the best medical person that will assess this lady's body to let us know that her death is a result of murder or whatever situation, or that a crime occurred. I mean, a crime occurred if in the police mind, but is a crime committed by Mr. Jackson, or was it committed by somebody else? So, for example, there's a word called entrapment. entrapment. Entrapment could be committed by somebody who wants to incriminate you and probably destroy or damage your professional career, either as a as a musician, as a businessman, as a politician, or whatever you are, you know. And I'm worried about Mr. Johnson's situation, but I'm also worried about myself also. And all of us that could be saying things, not necessarily condemning government, but talking about those things that should be done to improve. And but because people in this country do not want to, to hear what is going wrong and do what is should be done right, they see you as that person that want to undermine them or destroy their prospects or undermine their success in whatever way. And if you're not mindful, there could be ways that they could devise to get at you in many ways. So I will hope that Mr. Johnson will take care, and while he in this distress, the mournful condition, but then be mindful of what he does and how he interacts with people. Otherwise, there might be some of his actions or inactions may lead to elements of crime that will lead to this woman's death. And once they find even 50% of element of crime based on his action or inactions linked to him, then I'm sorry, he'll be in the hands of the police or the justice system. So he got to be mindful what he says and what he does and what he doesn't do and what he doesn't say, so that we
Yeah.
can allow the police and the state to do what they have to do to let the public know exactly what happened and what led to this woman death. And I also understand that the lady is a South African. So I think the South African system could probably be involved with this, could be involved with this because it's a citizen. Not because we Liberians don't push most time, in the interest of our citizens in foreign country. But some countries take their citizen business serious. So the South African may want to know and get involved. They could probably be collaborating with the police, and that would be good for us, even if our police could be the first to write the South African police system to say, look, your citizen married to one of our citizens in Liberia or has this situation. How can we collaborate as African security agency to conduct an investigation that will clear the doubt and get the funding? And it will be helpful for the Liberian government to do that so that they can be removed for now, a speculation that they're doing something against Jackson because he's not in the government. So I will advise the police to be more objective and try to get in contact with South African police system so that they all can conduct the investigation on this body, so that when we hear the result, it becomes objective and authentic.
Yeah. Quick question, Myean. I heard you say that there were two guys arrested. Is that the right description? Were they arrested or were they just called into for questioning?
They are currently in the police custody on grounds that Mr. Jackson admitted that they were the one who wiped the blood because they are his employee. They work in the house. So when he came in, he made her she was on the floor. It was how he called them in and then asked them to take her off. So they were the one who wiped the blood. So they were called by the Liberia National Police to investigate on how this entire blood came about, why they wiped the blood and other stuff, to ask them some questions. So they are currently in the police custody. So in Liberia, when you're in police custody, you can be somewhere good, like you will say in other countries where when in police custody you are kept well, not in jail. So we'll just consider that to be like a jail because they are not like place where we say outside living freely or sleeping freely. No. So we
Yeah, but
just
the police, and I think our law provides that they have no charges. I think they have, I think there's a couple of hours they can go for questioning, but they have not been charged of any crime. And the police can call them in for questioning and ask them questions. Just because they got to, they clean up the place doesn't necessarily mean they created a crime. And so I just for our listening audience, I just want to get clarification. So you can confirm that they're still in police custody.
Yeah, exactly. They are still in police custody. So we still following up to tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'll be there early in the morning to do a follow up to know what exactly and how far they are going about this entire case. So tomorrow we'll be there. But the two guys, they are closer to him. The other guy, he's one of the guys who cook, and then the other one work within the area. So both of them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's LIB for you. But if those were my siblings, they shouldn't be in police custody. Because Johnny, there's no crime. I mean, just because I clean blood, you haven't charged anyone. And if you are doing a preliminary investigation, I can answer question. Yeah, I cleaned the blood, blah 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 blah, blah, and they should be let go. There should be no reason why they've been held at the hands of police. They are not suspects. They are not person of interest. The police chief spokesman have said, just said that Samuel Jackson is a person of interest and has been asked to.
I think Mr. Johnny, I think he's muted, so you can just go.
Yeah, so look, there's something they call crime scene protection and crime scene investigation. So, and this is where most times our national security systems, have difficulties in prosecuting criminal cases and win the case, because once the crime scene is tampered with, a lot of things will go wrong. So, for example, if the police goes to the crime scene and realize somebody had gone, try to remove items that were there. So those guys who were involved, that you guys been that they were there to start cleaning the blood from there, they gave the police all reason to prosecute, to investigate them, because they were playing in the crime scene. So if you're not careful, if the police go to do any forensic lifting of elements of crime or elements of the crime scene, and everything the police pick up is linked to them, they will be in trouble. They will be in
Yeah,
trouble.
but you have to understand when this is why we need the facts, because the question can be, when did that become a crime scene? So just because someone, based on the story that based on Mr. Jackson's narrative, that she might have fall from seizure, right? And so if that's the case, then that is not considered a crime scene. So if someone,
Bravo, 1 minute, please, before you go for Bravo. Even while we are on the show now, I'm on the show here. If I fall out in this room, and maybe one of my colleagues came a long way, open the door and saw me lying down, lifeless, or lying down like in a way that's not good. The first thing we should do is close the door and get to call the hotel management, also get to call police or so. Because the thing is, once you interact with that crime scene, on the scene where a person has died or crime has been committed, your presence there, you need mark, you need prints. Your prints may interfere with what was there as natural or organic, elements of crime committed. So, but that's why most times you see the police will do as soon as a crime occurs somewhere, the place cut off. It's complete.
yeah, but if someone died at a hotel, we don't touch bodies. We don't. That's a whole different thing. We do not touch
No,
the
but it's
body.
the same thing. The
No,
same
no,
thing. Look at
no, it's different. If someone, based on the information we've gotten, if someone fell off at the house, right, and they were transported to the hospital, reports have indicated, like Sylvester, haven't seen that. That Sylvester said that this person was dead before they got to the hospital. There's a possibility that the death did not happen at the house. What I am saying
So
is,
then
when
all
did
those
that
who
become?
interact with that woman body, bravo, all those who interact with that woman body, from where she fell off to the hospital, right? from the home, the police will have the opportunity to deal with them, ask them questions, and for investigation to correct. Because police are not going to just imagine things. That there are statements that we give to the police. We get the police lead way into what led to her death. If there are statements, the police get a statement and review it and conduct, community investigation where in a neighborhood they go and ask questions. Okay, then this man live around here. Did he see a car coming here? Did he see anybody going through the fence in in the last 24 hours or in the last 6 hours, an hour? Police have where they will ask questions in that community. And the police does all that around there and try to collect information about 24 hours before her death or in that period. And there's no evidence of anybody entering that compound in 24 hours or even in 48 hours or even 72 hours. And there's no element of such. But those that interact with the body, and then it will be left down with that police investigation result and the medical report. A medical report says that the person died from some natural health problem. Maybe it's a seizure and she fell. Maybe she fell from in the bathroom or somewhere and she broke her neck or so. But like we hear now from the way I see people saying her body has lacerations. I mean the gash thing. Where did it come from? Or did she fight back? So the experts from the medical side will let the public know through the police investigation that the person died, the person's death is as a result of this, and this.
Yeah.
And in those conditions, yeah.
So I agree with all of that. What I am saying here, though, is that one, those guys anyone can call anyone in for question, right? Anyone can call anyone in for question, right? But if they are not charged of any crime, if they are not suspect, they should not be in police custody. This is my perspective, right? Secondly, it could be considered.
They are the first line of information gathering on the crime scene. So they are the first people will be interrogating. What they will say to us will lead us into going further than where we are. But clearly speaking to you, they are the first suspects on our crime scene.
That's understandable. What I'm saying, if they are suspects, then they should be charged with that. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what happened. A suspect can be, the suspect will be investigated, interrogated. If on the suspect's investigation, the suspect's responses, to the questions, because the police
Johnny, you don't understand what I'm saying. If I am a suspect and I have not been charged, you cannot determine.
No, we can't. They can detain you for 48 hours.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But you cannot. You have in the Liberian laws. In the Liberian laws, you have 48. You can have people who are suspects, and you can. They have identified Samuel Jackson as a suspect, right? Mm-hmm. Why have they not arrested him like they've arrested those boys? So what I am saying here is very simple. If you are giving those boys a different treatment because they are suspect, then Samuel Jackson should be getting the same treatment.
Robert, you can't say that. No, Robert, you can't say that. Robert, the thing is,
no.
The CS, the criminal investigators have their own methodology on how to collect evidence. So now you're saying Sam Jackson was not there, was not at home. So
No. Sam, listen, everything we know is based on hearsay. The information Samuel Jackson has given them, the police were not there. We were not there. It's based on hearsay. So what we need now is to get the facts. There's nothing wrong with calling those guys in for questions because they were at the scene. But just because someone was at a scene doesn't mean that listen, that house is not even considered a crime scene right now because it has not been established that a crime committed.
No, but it's a homicide.
The police have not officially confirmed that this is a homicide. The spokesman
they did. Okay.
The spokesman said we're looking at this as a homicide. Yes. But Sylvester, here is my point.
And it also said they consider him flat race. Do you know why they consider him flat race?
But that's why that's my fear is they're going ahead of themselves because again, you still need they don't have any such warrant. If that's a crime scene, how can a crime scene be a crime scene when the police have not even secured the crime scene? Samuel Jackson, that's his house. This is the reason why he had the right to tell them, I don't want folks in my house. Because they do not have any legal right to enter his house to start any investigation. Crime scenes are not treated this way. I continue to say the police will have to be swift, they will have to be smart, and they'll have to go about this thing the legal right. So Samuel Jackson is free right now to do anything he wants to do in the house. He can wash his floor, he can sleep on the floor, he can take the bed, he can move his house upside down. He gets to do anything. So Johnny, you can't keep saying a crime scene. A crime scene is only a crime scene when it's been identified and when you don't the search warrant, they secure the scene and everything. But Samuel Jackson is living freely in his house. No police has gone there. There's not been any investigator go and taking pictures and all of these things. None of the things have happened. So you can take those guys in for questioning, but it's not a crime scene yet.
Robert, I saw a video where the police deploy at a place considered as Samuel Jackson's house on the Oro. I saw a video of that. Because
outside his house.
Outside, not in his house.
Around his house. Right. I saw a video where the guy police deploy around his house, a place there. I also want to know, because the police did not just go there because they had vision or they had dream. Police was, I want to ask a question, were they informed by somebody that something happened in my house and need police investigation or something? How did the police know that somebody died in Samuel Jackson's house?
No, he announced it.
No.
He announced it. I want to. Did he go to the police?
Beyond announcing it, the police got some tip of as to the way the body appeared.
Exactly.
No, wait. Pewee, the point is, let's assume police were not there at all. They were more dying in the house. How did the police know that somebody died in Jackson's house?
And that's what I'm saying to you now. They went to the end. They took they said the hospital declared her dead.
Yeah, but the point I'm making here is the Jackson complained to the police.
No. So there was no complaint to the police about anything. That's what Sylvester is saying.
From my sources from the high authority inside the police, of some sources I'm getting, Jackson officially informed the South African embassy. My sources is telling me the South African embassy is not pushing that there be further investigation in this matter, that how the police got involved. So the police is getting involved from that perspective. But for what I'm saying, there's no and those other photos and other things started coming out. There's a friend of this deceased that is in South Africa that is pushing that this alleged lady gets being informing that she's being abused. That's alleged.
Right.
So this from the embassy is putting pressure now on the government. The government are asking the police to deploy to find out to investigate. But my own problem with the police today, and from my own line, and we're still learning these things from my own learning of criminal justice and other security things. My own problem with the police today, why the Raul says something very important general we use in criminal investigations and in evidence gathering also. And it's one of the courses I'm still dealing with in this period, right? So why would you not move in? Where I said something that is possible, things that is assuming he not watch that play with touch soap and everything.
Right.
He not do this. So for the police to, it's possible that you can still reconstruct the crime scene. But if the crime scene have been considerably tampered with,
right,
in reconstructing it can be very difficult.
Very difficult.
It would take the police a very long time and with a lot of resources need to be deployed. Now, most of the resources we don't have. Now, if it's they will deploy some scientific methodology through DNA genealogy, through other techniques and all of that. They can reconstruct it in no time. If it is if you watch this place, they will come and post something. They will know someone who fingers or who hands went there. They will know somebody temple. They will start to find out. I will hope the South African government will get involved into those things. But I thought the police should have moved into this. They finally got out of the gotten the warrant from the court and just moved.
Immediately, yes.
You didn't need to do those things.
Yes.
But you gave him too much latitude.
Right. But you can't keep saying crime scene. A crime scene will be secured by tonight. That crime scene will be secured. Mr. Jackson would have been asked to probably relocate. It happens everywhere.
Yeah. If he's involved, because I'm not getting the train, if he's involved, I'm not just saying that, but if he's involved, and like you, my brother Raul, that if he's involved, Anybody that's involved in kind of thing, with kind of line, they will want to attempt to disrupt the crime scene.
Absolutely.
Or to get messy up.
Right.
We got a poor investigative forensic and way to do things. Our forensic is not good at all. We don't even have one yet. We don't have the name. If it is here in the US or other advanced society, they will reconstruct that thing via some forensic means quickly. But how do we do this now? Because the intent of the police moving in there today was to go and enter and see this crime scene and see, okay, how she fared to pair those bruises on her skin. If it is corresponding with the way they're saying that let's agree it was seizure. The seizure tantamount to somebody falling, then you see bruises here, bruises there, yeah. So they want to see as to how they want to see the pool of blood. Why was that? Because there was some line, so they wanted to see that. But my fear is, and I agree with Rob, my fear if you were to go over there, that thing is cleaner than any other thing. That's
and you also got to remember, Pewee and Myean, and to our listening audience, it would have been a whole different thing if Samuel Jackson were to come to his house and without all of this, medical fear of medical seizure or everything like that, if he were to come and call the police, not medical help, and say, hey, I found my wife dead on the floor in my house, that would be a totally different situation where the police is not coming because Samuel Jackson has feared that his wife might have been murdered. That does not mean he won't be looked at as a suspect. The spouses are always seen as suspect number one because they are the spouses, right? So those who are in the house, those who are close to they'll always be seen as that. This is a whole totally different thing where, he's saying his wife had a medical emergency, and this has happened in New York and in McDonough, Georgia, and she had to be rushed to the hospital. He did not call the police. The police only came because of speculation of domestic violence. So there's two things we're talking here. There could possibly, let me land. There could possibly be a domestic violence that not necessarily resulted into a homicide or a crime committed, right? I can beat my wife and beat my wife and beat my wife doesn't necessarily mean that I've killed my wife. So even if you think that I domestically abused my wife and that led to her death, you still will have to prove that. What I want to make clear though, Johnny, to Liberian listening, you cannot say that's a crime scene because that crime scene is not a crime scene until it's secured. Mr. Jackson has access to his home. Mr. Jackson can legally tell police officer like he did today, no, you are not allowed in my home. And Mr. Jackson tonight is in his home. No one knows what he's doing in his home. No one knows what he's doing at what is considered a crime scene tonight. That crime scene is he has access to that until the police gets a search warrant, right? Until the police can prove to a court that a murder happened based on medical examination. And this is why I keep saying, do not listen to people. We cannot look at this just from a sympathetic, emotional place. If this is a foul play and anyone was involved, and the fact shows that Mr. Jackson murdered his wife, take him up and lock him up. That girl needs justice. But we have to go slow and we have to be very careful in our investigation. When you call someone a flat wrist, that's why I asked the police chief. Tonight, Mr. Jackson, even though the optics may not be good, Mr. Jackson can leave his house tonight, go to the airport. On what grounds will the police stop him from traveling? On what grounds? No court has said.
No, Raul, they can stop him on the ground of suspicion.
Of suspicion of
the
murder?
police got the right to hold him statutorily for 48 hours with no room of saying you have committed any crime.
Mm-hmm.
So the police got that. That's
okay.
The thing. So the police can do that. They can hold you on the basis of suspicion.
Okay.
Not necessarily you committed a crime. So but they have 48 hours to do that. If not, the rate of habeas corpus will be filed against the police to produce a living body. But they can do that within 48 hours for reasonable suspicion. And they can use that reasonable suspicion to conduct a further investigation to come out with.
Yeah,
now, within the 48 hours, if there's nothing, they let you go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they work behind the scene and they can come back and rearrest you again for reasonable suspicion until they can have the probable cause.
But Sylvester, why? And this is where, again, I don't like our country because we so often take advantage of
Yeah, but
the little
gentlemen,
guy.
before you go
We,
forward,
we,
let me hear come in and beg you guys. I mean, let us not
Yeah,
confuse
Joey
our
Jackson.
public. Yeah, let's not confuse our public. What is the current status of this woman's death? Number one question I keep asking: how did the police get involved with this matter? Did Jackson call the police,
no,
or was the
Jackson did
police
not call the police.
okay? Fine. Were the police on patrol and heard somebody crying, somebody dying, or
No,
how did they get involved?
that did not happen. The police
How did they
got
get involved?
involved. The police got involved based on what we know because there have been speculation that domestic violence may have occurred. They might
Okay,
have
one,
gotten pictures
let it
from
easy.
the house cleaning.
Let it easy, Robert. So, are you telling me and the public that the police have had tip-ups that
Yes,
that this lady have always being affected or being involved with domestic violence at home?
the police had tipped off. The police were probably tipped off. They
No,
got information. They
don't
got.
say probably. Are you saying
But I don't work for the police, Mr. Johnny. You said
because the thing
I don't
is,
work for the
but the thing
police.
is, the thing, Robert, is we are discussing the issue on this platform. Let's discuss in a way that we get the platform information that will not be about our assumption. That's why I'm asking this
No,
question now.
but it's not an assumption. You're asking how did the police get involved? The
Yeah.
two questions you asked, Mr. Jackson did not call the police to his house. No.
Yeah. No.
There were no call about crimes prior to her death. No. So what I'm telling you is the
Yeah.
police were tipped off that this could possibly there's a domestic violence case here that could have possibly led to this murder, given the fact that she was bleeding profusely from her head. Mr. Jackson said that. He also said the cause of the bleed was as a result of a fall due to seizure, right? And so they have information. They could have got tipped off. So they then went to the house to talk to Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson said, no, there's no cause for police to be here. And I'm not allowing you guys in my house. At which point they were told to be outside, and they are currently at his house. The police chief came here today and said to us they have information that makes Mr. Jackson a person of interest and have asked him to go and answer some questions, right? Mr. Jackson have refused to go today because he was exhausted and tired, and they took the folks who work for him, and they're currently in custody to answer some questions about what their involvement or what information that they know. So the police did not get involved because there was something criminal going on, and Mr. Jackson called the police to come to the house. That's what I keep saying. This was a case where it appears to be a medical emergency from all we know based on Mr. Jackson's narrative. His wife is
So,
dead.
so are you saying that they have a situation after being taken to the hospital and they also decide and saw this situation occurring to her? So they now call the police to say that this lady that was brought to her place, her condition appears that she went through some gender-based violence. Is that the situation?
Because based on what the spokesman said, there were lacerations, there are bruises, right? And so these things raise questions. Like
So,
Sylvester
so,
just
so
said,
what the point I'm making here is, I want us to be in a position where we know that, and I'll keep asking that question: how did the police get to the crime or see this thing as homicide? Who called in? How did they get involved? If that question is not clear, something is not right, Robert. I will tell you, question is
well,
not right.
Johnny, I can answer the question for you. The police have concluded, and this was my suspicion. This is my reservation. The police chief man said they believe this is a homicide. How do they believe that? They believe that based on pictures that they've seen. The house killer have released pictures, but like I said earlier, pictures do not determine homicide. Medical examination does. Pictures don't. Pictures don't tell the full story relative to the cause of death. You need medical examination to do a full medical examination to determine the cause of death. After they determine homicide based on the medical backing, then you can start your investigation into whether or not this homicide is a crime. So when you kept saying crime, I'm trying to tell you in our audience that this is not a crime scene. A crime scene that is not protected, a crime scene that is not secure, it's not a crime scene. The police have not gotten any legal order from the court to search Mr. Jackson's home. Mr. Jackson's home is his home. His wife just happened to die. And as far as he knows, remember, all of what is speculated, Mr. Jackson does not believe that. He believes that his wife died due to medical causes. The police believes otherwise. Okay? And there's speculation of domestic violence and foul play. We don't know that to be a fact because we weren't there. So what we need the police to do now is to take their time, get the right professionals out there, and let us start getting answers, questions answered. The only way we'll know the cause of death, Johnny, is if medical examination tells us the cause of death. Once we know the cause of death, then we can start talking. Okay, there's an examination that was done, and the cause of death is trauma to the head, either by something she was hit, she was thrown down, whatever the case is. Other than that, the pictures that we're seeing right now with cuts, listen, the hospitals have already started releasing pictures. It's based on these pictures that the police have seen and that's in other chat room that have led to these speculations. But the pictures does not tell the full story of what's happening. So we have to be clear that Mr. Jackson's house is not a crime scene. The police is suspicious based on these pictures. And for me, it's troubling to me for the police to come to the conclusion of homicide only based on pictures. It doesn't work like that. So if we truly want justice and we want our questions answered, Mr. Jackson will have to go to the police and tell his part of the story. But Mr. Jackson's part of the story may not be the truth. The police idea of homicide may also not be true because pictures don't tell the full story. What would be true and factual is a medical examination. We need pathologists. We need the medical folks to go to Liberia and do their examination and let us know what is the cause of death. I think the cause of death will squash all of this. Let's assume that a medical examination was done and the medical examination returns and says she died of natural causes. It squashed this whole idea of foul play and crime committed. But the police can also still pursue domestic violence. The examination can also talk about why those bruises and laceration, all the different things. We need these things to be factual. Medical examination will tell us the full story. So no, Mr. Jackson's home is not a crime scene. He is living in that house right now, and he's there. Our question is not to Johnny. Why was it easy for them to take the two boys who worked for Mr. Jackson? Right? They don't believe if they believe someone killed that Tony, I'm sure that they don't believe that those two boys did it. Even if they did it, they don't believe they did it at their own will. Mr. Jackson is the big fish. Why would they take them in so easily for questioning and hold them for 40 hours, but have not taken Mr. Jackson in for questioning and hold him for 40 hours? The system, the way we undermine the little guy in Liberia is not right. Because clearly Mr. Jackson will go for questioning whenever he can, but he's not going to be detaining police in the police because the police have no legal right to detain him right now. You know, it's just unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation all around. It's just unfortunate.
Okay, so I mean, from my perspective and what I understand, I mean, the police have a serious task. If they want to label that situation as a criminal offense, they have a serious tax. I can tell you for sure, Rabo. And if they do go through that process and decide that they will even charge anyone for criminal offense, there, I find it difficult for them to go through the court and produce the kind of evidence they need. Because if you want to say murder, because there are elements that constitute murder.
Absolutely.
Elements that constitute manslaughter. I mean, different types, layers of homicide, right? So I wouldn't go far, but I'm just asking the questions so that we all understand how criminal investigation starts. How it starts. Were you called? Was the police called? The first thing is, when I go back to town, I ask people, how did the police get involved in this case? How are they not determining it as homicide? You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. How do you call a situation homicide? What are the elements that have made you to call it homicide? Why should
Because
I
you
call
saw the
robbery?
picture. The police chief just said it. The police chief answered your question. The man said the laceration and bruises.
Robert,
Said it.
I don't want to lie because somebody have been taken away, but this is a very technical criminal investigation that we have to go through. Very technical. And if they don't have the necessary capacity, and that's it. I mean, I'm not saying they die from anybody that somebody killed her, but if the police consider it as homicide and they want to control investigation, and they say Jackson is a person of interest, and they have called 2 guys from Jackson's house, like I heard you saying, they said they were cleaning the blood on the floor. Those are critical issues. Why? I mean, okay, yeah. I will ask a question. If I'm sitting on that investigation, I have a lot of questions to ask that will now maybe to write to my director. That based on this question, the answers, we don't think this thing is a criminal offense, or this is a criminal offense, and these are the elements based on the penal law that constitute this crime as committed. Because look, when you charge somebody of a criminal offense from the police perspective, you are at 99.9% already sure the person must be guilty, except it is manipulated or it is is being manipulated or maneuvered through some means. But on a pure security science investigation, once somebody is charged of a criminal offense, that person is 99.9% already guilty, because that means the police or the agency for the investigation team has done everything and have gotten evidence and evidence preserved, and they can prove in any court, in anywhere in the world, that this crime was committed. But if you don't have it, then you just leave the case and then there you go. Because in criminal investigation, crime scene selection, or determination to say this place was not a crime scene, there are certain things you must identify and say this place, it must define the place as a crime scene. Now, if a place defines a crime scene, then you protect the crime scene. You protect the crime scene because you're protecting it to collect evidence from there, elements from there that you go and analyze through your system to see who is linked to this crime that you have already determined that was committed. So if you don't protect the crime scene properly, anything collect from that crime scene is going to be faulty. And if you protect it well, and you collect good evidence and you protect it, and you can show you can present it in court against the person, then you have done good job. But that, in my view, from what we are discussing here, this is a critical matter, and the police will have to think more, because if the police charge anybody now, don't listen. They say in the criminal prosecution, the burden of proof lies on the accuser. Any sign, any element of doubt, the case go in favor of the accused. It's because the state, which is the police or whatever, you have all the resources to collect the evidence, to preserve it, and when you charge that citizen or that individual of a criminal offense, that charge sheet and element collected as evidence of crime should be sufficient to have the person prosecuted in court and found guilty. You can't charge me for criminal offense and you can't court, and then the court goes to the matter, and then the public defense begin to bore hole in your evidence on the kind of question I'm asking. And then you can't define it properly. You can't explain yourself. You can't say they ask you why this, why you can't provide information. Then the case goes in favor of the person you accuse. That's my point I'm making. But I will allow the police to go through that matter. Let's see in the next 42 hours, the next 72 hours.
But Johnny, what I need us to understand though, the police can investigate all day. The police can investigate all day. The police can look at what they term as possible foul play all day. It would not answer the question as it relates to the charges being put forth if we do not start where we're supposed to start. We need to know the cause of death. You can have 1,000 questions. We need to know. The police have got to determine the cause of death.
Mm-hmm.
What if the cause of death is not criminal?
They agree. Nothing happens.
Exactly. So why would you are investigating? You think there's a criminal case because of what you see, but what you see does not tell the full story. What tells the full story begins with a medical examination. So even if you have 1,000 questions to ask, we all have 1,000 questions to ask. And you know what? Even before these questions are even answered, there are Liberians today who minds are already made up. I don't care what a medical examination says. There are some people who believe that Samuel Jackson killed his wife. The same way some people felt that O.J. Simpson killed his wife. I don't care what evidences you provide. There are people whose minds are made up. But from the police and an investigative perspective, you can look all day. You can look about it all day. You can go to Mr. Jackson's house all day. Ask 1,000 questions. If we do not know and we have not established through a medical examination the cause of death, it's a waste of time. The police could be investigating a criminal case when the cause of death tells you that there's nothing criminal that happens here. Then what? You wasted resources. So the police have got to slow down. Ask questions as much as you want to ask questions.
So you see, so Robert, now you come to my point. The question I've been asking, and I keep asking, how did the police come in contact with the situation? Okay, so everybody, like you see now, the police is acting based on what they have heard or seen from the hospital, and the hospital has not given us any information about what the cause of death is, right? But the police, however, has started conducting investigation, like in your statement, that they have identified 2 persons from Mr. Jackson's house for questioning at the police station. So I mean, these are all for me. I'm still confused about the whole situation. I'm confused because if the police is acting based on news from the hospital, or that somebody was brought to the hospital, the body looked like this, and Pierre, the person may have gone through something, and then the police get interested. That is why I keep asking, how did the police
That's how
get
they
involved?
got involved. That's how they got involved. The pictures have been
Okay.
released.
Now,
Pictures have been
see,
released, and they're saying that listen, what these pictures are released, the explanation from Mr. Jackson does not suffice. We need to look into this. And they decided to go to the house. But from his perspective, he just lost his wife because she fell, and you heard his explanation, and he was trying to make statements that this same thing has happened in Georgia. Part of this is that they need to make phone calls for medical records, and this is the reason why I continue to say you need a starting point in any investigation. I'm not a criminal investigator, and those who have a skill set in these areas, well, we have to listen to them, right? But based on what my buddy, who is an expert, have said to me, the police cannot determine anything if they have not determined the cause of death. So we can't speculate the cause of death. The police cannot charge anyone for anything if they don't know the cause of death. Because if the police were to charge Samuel Jackson for the murder of his wife, and Samuel Jackson were to hire a pathologist that comes and they do a medical examination and medically prove that the cause of death was not criminal, you can take him to court, because you need these evidences to go to court to say, listen, we have medical proof that this person died of this trauma to the head, and based on our investigation, we believe that Samuel Jackson beat his wife. They've had domestic cases. You need a medical backing to build your case. You can't just go out there and say, I've seen enough pictures and I think this person, you're going to be assuming. We don't want assumption. We want facts. And we have to start with the cause of death.
Robert, does Mr. Jackson believe that his wife's death is criminal?
Heck no. You heard his story. No. Did you not see his interview?
To be frank,
No.
Robert, to be frank, Robert, where I am, I don't have too much access.
No. He doesn't believe
I just came back to my hotel and I managed to get internet. I think I'm doing so well to be on the show with you guys.
No, he does not believe it. He does not believe it's criminal. That he did not call the police. If he believed it was criminal, He would have got the police
Okay.
involved. He did not call the
Very
police to his
good.
house.
Very good. You see, that's why I've been getting. That's my point I'm driving. So Jackson, his wife died, and he doesn't believe that his wife was killed. Right? He don't know the wife was killed. He believes her death is natural for him. Once he say once he doesn't believe that somebody killed her, that means she died naturally. That means she wasn't killed. That was just in belief. So now the police is acting on Jackson because they have got the information from the police from the hospital that this body has laceration, this and that, all kind of thing on it. So they are believing probable cause, they're trying to build probable cause now that they may have been killed. Okay. So my point right now, I will pause here and let's give police the next 3, 4, 5, 6 days on their investigation based on what they got in from the hospital. And let's hear what the hospital will say regarding the cause of death of this lady. Then we can discuss it further. For that point, I will stop here. I will not go further on this matter.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I wish him my sincere condolences. It's just unfortunate that we are having this conversation from two perspectives. One is uh, you know, he's innocent until proven guilty, even if he was charged. He's still innocent until proven guilty. Like you said, the burden of proof is on the state. They will have to present the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that there was foul play, and in fact, Mr. Jackson was directly involved in said foul play. This is and unless they just want to waste people's time, but they will have to present the evidences. And so evidence gathering, I think, is important. It will help them build their case. If this case were to go, if Mr. Jackson were to be charged with what they think could have possibly been a foul play. But again, the police and the general public have got to understand, just because something is a homicide doesn't mean it's criminal. That will help them investigate to find out whether this homicide just practically mean that this is a death of someone caused by someone else, right? That's what it means. It was a death caused by someone else. Then they have to determine, was this death caused by malice? Was this death caused by something illegal? Was this person hurt? Whatever the case is, that will help with that investigation. So we need to start with the cause of death. And for the police to have said they believe this is a homicide without the medical examination, I think for me is troubling mine. I understand looking at pictures is enough reason to say something funny happened here. I get that.
Robert, 1 minute, right? Once you use the word homicide, once the police use that word homicide, then they want to believe that somebody killed a woman. That means there's a room for either being charged for murder or manslaughter. You know what I'm saying? So obviously now police telling us that crime was committed.
But even if it's a manslaughter, if it has to be, if I kill someone,
manslaughter is a criminal offense. It's a crime.
Yeah, but if I kill someone, if it's a homicide and I kill someone, I can kill someone. I can cause the death of someone. But again, is it justifiable? Is it self-defense? Right?
That one, I like the code you told that one.
Right. No, I'm just saying for educational purposes. I'm saying for educational purposes, when people hear homicide in Liberia, that man responsible. That man did that. But again, I will go back to say that we need to start from somewhere. We need to know the cause of death, because again, the cause of death for me will tell the story and how I proceed with my argument. If we have a medical examination that states that the cause of death is criminal, then my next question will be to the police. Well, this is what you have. Now we know that this is homicide, it's a criminal homicide. Now go ahead and do your investigation. And if you have enough reason to think that Mr. Jackson was directly involved in the murder, the homicide criminal murder of his wife, what's the information? What did your investigation found? Let the public know, because you're not proving this in the court of public opinion. People have already made up their mind. People right on this stream believe that Mr. Jackson killed his wife. People on social media believe Mr. Jackson killed his wife just by looking at the domestic violence piece. And again, If that woman was abused domestically, I condemn that with the strongest term possible. No woman should be abused domestic. No, listen, if you don't, but this happening in our country so just it happens so frequently in our country where women and children are abused, even parents. There are parents in Liberia abusing their children, and and we say the discipline. We have child abuse in Liberia. We say the discipline. There are men beating their wives, and we think that this is a norm. We don't complain about this stuff, right? That husband and wife business. A lot of things that are happening in that country that should not be happening. And so, if there's a domestic violence that was going on, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. It's unfortunate that it's coming up now, when this woman cannot defend herself, right? But when we are talking about murder, criminal homicide, we need the facts, we need the information, and I think it starts with the cause of death. And I'm hoping that the police can investigate, we can invest where investments are needed to determine the cause of death. If that, and I mean, even if the Liberian government can do it, I'm sure this girl family can do it. And the Sylvester said the South Africans will get involved. But Mr. Jackson is not going to go down easily just by looking at lacerations and bruises. That's not going to suffice in the court of law, in the court of public opinion. Yeah, people might look at him like, yeah, bro, you did something to that woman. You beat it up. You did something to her. And he can come and defend himself. He can come. He's a sweet talker. He can come and defend himself. But you cannot defend facts. Some things are indefensible. If medical examination determined that this was a criminal homicide, Mr. Jackson has two options. Did you do it, or did someone else do it? That's where we start. Because you can't argue against you can't argue against medical examination. The medical examination is not, that's what we need, an independent medical examination, because we don't want any story about, oh, we don't trust the Liberian people, the other person trying to target the other person. Bring an independent examination. You remember with this whole money issue, when those folks came to Liberia and conducted the investigation that billions of Liberian dollars were not missing, even though they were independent, people still believe that billions of dollars were missing. So I don't care what you do. People's minds are already, people's minds are already made up. But we need the facts. We need the truth. That's the only way we can come out and say, Mr. Jackson, we're very disappointed. But now, again, my condolences to him, his family, and the family of Tunin. I mean, that's as far as I can go. But we need more. We need more. We need more information on that. We need more information. Yeah.
And just going away from the Jackson's wife situation, there are hundreds of Liberians, people in this country, that are dying under these kind of, we call it, unexplained circumstances around the country. People dying from getting drowned in the river. People, I mean, just different kinds of death occurring. And I'm trying to be general now, Of course, the individual involved, Samuel Jackson, is a brand, high profile person in our brand, status quo. And so it takes this attention. But there are many Liberians, hundreds if I can say, that are also dying under similar circumstances. So why is the police on these matters? Why is the police? I mean, we had a case in Lofa where a suspect in the police custody was found dead. I mean, in the police custody in Lofa was found dead. Where did that case go? How far did the case go? What were police involvement at that level? What did we do about that? As a country or as the state security agency. And we can go ahead and name several, Liberians that die in homes on, walking and fall off and die, or some of them even go on a farm and something happens to them, all kinds of things. So I'm just saying to us, even though Sam Jackson situation now has become a high profile topic to discuss, but I also want to say that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Liberians that die in this country in a year under similar circumstances. And I don't know how much the police has been involved in conducting investigation to know the cause of death or whether crime was committed, that led to the person's death. And we just need to try to see how our police also uh, can be supported with the necessary technical skills and equipment to conduct investigation on these kind of matters that will create or build a trust and confidence with the police. A few years back, I worked on a project, that was working to improve the trust level, rebuilding the trust between the police and the citizens. Because clearly, my brother, studies were done here a few years back that proved that of funding socials that the Liberian people don't trust the police or security sector. It was just overwhelming funding, and that research funding led to the proposal that brought this project about how can we help to build trust system between the police and the population. So under that trust level is improved between the government, or the police and the population. We keep having a lot of speculation that could even undermine our governance system with regards to effectively running a police system that will protect and protect citizens' life and property. It's serious. We only pray and hope that this situation with Sam Jackson, the police involvement, will be objective, will be neutral. And like I said initially, I will even advise for them to even immediately contact their counterpart from South Africa, send the list of South African citizens, so that the police from Liberia, LMP, and South African police can work together to conduct the investigation. That will even help to build or improve the trust level between the police system in Liberia and the Liberian people. It will be good. I already pray that Gregory will speak to the Minister of Justice and those concerned so that we can get the South African people involved, so that whatever comes out as funding, we will trust it as Liberian, because then we see as international and also being objective. So it's not just Liberian police doing the work, but their counterpart from South Africa, and we can be involved. If it is possible to get counterpart from our traditional international ally or power, the US, to join the process to show that the investigation into the death of this lady is transparent for Liberian people to trust. Like Robert said, some people have made up their mind already. They have already made up their mind. Oh, Jackson killed his wife. Some people are saying Jackson killed his wife because his wife has property. She's wealthy. She's from a big family. Some say, oh, they were. All other things will come about. But we will only caution our police team, our security team, to close their ears to all these public speculations, but focus on the actual professional and professional investigative work to know what led to this woman's death. If the one died naturally, sympathy to the family. Even if she died through crime, we still send our sympathy to the family, to Mr. Jackson and his family. And if Jackson is involved through the police investigation, and they find any twist or any element that link him, he should be prosecuted. And we hope that whatever they find as evidence that link him should be used to prosecute and find him guilty. Not to prosecute him and find him not guilty. Then you waste our resources, you waste our money, you waste the country's money on cases that you will not win. So that's all I can say. Like I said, we're hoping that the coming week the police will work to inform us about how the women die and where they are. If there's no enough information or no enough evidence to prove that crime was committed, Then let it just go down.
Myean, you taking calls?
Yeah. We can take calls.
Okay, yeah, let's take calls. And then how much more we have on?
We have a couple of hours on.
Oh, really? We got what? One more hour?
Yeah, 1 hour plus.
Oh, really? Wow. All right, but let's take calls. I'm gonna step away real quick to do something, but let's take calls.
Okay, 077649986. For those of you who are watching, +231 777649986. 25 minutes dance at 12 o'clock for my end here. So 07776499986 +231 777649986. Call and make your contribution on any of our talking points tonight. You've been following the closing argument show 07776499986. You can just continue as I set up the line here from our end.
Yes, so before
I think
keep
we have
on,
someone on the line. Hello, caller.
Hello, my name is Henry Johnson.
Please be audible. You say your name again?
My name is Henry Johnson calling from Really.
Really? Okay, make your point. Hello?
Let me just say this thing. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is this a radio station?
Yeah, this is Truth FM.
Okay. You see, Samuel Jackson, the way he can talk on the case, now how other people will talk a case. Because one good thing here is that not every case that people get into, they are wrong or they are right until the police do their investigation. But when Samuel Jackson talking, he can talk one way and make people to look at it as criminal. Now you see it won't happen. But if our common person, they were going to arrest that person straight to get to the police station and detain them for it. Because your Samuel Jackson is an economist. So now, so they're taking it easy with him. But if our common person, you see that person is behind bars right now. You see? But Samuel Jackson used to say all kinds of evil things about this country. But you see what he see the president and the government are not doing anything, but he was just a common man, common person. They will take that person straight to jail. Pending investigation. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. 07776499986 +231 777649986. Add numbers to call tonight. Also for our diaspora line, we have +1 856 676 5136 or +1 772 940 2871, or better still +231 777 649986. Add the numbers to call tonight 07776499986 07776649986. You can call and make a contribution. Whatever you're watching live from, you can just leave it in the comment section. Joman Jala also watching. Fix Electronic also watching. Let me pick up this next caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Your name and where do you call from?
James K. Fire calling from the Asia community along the federal bill.
Okay, Fender Asia community. Make a point.
But I'm a little bit confused because yesterday when I was listening to the school talk, Dr. Johnson talked about the woman going on a brain surgery. How does that happen?
Okay, so according to him, he said he well fell off, and then it was announced at Cathay Hospital that she had a brain surgery issue. So she has to go through brain surgery, or they has to go through some kind of surgery for her brain. So last night he mentioned, yeah, it was through the surgery when he mentioned that she only have one way, either 50 to live, 50 to die. So yeah, so this morning we gathered information from himself that she's there. So we are also seeing some footage and other evidences on the social media.
Okay, well, it's concerning anyway. This occasion is not together just like people birthday.
Okay.
That's a good fear. Because now from what he just read today, about 8 counts that he just read, so these are all things that not too clear yet. Okay, that police do your work.
Okay.
We'll tell our condolence to him, but that police do your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much, sir. Let's pick up the next caller who's on the line. Hello, caller. Hello. Hello, caller. Hello. Okay, let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller. Okay, yeah, your name and where do you call from? Please be audible.
I'm Sanvee calling from Bolanfan.
Sanvee calling from Bolanfan. Make a point.
Okay, quick. I tell you, I believe I need to get in my ear, but I get but you keep making another quick point. My first of all, you are a journalist. One thing too much defensive and slow down and just as you put saying no wait for the conclusion. Someone for a law background, I'm very close to them, the thing they are saying. So I just my father got okay.
Okay, thank you all so much. 077649986 +231 777649986. Call and make a contribution on any of the topics we are discussing tonight. Let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where do you call from?
I'm Seleke Kromah calling from Puya.
Joseph K. Bima. Make a point.
Yeah, I think the police got some good evidence that all were analyzed. Because when you do community inventory, when you do the community inventory, you will understand that between those 7 in the house with him, obviously gave some information in whether there was misunderstanding between them within that time. Because yesterday I heard him on radio on the OKFM by 9 to 10. But leaving him to go, there may be something happening that the police need to establish from those 7 they have. And part of the 7 may not sleep with them in the house. So it's possible that he can come and leave and say the woman is in where she's not more, or then he come back to give information out. But I strongly believe that if it is a brain surgery, it might be a hit. Give it for nothing, it might be a hit.
Okay.
So that's my take.
Okay, thank you all so much. 077649986 +231 777649986. Let's see if we can pick up some calls here tonight. 077649986. Let's see who's the next person on the line. Hello, caller.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah?
Yeah, your name and where do you call from?
This is Anthony Bide calling from Balanceville.
Balanceville. Okay, make a point.
Yeah. My point is that somebody brings somebody to the hospital and explain the condition of the person. And then give 50% life safe, 50% or you're gone. Then why is the family that the police have to accuse them on the issue? Instead of doctor report.
The police is the same doctor report that they are going after, and also there are some video and footage that they have received in their possession that were sent prior to her death.
So why is this video recording the house here that will lead to the man to the father they were trying to train?
They are not yet established that he's the one in charge, but he's the husband to the late Madam Johnson. So Jackson rather. So whatever case that happened is within a house. So he was called for question.
That question is far different than to go arrest someone because they have no claim. If you want to call the person to a forum to explain what happened to a wife, they know how long they've been together. That today Johnson will kill a wife. Are they saying? So I just waste government funding. You have to do something good for our country.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yeah, your name, where do you call from?
My name is William Milo, and I'm calling from Oro Gator.
Oro Gator.
Yeah, around the area the incident took place.
Okay, you live around there, right?
Yeah, but not closer to the place.
So how long you been living there for?
21 years.
21 years. So how long you have observed Mr. Jackson around there for?
Really, I can't tell. I only know Samuel Jackson to be living in the area, but I haven't been close to him before.
Okay, so what have you observed over the past time?
About not being close to Samuel Jackson, I don't even see him because I've been from the Egypt and I really know that Samuel Jackson really or living in that fence because you don't really tell out each other from sometimes critiquing and listening to him. Yeah. For the incident that took place, I think the Liberian is a place and we the Liberian have to engage it because it's another national. So we don't know what will come after. So if we're taking it to be social media, showing all different kinds of things, we are in another trouble with Guinea before we try to go to South Africa again to being proud of South Africa. We need to take time how to address it with the Liberian because we don't know what would be the next step of South Africa. So we just need to take time how to engage it, how to speak with the Liberian. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make my own info and that's my own info. We need to take time how to engage it. It's a different national. We don't know what the South African will do next.
Okay. Thank you. That's a good recommendation anyway. Let's pick up the next caller. Hello, caller. Neiman, where do you call from? Hello? Yeah, please be audible. Please stay away from a monitor. Neiman, where do you call from? Please be audible. You are not audible.
Kamara calling from PC.
Okay, make your point.
Yeah, or if it is so, if why the two people were arrested and for question why I'm asking who has his work? Why is he not there?
So according to the police, they invited Mr. Samuel Jackson and then he asked the police to give him time because he have not taken a nap since probably like 30 hours now. So he asked that tomorrow he will be able to turn himself over for question and answer.
Okay, that needs to be question.
Yeah.
Of the details that are called the way in which we are hearing it from what it comes report on social media, all the one it needs to be questioned too. So you can stay out of the investigation.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
It's very main source of the investigation.
Okay, sir. Thank you. 077-649986 +231 777-649986. Let's see where we can pick up this next caller who is on the line here. Hello, caller. Your name and where do you call from? Please stay away from a monitor.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm okay.
You are speaking to Reverend Mother Mechi Eskamo.
Okay. Calling from where?
From Magiri.
Okay, make a point.
All right. I want to say something to the police. What I want the police to do, let the police, give chance. Let proper investigation be made before they start taking steps. Like the other man was saying, because when it is over, the social media, because the woman here, she is not from this country. So let the police wait yet and gather information good before they can handle things. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all so much, Mother. 077-649986. Mr. Pewee, if you're ready, you can just let me know. I can give it all to you. 077-649986. Let me see who's on the line here. 077-649986. Let's take this 176. No more L caller.
Good morning, Chief.
Yeah, good morning. Your name and where do you call from?
So I'm Mr. Williams and I join you from Johnsonville, Turning Point.
Johnsonville, Turning Point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, make a point.
I admire your two panels, especially one of them kept asking the other person, how did the police get involved? Because I think he is a very informed legal background. before the police come. The police is not moving around looking for cases. The police will only come when they are injured. So in this case, there are two scenes. They got a primary scene, they got a secondary scene in my mind. So the primary scene is at the hospital because the lady was being pronounced dead at the hospital. So it is, and I believe that it is from that hospital that the police got an intel that there is a person that is here, but from the look of the person, you can see some bruises and like something around domestic violence. Adding insult of injury, the lady friend too from South Africa has communicated already with the embassy. So once they communicate with the embassy in diplomatic relations or in military, what happens next is the embassy will communicate with the Liberian authorities to tell them that there is a situation of one of our citizens, and we need you to get involved. We want to know what happened to what led to her demise. Similar to what happened at the Liberian that suffered some situation in Ghana. Our embassy there communicated directly with the Ghanaian security authority, and that was how they got involved. So the police coming in, the police needed to establish whether this lady died at the hospital or she died maybe before or upon arrival. So if so, that they have to follow the scene now, which is the secondary scene, which is at the house. And then going at the house, seeing that lady was in the pool of blood, or according to the narration that she was in the pool of blood. For the fact that it has already happened and the situation leading that are in series or in the sequence, it tells you that something criminal or something similar happened. So it means that the police see at the house. So the information the police received at the house that two persons were the one that helped to rescue that lady in the pool of blood. It means that those people can give account to on what position was that lady in. Already, Samuel Jackson has already called the police when he saw his lady after he came home and noticed that his lady was lying in a different position. And if you came and you met a woman in that kind of position with the leakage of blood, I think it must get your attention and you call security apparatus. But he didn't do it, and he got people to rescue her from there, putting her on cars to carry her. So these people who did it, those two persons, they are people of interest. That's why the police keeping them to give other information on what was this position of this lady, where was she lying, what, and maybe they will just give some information, but the police will always operate, or the police will react when it comes to intel. So now that Samuel Jackson is out of it, but for now, those two persons are persons of interest, and whatever explanation they will give, they will continue the investigation. Yes, I equally agree with one of the other person who said the crime scene needs to be barricaded because any other thing could make the evidence to be tampered with in the investigation process. So we don't know if police is still there or police is not there. We don't know. But we cannot make judgment or determination to say the police is not there until we do our own investigation to know whether the police has some people at that area and or Samuel Jackson was asked to go and sit in another position until he recovered from the trauma and go through his investigation. But again, let's give it a process and let us not attach any political attachment, and let's see how the law will take their course.
Okay, thank you all so much. 07764.
Myean, just hold on a little bit from that, and you're going to continue taking a few other calls. I would love to take someone I've been on the line that then normally follow us. He got some point to something here from the US, so I'll get him to at least 1 to 2 minutes so he can make his own contribution. Go ahead and just call your name and go ahead from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pewee. My name is Nyenwolo, and I'm calling from Minnesota. I want to extend my condolences to Mr. Jackson and his wife's family. And looking at my experience and looking back from what happened in Liberia during the hands without case, come what made Mr. Jackson will go to jail, so he just have to prepare himself. And
how sure are you to say that?
I'm telling you, I'm looking at my experience from the hands without case and looking at what's unfolding down Mr. Pewee. Just mark my word today, Mr. Jackson will definitely go to jail, regardless of what happened.
So what's informing that decision that he's going to go to jail? You are not the police. Why are you looking at as you reference your experience? What are some of those clues or those elements of some investigative findings that you think that may throw him to the jail?
Okay, so when you flash back at the hands without case, the incident happened in the Williams's house, like what happened to Mr. Jackson the same way, right? And then the girl was taken to the scene. The girl taken to the Seleke hospital, and his own was to Garguah hospital. And the same issue of the saw bruises on the girl's neck, and they say was some homicide case, and the police were into the investigation. So it's the same old thing that is playing again, and there are some similarities. That's what I want to say. But like I said, come on, May, Mr. Jackson will go to prison. Like my word.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Myean, you still have some calls, because the reason why we tend, you can take a few calls back, then from there we will. Too many kid class late today. Why? You scared? Class late today. But Myean, take few calls. Okay, take few calls. Then we'll bring in too many to get his.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. I think all of them breathing. I think he cussing.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead. Stop listening to your monitor.
Yeah, I said my name is Isaac, calling from Chicken Factory.
Make a point.
Okay. Honestly, from what we have been following, listening to information concerning what happened recently, the death of Mr. Jackson's wife. You know, Mr. Jackson, according to what the police spokesperson has said, that he represents from the embassy, which is the South African embassy, was there, and somebody from Jackson's family were also there when they went to the hospital to examine the body. So this issue, I believe that it won't be difficult, as one of your panelists was saying, as to whether we have, materials to examine the body. If the South African want to really know the fact-finding about this information, and I believe that they may have gotten some information too, if and only if Mr. Jackson happened to play a part towards his wife's death. I believe they have gotten some information before the death of the woman, and I don't think nothing will be healing. Things will come out, the fact will come out. And what the police were doing today, I think they didn't have an error, because now they are saying that they just want to prevent Mr. Jackson from leaving the house or traveling out because of what they saw to the hospital there, the photos and their eyes, that what they saw to the hospital. So I believe that justice will be done and the South African government will get involved to see the reality about the whole case. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. Let's go and pick up this next caller. Hello, caller.
I believe that justice will be done.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Please stay away from the monitor.
Okay, I just off the monitor.
Go ahead.
I want to do some check back, right?
Mm-hmm.
the Liberia National Police is very equipped, especially under the leadership of the current director of police. And they have a lot of good guys at the Liberia National Police who know how to do their work. Especially when it comes in the area of that particular Oro area. They have some police station there, and they got a lot of intelligence guys out there who work. They don't sleep in the night. And when you do crime scene or crime investigation on crime scene, they are listening to role play by people who not in the police multi. There are people who go in the community and listen. And those fight will not have the fight what went on. To see some, there no amount of drugs somebody would take, will put it in the pool blood, So this thing, there other people take politics from other here and make sure that the satisfactions of the South African government and that woman formally can be served. Not politics. I know Mr. Jackson and my father worked together in the Do government. My father was managing director for water and sewer. And arrogant. So when he ready to take things, he do things at the last minute of time before you see him coming to his senses. And it's difficult for him to accept his wrongdoing. But you know what went on before going to OKFM. Mr. Jackson know what went on before going to OKFM. And he must say the truth what went on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all so much. 077649986. If we cannot get a call, we can just turn up to Chiefs and Tomalin George, and then we can welcome him up.
Yes, guys, welcome.
If the call reach a level, then we can welcome. And I already extended up the closing argument. Our deepest sympathy to the Jackson family, and by extension, Tomalin also will extend that to you because you got some direct family relation with Mr. Jackson. So we did that already. But the reason why we highlighted this because it's the most topical issue in the country, and by any major parity of reasoning, the major talk shows will be discussing this. Monday, this is going to continue. I think there's going to be the debate. This going to sideline or side brush the Guinea Lofa situation. This case beginning Monday, I believe, it started coming up a little late today when it took a twist of investigation now. Instead of just a regular and normal death, but now it's taking some twist of some investigative police engagement. We're going to wait to see what's going to happen. The police spokesman was just on. He briefed the press in Liberia today, stating that this case is now considered, Mr. Jackson is considered flag race. And he said that we call him on the closing argument, and he reiterated that the police position that the police stay deployed at his residence to ensure that Mr. Jackson does not leave from his compound because he's considered a flag race and all those things. And this case is now being considered a homicide. But again, let me clarify from our perspective, the listeners also, there are different there are criminal homicide and there are certain homicide that can be a self-defense also. But the way the police is considering, I think, is the criminal homicide the police is considering, as they say, they're now considering the case. Considering is different from it is. So we ought to be very clear. So we'll get our disclaimer out. People who say, Pewee said this, or the closing argument said this. The police said they are considering. The police did not say they have concluded or come to a definitive position in terms of the investigation. It's an active, ongoing issue, and the police announced that Mr. Sam Jackson is a person of interest. A person of interest, meaning he's not linked to anything whatsoever, but they believe he's a person of interest, not suspect yet, but a person of interest. With that investigative issue may graduate to another level beginning now as the investigation progresses. Probably tomorrow, Saturday, or hope Monday. Before then, we're going to get something. But publicly, there's no official work done on Monday. There's going to be an official holiday through a proclamation that should be issued today. That Monday is a holiday. I believe that proclamation is already issued from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So, Mr. Tomalin George, we just want to welcome you. This is what we've been discussing today. The police now declaring that Mr. Sam Jackson is a person of interest, and he's of what would they call a flag race. So, what do you have to say about the developing story? And what are you hearing also from behind the scene in terms of your own personal cause?
First of all, Pewee, today is a very sad day. I'm broken. I'm saddened that a life was lost. You know, no matter regardless of what happened or what the situation is, the fact that a life was lost, especially someone that we all have come in contact with. We all met Tony at one point in time. We met her. I met her several times in the U.S. and in Liberia, and it's a sad day, very sad that she's no more with us. I've been trying to find out what's going on. I've not since this morning. In fact, when I heard about her passing initially, I was saddened. Then later on, but you know, sometimes you got to be very measured, very, very slow to speak. So, but before I think earlier today, you know, I was talking, and then I got information that is somebody tried to send me the pictures, the first pictures I saw. I said, oh. So I was like, this doesn't look good, and so I know a lot of questions will be asked, and then I made some calls and tried to inquire some with the story. And just before I came on the show, I was informed that the police, like you regularly said, they are deployed outside Mr. Jackson's home tonight. And I was informed that he was invited by the police, and but then he said he had not had to rest, and so they allowed him to rest. And then, but like the last caller said something, I think it is confirmed that tomorrow, if they're gonna get perhaps a warrant from the court, such warrant to come and enter his home. And if he was invited, if he does not go to the station, they will make a move. Perhaps, and then also tonight we know what can happen, because they are also keeping a close eyes and monitoring his home, monitoring him. But I pray that Tony will get justice, whatever the case, whatever cause of death will be reviewed, and it will be established, and she will get justice. And that if Mr. Jackson is innocent, I pray that the system will clear him, regardless of our relationship. If he's culpable or involved in her death or early demise, let justice take its course. But I pray that the police will go where the facts leads them, and they should. I expect him to do a very professional job, and do the best to bring justice to this young lady. It's saddening that to see the pictures alone that I've seen, it is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. It's graphic, and I agree with Councillor Mariah Yekula that she did lead a delegation to Mr. Jackson's home today to sympathize with the family. But she also said that there are a lot of questions that need to be asked, and Mr. Jackson should be available to answer these questions. So we just wait now what happens in the next 24 hours, but the next 12 hours or so, because I know tomorrow Mr. Jackson will be at the police station. If he does not show up, they're gonna take him there by some means necessary. But I just pray that Tony should find justice, and it should be handled in the best way possible, and that whoever involved in this girl's demise, who caused the marks on her, should be made to face the full weight of the law. Especially for us, those who are married, you have sisters, you got mothers, you got daughters. You don't want to see your child treated in that manner. And I was telling somebody today, I said, I grew up in a home where my dad was very tough on us for our sisters. You could even insult them. That's why when a female insults me, even on social media, I don't respond to them. But most of the time, it will be other females who will respond on my behalf. I don't go out to insult them because I wasn't brought up that way. So, but I just, all in all, Pewee, I want to commend you too, because the police told me that you've been in touch with them. They told me, say, your man Pewee being in touch with us. And Myean, I want to say thanks to the entire crew for being on top of this case and for making the necessary call and sacrifices to be on the show tonight. And so I pray that Tony's soul will rest in peace. But I pray that she will get justice, and our family will, I know they are mourning her passing. Mr. Jackson is mourning his wife. But I pray that let God's will be done and let justice be served. So, Pewee, that's all I can say right now. Just got to wait and see what happens in the next couple of hours. But all I pray for justice. And again, I join you on behalf of the closing argument to also express our condolences to her family, Mr. Jackson, and we pray that justice should prevail.
Thank you. You know, it is actually very important to come to that line. It's a very sad day, and I can imagine we all are, and you know, sometimes these things can even change. No one want to actually see yourself involved in something, but you know, one will learn. No one human being is perfect, and sometimes some of us do make mistakes in doing things. But again, it is important to always try to necessarily keep yourself out of trouble if you can. And moving forward, this should be a lesson learned for all of us, basically, to know how to engage with folks and how to even react to people as situation unfold. No one want to see yourself into that. But Mr. Jackson is not. He's also saying his wife died from natural causes, if you will. But I will certainly sit and imagine the anguish and of the family in terms of mourning a daughter that died thousands of miles away from their homeland. I can imagine that feeling now, and I will, even on natural circumstances, I can imagine that feeling, right, wherein the parents will be called, because Tony was a very young woman. I wouldn't believe, if I were to guess her age, Tony was in her early 40s, if not late 30s, but I think early 40s, if you will. I think some of us should be a little senior than her, or maybe in the same range, if you will. So a very young person, promising. And as Mr. Jackson introduced her when we met that day, he said she was a lawyer, and the rest of that. So and to see, on a serious note, a young lady of such age, promising age, will marry someone that is more than 4 decades senior, then that means she loved him. To see her come and die in a land, though it was a home now because the home of her husband, but it is just very painful to the family. And I can put myself in the shoes of the family and begin to put my human self to it. We all, because of emotional spirit in us, even we all are human with conscience. One would say only probably the dead wouldn't have conscience, but it's also saying sometimes some living can really wonder how they don't have the conscience, but we all have that. And I think it is from our perspective that we extend our deepest condolences and best wishes to the family as they mourn their daughter and sister and the rest, cousin and the rest of that, and Mr. Jackson also as he mourn his wife during this very tumultuous and difficult period of bereavement. So it is quite unfortunate. But Johnny, I think we would join Myean later if there will be any call. But you know, our driving, I have gone to get my daughter, but in the queue waiting to pick up from her dance school, for her school dance rather. I was following you guys, and with this issue where you were talking about the homicide, and it's true, they have certain homicide that it's not all the homicide. The homicide that would not be considered criminal would be either the one from self-defense. So if someone attacked me and I having to kill the person and it's established, I don't think there will be criminal charges against me. But for now, we cannot rule out if this is and then who is saying, because the point to that is that no one reported, and you asked that question. I follow you asked that question very well, Johnny. I can recall you asked if Mr. Jackson is reporting any foul play, and Mr. Jackson is not actually reporting any foul play. I believe you asked the question, right? If he reporting any foul play, yes, he's not reporting foul play. So it will be difficult for anyone to come out and say this may have happened in self-defense, because no one reported any foul play. So Mr. Jackson is saying she's died out of natural causes, and I heard him clearly today during the live interview with the closing argument. He stated that she has some medical conditions, and he said that his wife, so he should have. He said he got a medical record whatsoever, but what the report that is coming up, and that's one of the reasons I said it's good that the police conduct a thorough investigation in this matter and deploy all of our best criminal investigators to get on this. But one thing that's going to help us, and I will believe that the South African government going to play its role in this, and that's going to just break the camel's back, if you will. There will be criminal investigation from forensic, and that will come out, and they will tell us the cause of death. So if the cause of death come out to say that she was hit, and those hitting led to her demise, then there will be probable cause for criminal charges. Then it will now turn to criminal homicide, and then the police will go more deeper now to probe those issues. I don't know what the police is saying. They're confiding in us, but I don't know what they're saying. For instance, they give us some information that they are going in terms of deeper investigation. Before I let you come in, Johnny, you yourself got some security eyes, and then you know the rest of it. I'm suspecting that the police is talking to the other two gentlemen. And though they have not entered the place, I'm suspecting they say there are other two elements that are involved. So what do you think, from your own perspective, that the police will be seeking for these people? With the police, why you think, let me put it that way first for you, why you think the police will be seeking for them? Then you can take it from there.
So the first thing, Pewee, and I mean, welcome and hello, Tomalin. The first thing is, I kept asking, how did the police get involved with this situation? Because the thing is, from the get-go of any criminal intervention or criminal investigation, it has a long-term effect on the outcome of that criminal investigation if we go to court for trial. So if the police was not invited, was not called, how did they get involved to call the two guys to go for questioning? That's one thing that we need to understand after the next few days from now. But the police is hearing from him or from two guys, obviously, is to get information regarding 24 hours at a time there, or 48 hours, or 72 hours, the last 3 days, the last 4 days, the last 5 days. Do you work with this man? When do you come to work? When do you stay in the house? So they want to analyze and see how information will be moving towards crime committed. You understand? So they will ask the guys all the questions they need to ask. If the guys' responses to them do not suggest to them that they are linked first to what the police is perceiving that a crime occurred, and then the police have to go more than that. They have to go further than that. If the two guys' statement to them does not, if the statements do not, lead towards the commission of crime. But if their statements reasonable, that a crime was committed. And obviously, if their statements goes towards crime being committed, it will also begin to link to the would-be doer of the act, the would-be criminal. You understand that? So it will take time. That's why I said it will take time. And if the police have started to do investigation already, they gotta be mindful of how they conduct investigation, so that if they create if they level any charge or anyone in this matter, the public defense will not undermine their evidence in the court of trial or during the prosecution process. Because that's the biggest job of the prosecution, of the defense lawyer, to find any element or any opportunity where they will disprove or disqualify any evidence that will be used by the prosecution, asking the court to find them guilty or liable for the offense. That's what I think will be happening. But like you asked the question, what you think will be happening? Yes, they are gathering evidence that may have led to the death of this lady. Even though, for what I gather now from the conversation, it says that Jackson did not call police. Jackson did not complain about anything that happened in her that he think was committed by crime or committed as a crime. Like I asked my brother Garguah, what I just think Jackson says that he wife died natural death. So then the question I'm asking is, how is the police involved in it? Because police is purely our crime. And so the criminal justice system start with the police. Even though they have other civil section and the traffic code and traffic department or whatever, but I just start with the criminal justice system with the police. So the police will be asking more questions about identifying or gathering evidence on possible or potential crime that was committed. Another question to identify whether were committed or whether manslaughter were committed. Any other crime within the context of homicide is what we'll be looking for. That's what I think will be happening.
Pewee.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just received a statement from the party of Mr. Jackson.
What? Who said the party?
The Citizen Movement for Change.
The CMC?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So for immediate release. Statement on the death of Ms. Toni Jackson and the ongoing police investigation. The Citizen Movement for Change, CMC, extends its sympathy to the family of Mrs. Toni Jackson over the tragic death of their family member, a loss that has deeply saddened many across the country. We note the announcement by the Liberia National Police that it has opened an investigation into Mrs. Jackson's death, and that her husband, Mr. Samuel P. Jackson, has been named a person of interest in the investigation. As a political institution firmly rooted in the rule of law, the CMC urges Mr. Jackson to fully cooperate with the LMP investigation. We have also seen the disturbing photos of the deceased circulating in the media. We urge the LMP to ensure the conduct of an impartial investigation that seeks truth, accountability, and justice. It is important for Mrs. Jackson's family, Mr. Jackson, and the general public. Accordingly, we call on everyone associated with this matter to cooperate fully with the legal process and also urge the public to remain calm and respect the ongoing investigation. Signed, the Citizen Movement for Change, CMC. But yeah, quickly, right? I forgot to say this. Somebody asked a question earlier. I was also informed before I got on the show that I asked a question to one of my police source. I said, so how did you guys get involved? And he said that Mr. Jackson were trying to take the body to the funeral home, and that's when they raised alarms. So that's how the police were calling. But apparently the police have been getting some information from some sources, their own source. But like Johnny said, we all should wait. And even the CMC statement, I pray that let them wait and see what happened. Let's see what happened. It definitely, if your relative or somebody close to you dies, definitely, especially in your home, you will definitely be invited for questioning. It's no joke. It's just normal routine. So like this, his party, Mr. Jackson's party, the CMC, they are urging him to cooperate with the police, and the police will be impartial. So I think, based on all these things, the hospital will be involved. And also, I didn't get his part. Maybe I missed that part. Two other person was involved too. They called 2 persons already being called too.
Yeah, they're allegedly talking to 2 other persons. And
2 other person, okay.
Yeah. But the CMC statement,
yeah,
is somehow very is harsh of is harsh. Because two take away from that statement, I will pay attention to. The CMC is saying, so CMC statement is saying the death is tragic. Yeah. Meaning it requires investigation. They say the death, they didn't say certain. If I was crafting that note for them, I would have used the word certain. Because to use the word tragic, I would have used the word certain. That would have been the choice in terms of appropriate communication. For a party that's your member, I would have used the word certain. I would love the police that got the investigative power to come up with that. But the CMC is using the word tragic. And they're using another statement, disturbing photos.
But people stop you there. Tragic. Isn't her death tragic?
To say it's tragic in that kind of condition, to say it's tragic, I mean there's suspicion of foul play.
But based on the photos that we see in the media.
That's what I'm saying to you.
But Pewee, let me help.
Yeah.
What Pewee is essentially saying, and I think the CFC have got to go back and look at that, right? When something is tragic, you are literally leaning towards what the police suspicions are.
Yes.
That there's a foul play here. It's extreme pain, distress. It's characterized by, sorrow. Yes, it's sorrowful that she's dead, but it's tragically sorrowful because something extreme happened, pretty much.
I disagree because the police, the CMC also in a statement said,
go to that word. I was tragic. I would have, if I was carving that statement.
Pewee, the statement in the chat room. Pewee, please read it again. Pewee, in the chat room, please read it.
Yeah, no, but you just read it, huh?
Read that particular part. Read that particular part.
The part is, but you just only go to it. I gotta go and zoom my I get
because the CNC also said, based on the pictures they have, talk about the pictures they've been seeing.
I will come into that. I will come into that also.
But the picture does not mean death.
No, it means the picture it's not tragic. It's tragic.
I saw you just now from just hearing you read the communication.
Yeah.
That's my 2 takeaway I will do to analyze that communication quickly. The word tragic, and they also want to say disturbing photo.
Yes.
Right? So disturbing. Listen, if a political party, the CMC acted like a Democratic Party just now.
Oh.
Almost, right?
No, Sylvester, don't even go there, man. No, the CMC acted like Trump. Acted like Trump.
Oh. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna go there. But let me very serious here now. On a serious note, to say the statement are saying tragic is not good for their own partisan. They say the tragic, and he is saying that his wife died from natural circumstances. And that statement I also said, I like the CFC position. That statement I also said disturbing photos, and those photos are disturbing. Right? You saw the photos now, right?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
But try to see it. Maybe
I will. I'm trying. I'm intentionally trying not to see it because it might give me a different perspective that I'm trying to hold tight to.
Yeah, but
I don't see another one. I don't see.
I still believe in that.
That's no point.
I know that all men are up a bit, but listen, for me, in this kind of a matter, I don't like, because the reason why I like to be very mindful in this kind of a delicate and fluid cases is that it can get changed term in the bit of sense. So I love to be very mindful and go to it. I know that our old man, our papa politically sunny up. I like him and we all do things sometimes together on other line. But when the thing came about the money, start reaching out, when James Scotty called me, we were on the line long, we talked almost 1 hour plus talking about it. James Scotty, when Mariah, we posted in the boxing room, when James Scotty also said, we already know going there. I already know when I saw that. So he had called me to even ask me if I knew the area, because the part of the area I need to go there was no. So I had to call Myean, but the direction Myean get to another correct. But it's between actually the Hayward Mission School out of the ACS, the American school there, somewhere there where he lived, and they went there and they were there. Now, when he arrived there, people I started getting new development now. They saw the photos and other things, and we saw different thing. Because when that thing happened this morning, the first argument, the first thing that came to my mind, I was saying, this girl and Mr. Jackson, they were in a same house last week.
With the business.
When they were dedicating those vehicles, I think 4 or 5 vehicles they brought in, right? They read there. And she was asked, so she made a brief comment on that. So they were like, oh, she was vibrant.
Yeah.
She was vibrant.
But listen, Papa just posted 11 minutes ago.
And he should stop posting for me.
But you see, no, he's not going to stop. He loves social. I wouldn't.
He should stop. So he put beautiful play for. He should stop doing all those things.
He said, everyone, I have medical records from 4 jurisdictions.
Look at that. So you see, right when he brings those things, people will start thinking somehow.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's that's typical. That's typical Samuel Jackson. I keep saying he's not going to. For me, listen. My wife is gone like that. I'm not. Listen. I know that when we're in the public eye, and if this was a regular Liberian, this wouldn't be making headlines. We know this, right? But Samuel Jackson. I mean, right now, I think I agree with Johnny. With this case being potentially seen as a potential criminal case, I think he has to be measured in how he engaged.
And particularly where he being beating on the and it's some government official, they're posting the 7 photos. So he got to be measured.
But that's not. He's not going to do that because he's not going to back down in the face of what he might term as people being insensitive to his wife just dying, and assuming that foul play might have been a part of it. But in the other perspective, like you said, I mean, if you look at those pictures are disturbing. It's difficult not to presume that something malicious might have occurred, right? And so I think in circumstances like this, and given his position, I will reach out to him. But again, I just want to express my condolences because I don't know what that man is thinking. To lose your wife, and in under 24 hours, from people being very empathetic towards him, losing his wife, to now, turning into a potential homicide, a criminal homicide case. I don't know how you can go about that. It becomes mental. It's very traumatic. Even if this is the case, how do you grieve and defend yourself at the same time? So if I was him, I'm staying away from the media. I'm staying away from social media a little bit. I won't have the energy to take pictures of me eating fufu and posting on social media. I mean, some of these things, but people grieve differently. Samuel Jackson is almost 70-something years old.
You sound like Ben Sanvee. Joy said today, people grieve differently.
Yeah, people grieve differently. Samuel Jackson is 70-something years old, and he feels as though he.
But
has
no one should grieve that way differently. But no one should grieve, brother. That way, but
everybody grieve differently. Pewee.
No. That sense of everybody grieving differently should not be where you will get involved in altercation, intentional altercation. If listen, I only grieve that way if it is meant for me. By going and posting, effing everybody and doing this, that's how you want to grieve? No. Come on, that's different. It's not an interpretation.
I one question, man.
That is also it for me. That is also.
Yeah, let me find out. I have a point with regards to the photos. So where are the photos coming from? Who are those that were on the scene to take these photos and post?
So those photos, one of the main line of those photos. And so is this, and that is the problem, Johnny. Is a good question also. Most of these photos coming from across from South Africa back into Liberia, that was prompting the issue.
Already, I'm just she's sending the people.
So this girl, she got a friend that she was allegedly communicating. Let me put it that way: allegedly communicating with, updating her of the abuses thereof that she something. Listen up. So these are photos now coming up from there.
So people, are these photos old photo from previous violence against her
Now, good
or
question again that I want to speak to.
situation?
So now it would be the police, the investigators respond. I don't want to go ahead of the investigator.
Thank you, Pewee. Pewee don't know that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
if they hire my
Or
expertise, then I can flap
You
the
know,
computer down.
you see, the guy just said something, right?
I don't want to go ahead of them. No.
They come out and highlight that.
Before you ask the next question, let me say this. And these photos, I'm not going to go ahead of them, but I mean that I will just say this. That's a free something. These photos to determine the originality of this photo and their original way. The time these photos are taken, it can be done through forensic technology.
Of course,
you can that's simple. It can be done through forensic technology to know when these things were done.
But forget forensic technology. The cell phone records will show that.
Yes,
on
yes,
the iPhone.
Yes.
I highlighted. I get highlighted this comment, right? The comment get highlighted. The police, somebody just told me the police that that's an important. The comment this guy just made, that fixed electronic. Somebody in the police just told me said that's what the person just said. That's I think that they told me to highlight that comment. He said that's an important.
Because he may be suicidal.
Yeah, the person said so. Fixed electronic made a point that the police captured. They said, and he needs to be monitored for his own safety, and so the person just. I mean, I think
it's possible he's saying when he get frustrated and become suicidal,
you know,
and do another thing. Like my late daughter would say, anyone can be suicidal, right? So someone turning up and that line. So it's possible with the kind of circumstances, but I don't think there'll be any reason why he would want to do that. Really, until maybe only believe that he's going down, and I don't see any reason he want to do that.
But man, let us and also sometimes to be popular is not good.
No, listen. You think if you're not popular, or they think nothing will come out there?
It won't be headlines, bro. You know how people die every day.
No. But Raul, let's come back to it. Do you know why they making headlines?
There was a body found.
Raul, I come in before you continue. Do you know why it's making headlines?
Why?
It's making headlines because they get from ways of Africa.
They're not all to if you Jackson.
I agree too.
Secondly, it's making headlines because the old man. Let me put it the ways on that. He hating the people they have. The man was yesterday often. So yeah, I agree to that 100% also that because he's this popular, but because he's loud also. And they kind of think, right, we all, I mean, we're doing our thing. Everybody sort of sit, and I think you said something else also. Everybody will sit, instead of us celebrating each other's successes, we pray. So that's somebody was saying, I said, I just want to see some other people in trouble one day, man.
Yeah.
So people want to, we pray, I mean, people won't see these things. So basically,
you're right. It's common. It's very common now. That's why,
and more or less for him,
take our time
that is always bashing this government. He hating it hard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them. You see, they don't. All of them, they started running with the picture, putting it there. Wow. So God forbid, I don't pray for you, but
that's why my man, the day you're that not me. I don't put. I will run. I don't put
for
him.
Me, I will learn from this moving forward.
Yeah, I don't.
We say you learn. Wait. You learn. I mean, it's been years now. You learn from it. You've been doing it before.
I mean, learn from this. Learning from this meaning, if you want to keep your space on something, right, you have to keep yourself in the way that you do. It may be anything. Do you know someone can attack you on their own things? Physically attack you. You can respond to this when I'm mistaken. You put yourself in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So now you do this. Now you do this. It's not about doing anything. Listen, Tomalin, I can be fire for fire sometimes. But does that mean I will do things knowing that I will put myself in problem?
Yep.
Yes. No, I can't do that.
They'll pick up on anything.
I can't do that.
But look, Pewee, listen, this is very unfortunate. My heart still, when I woke up this morning, Pewee, I had to wake up a little early. I didn't get home until 2:00 this morning. I had to wake up early because I had meetings at my office. And when I read that thing at 9:00 this morning, my heart dropped because I met Tony many times. They came at my hotel when I was in Buckhead. My heart dropped. I mean, I could just picture them sitting in the corner of the restaurant. We all having conversations, you know. He let the blood with his wife. You know, they're drinking. And he will say, Robert, they met in Liberia. They want F my wife, but they can never. But you heard his interview today, Johnny. He was mad that the people were looking. He said this was an opportunity for them to look at his wife's nudity.
But that was complete nonsense he did today. That was nonsense he did today. Honestly, again, we ought to be
true, Sylvester.
No, Robert, that's a dead body. Who going for a dead body to do that to?
Yeah,
people do that for security for other reasons like us. They say suspicion. Who in the real sense will want to do that to a dead body?
That's what today I said to you, Rabo.
That was completely on the cliff statement he made.
You know that Mr. Jackson need to be mindful.
Yeah, it was on the cliff, Rabo. When I heard that, I was disappointed he was saying it.
Let's go back to all of us here that on the show, even those that listen to us. Your wife dies. Your wife dies. Look, in criminal investigation, besides just physical investigation, we also do mental investigation. Your responses. We're not having sympathy over you. We're looking at because person who died, person who concerned about first. Right? So your action, your statements will begin to be analyzed. And go from one point to another point. So all of us there, that agree, your wife dies. What sort of question you'll be in? What kind of word you think you should be using? How will you be responding to a situation around you? So you gotta be not mindful. He may be leading himself into more elements of crime that linking him. I will tell you for free. If he hearing the show, he better be mindful than that. He will get clue to security to know that this man got linked to this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Your wife had 24 hours. What mood should you be in? What mood should you be in? I'm going out here now, right? I'm putting myself like I'm an investigator now. I want to know what happened to the woman. And this is the woman's husband. What mood should you be in? Should you be in the mood of just being on the radio or on the social media and doing this? What mentality do you have? What mindset is what happened to your mind? Okay, psychologically, taking from your house, carrying to ES Grant, carrying to St. Benedict mental home, or someone else. And then calm him down. Maybe he going out of his mind because he not maybe normal in my case. If as a bereaved husband or as a widow or whatever a widow, right? Your mindset right now, the way you're speaking, the way you're acting, he need to be carried somewhere for mental stability before he could be there himself. Because I just ask question: who is posting those pictures? If the pictures are live, are current pictures, like 24 hours ago, who was there to take the photos to put it up? Or did she go to a fight with somebody and she photographed herself and sent to somebody out there and that person is posting it? It means something that I want to you guys. I hope the police has the necessary capacity to know the mindset to go through the matter and know who may have harmed this lady that led to her death. Because they want that only she and her husband in the house with 2-3 persons. Who put the picture outside? Who put it outside? Tell me now, who put it outside? Who showed it to us? Where are you coming from? What is source?
Yeah, but basically, in many cases, police in some cases don't have to wait for them to be called to move inside anything. The police can move in for probable cause. The police move in based on the intelligence they gather. So for the first and foremost, while they move in, there was some reason that some things happened. But for me,
I was going to say that I know they're trying to move the body to the funeral home and the police got taken off. And fine. That's a very good security reason.
That's not enough reasons for alarm. I'm saying the police probably. Wait, I'm saying the police probably had different reason to be alarmed, but to say that
I heard from Tomalin that somebody told him that after her death, they were trying to move the body to a funeral home.
Yeah, but moving a body to a funeral home is a norm.
No, it's a I mean the condition. I mean it requires attention. Okay, from where to where?
But if again, we got to go back to whether or not if medical professionals believe that they listen, even if there were not a death, right? Medical professionals also have to, right? Even if this woman were alive and they saw that she might have been abused or she was going through abuse, they have the right to alert police. They have the right to alert police, right? The police will come. The police will come and ask questions. You know, what's going on? Did something happen to you? Are you been abused? Are you in danger? Right? They have the right to do that, right? So what I am saying is, if they tipped off the police that there are some, you know, lacerations and bruises and things like that that looks like, you know, domestic violence, then the police or whoever has the right to say, listen, we need to look at this you know, in details, right? But what I'm saying is, if these things does not exist, you can't say it's a lawman for anyone to want to take a dead body to the funeral home. There where dead body goes. That's what I'm saying. If they have other reasons to be alert, which is like a possible domestic violence case, then yes. But again, you know, I extend my condolences to Mr. Jackson. I see that this is going to play out. I think this is going to be the next headline for the next few weeks. And I'm hoping that again, I want to know the cause of death. That's my next thing. I want to know. I think the cause of death will guide us on whether or not this was is a criminal case, or if it's not a criminal case. I think the cause of death was caused all of this conversation, all of this you know, suspicion, you know, and then we can start talking about a potential domestic violence case yet, right? Because the next question is, okay, she died of natural causes, but were there instances of domestic violence? You know, and people can ask Mr. Jackson those questions based on pictures that have been released. You know, why, you know, the person she's been communicating with more than likely will do a few rounds of interviews, right? You know, but you can have a domestic violence case and not necessarily the reason why someone died. You know, so there's two different things that we've got to be discussing here. Was this a criminal homicide case? Is someone responsible for her death? You know, criminally, and or were there domestic violence cases where she was, you know, domestically abused by a spouse? You know, and so both ways. So even if he didn't kill her, I mean, it still doesn't look good that there were possibly domestic violence cases here. And I think, you know, her family and her country will pursue this in very aggressive way. But again, knowing Samuel Jackson, again, people grieve differently. I would not be no, let's be clear, Brian. Let's be clear. No. Anyone who know me knows that there are certain things that I do not condone. I don't care how close we are. The things, I don't care how close we are. There's certain things that I would not condone. That's if you cross. Listen, my characteristic, I don't beat on women. I will be the first guy to run. I'm running. If I'm not comfortable, or if there's something going on that I feel like does not serve my interest, my peace, and has the propensity to you know, poke me in ways that I would not. I'm running. So I do not condone domestic violence. I do not condone abuse. In fact, I remember when I was in Liberia doing for my nonprofit organization in 2009, we were having conversations about child abuse in Liberia and how we have confused child abuse for many years for discipline. Right? I think a lot of kids have been abused in Liberia, and we term that as, well, they're just disciplining. We're disciplining our kids. You know what I'm saying? And some people say, well, Robert, that's the American mentality. But in Liberia, men do beat on their wives. Men do beat on their significant other. And people say, well, that's love. If you don't beat me, you don't love me. I don't indulge in stuff like that, right? So I just want to make sure that we are not reaching conclusions based on speculations. That's all, Brian. You know, I know you're messing with me, but I just want to be clear, since we're on national radio.
No, but let me,
We're
Robert.
not, but let me land on my man. We're not reaching conclusions based on speculations. Like when the police chief says, well, this is a homicide case, we're looking at this case as a homicide case. My next question to him is, how did you reach that conclusion? Because you need a medical examination to determine whether this case was, even if it's a homicide case, is it a criminal homicide case or non-criminal homicide case? We need to know the cause of death. You need to do an autopsy. You need a medical examination to tell us the cause of death. I just want the facts, and I can guarantee you, if the fact shows that there were domestic violence, I think we should all question the character of Mr. Jackson, including me. Because this is something that I would not expect to happen. Was he involved in killing his wife? If that's the case and the facts point to that, he should absolutely be prosecuted, and if proven beyond a reasonable doubt, locked up. But I don't want us to have a conversation generated by hearsay, pictures, because pictures does not tell the full story. We need to know the cause of death, and we need to get the facts that will help guide our decisions and our conversations. Go
So
ahead.
my question is, do we have because that has been one of the problems in the country though. Do we have a pathologist in the country today?
Of course, we have
I heard we
pathologists.
do. Yeah, I heard
So
we do.
then, pathologists, would they be allowed to? They will have to play a part, right?
Yes.
They do the
The pathologists, we have pathologists in the country, but Liberia is so peculiar and everything is politicized. So,
right.
So often at times, when the Liberian pathologist, it happened when the injured took back situation unfolded. When that homicide issue was being investigated at the time by the Liberia National Police, moved to potential charges of murder. Both Hans Wooden and Maria Peku, they both were charged for her murder. But the way they went about the charges and in court, because again, it's two things. The way they went about, but that autopsy was performed by two Liberian pathologists at the time. And the report that came from that pathologist, people doubted it. They said, oh no, because the report came and said there was strangulation from the esophagus. And that report said the same. There was strangulation from the esophagus. And then there was this issue over the place. People doubted the results of that autopsy. So they brought a Cuban pathologist in, and she came in and performed and said there were lacerations, and it corresponded with the results coming out of the Liberian pathologist. In recent history, during the former President Weah administration, on this Bati Yensua, it was also done, and the report came, and they doubted that. And then they brought in a Ghanaian pathologist. And that pathologist came and did and said. So often at times we doubt. So the peculiar nature of the way we look at things in Liberia is troubling at many times. So again, with this case, one thing I'm going to have, I hope that the Liberian government will use a diplomatic means, even if the South African government didn't request. And something that I believe sufficiently that the South African government going to do, and they will play a role to help. So they will. They do have the resources. They do have the capacity, and they do have the manpower.
Mm-hmm.
They may produce pathologists, and that will come and help significantly the case in that direction.
And let me add, Sylvester. South Africa is not a play country. They're not going to wait on the Liberian government to initiate international examiners, right? They have the resources to send a private jet to fly their citizen out of Liberia. For
but that will have to be done.
Yeah, for
a diplomatic arrangement with the Liberian government.
Absolutely.
You can't just yes.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but if it costs Liberia nothing to do that in collaboration with the investigation, I'm sure they won't have no problem in doing that. But they could possibly have her flown to South Africa, and they have the medical manpower to actually get this stuff done. But I wanted to add something to what Sylvester was saying earlier about trust, and that's something we have to address, because we're talking about moving Liberia forward, right? The same reason why we can trust, even though Ghana does not have the best medical care or the best medical system compared to other African countries, but they are far better off than Liberia. And the same trust we have in the medical system in Ghana, we got to get to a point in Liberia where we trust our medical professionals. Our medical professionals are not politicians. They're medical professionals. They take an oath to save lives. And so they should not be politically influenced in any type of way whatsoever. But we have seen instances where they are influenced in ways that the public does not really trust them, right? And so we need to start thinking about, how do we trust our professionals? Some of these people are apolitical. They don't care about. Listen, I am not going to, even though Mr. Jackson, may not fancy this government, but this case should not be. It shouldn't have anything to do with Joseph Boakai and Unity Party. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there are partisans of Unity Party who they don't want this to be true that Mr. Jackson killed his wife. You know what I'm saying? But if Mr. Jackson was involved in any malicious, whatever that resulted in the death of his wife, it doesn't matter what political party you affiliate with. The facts we should all. If the fact says yes, this is the case, we should all condemn that. We should all condemn that. So we need to get to a place where we're not always looking outside for information that we can get from inside. But the reason why we continue to not trust the inside information is because the inside have not proved over the years that they're credible and can be trusted. But listen, even if there was an outside forensic done, there are minds that are already made up, Tomalin. And I can tell you right now, doesn't matter what happened. A forensic can be a medical examination could be done that says this is not this is of natural causes, but minds have already been made up. There are people who would never believe, even if this was also domestic violence at play, that this lady was not beaten up. If there was seizure or whatever, people minds have already been made up. You remember when the forensic were done with this whole $1 billion and the 16 billion and all that stuff like that? Even with the facts out there, there was still political conversations about people stealing billions of dollars when all of these different reports says otherwise, right? And so, listen, again, I continue to say this is unfortunate. I don't know how I will be, what state of mind that I will be in if by losing a loved one, and in under 24 hours, this whole situation has turned into something else. I don't know what state of mind I will be in. If I were to advise Mr. Jackson, my advice to him would be, listen, time out, take a breather, time out from social media. Again, people grieve differently, Sylvester. I can't tell anyone how to grieve. Sometimes we can't tell people how to react to certain things that hurt them, but you got to be measured. You got to stay away from social media, stay away from the interviews, and stuff like that. But again, people grieve differently, and it's difficult sometimes to guide how the person grieve.
Yeah,
And so
yes, Safa, you just joined us.
yes, yeah.
We've been having this conversation today. We will be closing up. I think in 12 minutes. We'll call it a day or so at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
we've been discussing this a very long time today, but we want to get your take on this issue. Mr. Jackson is being, and the judge joining us, is being considered by the Liberian National Police as person of interest in the sudden death of his wife. I wouldn't want to be like the CMC to say tragic, because I don't want.
Come on, man.
So first thing, if I was Sam Jackson, I would start to lawyer up. Number one. Number two.
But lawyering up means that you got something to hide, right?
No. You lawyer up. It doesn't matter. You lawyer up. You just make sure everything is done right.
To prove you're innocent.
Yeah. Make sure everything is done right. I mean, because
if you lawyer up, that means you can't collaborate with the police investigation. Then.
No.
No, you stay. You're a lawyer with the police.
When you lawyer up, when you have a lawyer, the police will do everything by the book. If you don't have a lawyer, the police can push your envelope and try to get something
other you that probably if you don't know your right. So if I were him, I would lawyer up, and if he had a lawyer, he would not be posting on Facebook. He would not be posting on Facebook because he made some comment today with a Spoon reporter. I mean, once the body
but even the recent he just made a comment 10 minutes ago. That one is even sunny up.
That's why I say if he had a lawyer, you won't be writing on Facebook.
So you would just sit. Picture.
Yeah,
that's true. Too?
That's true. No. I mean, once you have a lawyer, you won't do certain things. You will just sit.
Yeah, you're silent.
You will just sit and let the process go. You know, you sit let the process go because that's why you have a lawyer there for. Because once the body went to the medical facility and the medical practitioner noticed certain thing on the body that didn't look normal, is their duty to contact law enforcement. I mean, that's normal practice. And once they contact law enforcement come there and see there's something not right, that body become property of the state right there for them to do the pathologist, for them to get a pathologist involved to do further testing. So I think Sam Jackson should have known that. And then right at that stage, you just get a lawyer and just wait. And the funny thing is that they took two of the guys from his yard. They are with the police right now. So the police is getting information from them. Trust me, those guys are not suspect. The police are going to get a lot of statement from those guys. And then they're going to come to Sam Jackson. And then they will ask Sam Jackson questions too. And that's why he needs to get a lawyer and stop talking. You get a lawyer and stop talking because those guys will tell the police things, and he won't know what to tell the police because he will not have the opportunity to talk to those guys. Those guys will talk from his yard. He won't have opportunity to talk to them. And this is where the police, I don't care whether Monday is a holiday, the police never start working. They should be working like crazy right now. They should be working like crazy right now. They got it in the same crime, the first 48. In the first 48 hours, they should have a lot of things under the belt. They should be working like crazy right now. Go ahead, bro.
Do you think tomorrow the police will make an arrest tomorrow? Do you think?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the police got two people they're talking to right now. So when the police will talk to those two people, and then most likely they will have to talk to Sam Jackson. If Sam Jackson has a lawyer, Sam Jackson has the right to remain silent.
It's impossible to understand. But it's impossible to understand what would the arrest be for if we don't know the cause of death.
No, but hey, I was speaking right now. We don't know the cause of death, but the body is in custody of the law enforcement. The pathologist, they can have the pathology working, and once they can find an initial thing, and then that can trigger arrest, and more can be added. So we don't know, but right now, Sam Jackson needs to lawyer up and get off of social media. Just straight up.
I'm saying something here. If it is true, I don't know too many. You guys saw this. Someone saying something here. If that is true, then then who allowed this? I'm saying something. I don't know if this is where proven to be the remains of Mrs. Jackson. And I don't know.
Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. Those pictures are coming from internal. The government. There are people. Listen. There are people, and this is what I don't like.
No, they should not be the government because they carry her to Cali Hospital.
No, but what I'm saying, no, but the pictures are being taken by those medical professionals.
Yeah,
and they are releasing those pictures exclusively, and they are exclusively in all of the top chat rooms, and some folks are sharing them.
This I'm saying. Look, if it is true, if she's the one here, it looks very graphic but that doesn't remain.
He's talking because he's talking. Oh, my wife, she suffered from seizure, and this thing happened. That's not stuff to talk to on social media. Get a lawyer.
You're right.
Sit with your lawyer.
You're right,
sit with your lawyer and just be quiet. I mean, this guy should know better. You know what? I mean, it's a sad thing that this lady lost her life. But what annoys me about people like Sam Jackson, you should know better. Everything can be noise. Everything can be noise.
Exactly.
Because when we start screaming and shouting on this thing, then the actual things that needs to be done will not be done because we just screaming and shouting. They just need to. Hey, you got the political actors. Everything will be political for certain people.
We prompt the police to look at him more with clear eye, with more and no ego eye, if I can say his actions. I'm telling you for a fact. the action he's carrying on right now.
And he
We'll
knows
get the
that.
police
I mean,
to check on him more.
Yesterday he called the show saying he went for sick and blah blah blah. And this thing, he was trying to get her to the hospital, and he was writing on Facebook. Then the next thing I saw this morning, I woke up this morning. Oh, she didn't make it. I called 2 ambulance services. They were not working. You know what I mean? Okay, then everybody, you know, expressing their condolences. And then when I looked, everything took a twist today. Yep. Because so everything took a twist because the medical practitioner contacted law enforcement after they saw all the bruises on the body.
The old man police had too many problems. So why they have to announce on radio that his wife is sick? I mean, you know, criminal science is very difficult for people to understand. So we start connecting you now. You pronounce your wife was sick 12 hours ago. You tell Olomo is there now. I mean, like I said, like you said, Stefan, Omo should stop talking plenty, calm his head down, drink enough water, relax.
Drink water.
Yeah, drink enough water, relax. Drink enough water, relax.
But honestly, on some of the photos I'm looking at now, if it is true that this general is more than what we've been talking.
No, the pictures are bad. I saw the thing 4 hours ago. Pewee.
Yeah, those
where are they from? Where are they from?
What I'm seeing now
from the hospital?
Different from that.
This
is I don't know if she's the one. This is supposed to be the remains of the late Jackson. I'm looking at, and I think that's why you're talking about. I said they want to see the private part all those time, but the person I don't know how they want it coming out from the. You see. It look.
I mean, and that's a certain rogue element.
My young brother had a very terrible motorbike accident with his head. In fact, we thought he was dead. And when we went to JFK at the emergency ward, we were restricted from doing any photograph of him. Me, my sisters, my mother.
You posted the black also.
What I'm saying.
Don't post anything.
We were restricted.
You like posting, but you used to be one. He said, because you the poster, you like to post. You can see how they're posting that.
He's even post.
We just say we see those things. We can't post them. No.
Yeah, but
you see my face from the post one picture, and I can be 1 year for post.
The point, man, is very.
Maybe that recent time I come to doing some active thing.
It's very disturbing to have those kinds of pictures be released to the public like that.
Yeah, it's
disturbing, man. I can see the laceration and the bruises.
Because the institution.
Don't laceration we see on the face, the facial bruises and all of things beyond that. It's all down.
See? Yeah, the system. They're just scary. Forget the murder part, right? Forget the possible murder part, Sylvester. What I'm saying is we should have a professional system where these kinds of only law enforcement should be privy to these kinds of graphic photos.
Right, the social media time.
It's crazy.
Not take their phone.
Yeah, but you know, but someone is releasing them.
Sometimes it can be beyond the actors because we look at it, everybody can get in that moment. Somebody there, then they hold their phone and they do it. Some people just don't hold it. Then they
So, but then you know, I mean, the South African ambassador to Liberia is very plugged into the society, and you're seeing multiple times with Sam Jackson and his late wife. So I know I bet he's involved in this thing, and I can bet you the South African people will fly. He probably will request a pathologist to fly from South Africa.
They're gonna do that. They open the pathologist when it's confirmed now before they can maybe carry. I know also the family will request the body be conveyed to South Africa, but the pathologist I can guess safely here. I may be wrong, but I can guess that there will be South African pathology coming in and to perform the autopsy, and
we should just sit. We will sit and pontificate because what's going to happen? They're going to arrest somebody if they feel there's a crime was committed. They're going to take him to court and they'll prepare for the trial. Between that, the police they put their case together and not talk to the public. I mean, you can't be talking to the public in this kind of thing.
Yeah, so I agree with you,
put that together and talk to the public.
I agree with you in this one, and I will be surprised if Sam Jackson is not charged with this case. I'll be with what unfolding. I'm not saying they're gonna win, but I think the police may likely press charges against him.
If I strongly believe probably tomorrow he might be invited to the police station after after they get the statement, after they get the statement from those two gentlemen that they took from his yard, they're gonna ask him, they're gonna call him for questioning.
Yeah, and if those two gentlemen say anything that will further link him, then it will be troubling.
Because
if they say that
they're gonna ask him, he's gonna tell him the cause of his wife, what happened to his wife, that she had to go to the hospital, and then they would it has to corroborate with what the pathologist is saying, what he did from his testing, and then they will go to that house, because then that house would now become a crime scene, and they will go there.
If that become a crime scene, then the crime scene already sent it.
No, you can't do nothing. No, you can't do nothing. You're not leaving the house, so you can't do nothing in the house. What you do?
The man can clean the house. The man's in the house right now. Anything.
Yeah, but Robert, you can't clean blood. Robert, you can't clean blood. Guess what, Robert? If you bring us an African pathologist with very equipment, you don't care he wipe blood off a surface. They can stay put in there and they can see the blood. You don't know that?
Yeah, I said it. But the crime scene can be. They can reconstruct the crime scene in as much as they can. But what I'm saying, you don't want to tamper with the crime scene too. You know, you don't want to make it as difficult as possible.
But Rob, we can rest assured that house.
But he's confined in there. He's confined, and nothing can do in there.
That house. They watched that place already.
Yeah.
And I would say this like you know, as we will say, people will say we all be doing our own issue, guessing here and saying yes, saying this. Obviously, now did you see the video today when the police arrived? The way the woman was very outraged. Did you see him?
Yeah.
And that alone, then they were a little bit concerned. Around. He was mad when the police came. He started. Oh, he didn't play, and he was live. He was live doing that. Oh, Seleke Kromah, this, F you, F this. Come on. I mean, I thought there where he may have missed the boat.
Yeah. So
when looking at him, I think he felt. And I mean, if you did that, you raised some eyebrows, right? And they were for me, and I thought, and that's the time the police said that. They said they're not going to leave. So I don't know what's going to happen.
So they're sleeping there tonight, huh?
Oh yeah, they deployed. It's a pickup. They deployed there. They're gonna be there. I guess tomorrow they will get up. A
warrant from the court.
Because 6 in the morning, maybe the judge already issue or the judge issue early in the morning. Then they will move in. Then that will have the authority to move in. Then they will move in.
I hope those boys shouldn't be drinking beer tonight before they sleep.
Well, I told you that the police said what they will do tomorrow. They will get up.
So they will get a warrant and they will move in, and then they will begin now to then they will assess, and then that will not be a good thing for him also. If the found out that because there's this thing I'm looking at, blood on her foot she left. If they found out they clean it, then there's a problem. The police now will say, who cleaned this? Who authorized people to clean this? Who did this? Who did? They were the problem. And those guys are talking. They're talking to now. So the Brown.
Those guys are the ones.
If you clean
those guys are the ones. No.
Good for to clean it. It gives the police more opportunity to angle onto the case.
So who now those guys who told you to clean it? The boss man told you to clean it. Where did you clean it at? Blah, blah, blah. Then they'll add the boss.
What the towel? What the other mob? Is that mob? Where is it? Oh, in a year we can't find it.
Yeah.
Right, investigate this sign is sweet. so these are the part they will do. What the mob? We can't find them mob. What the clothes? We can't find it. What the other thing? We can't find it one. Then
coming to CMC, the CMC missed a ball in the statement. Okay, right now this lady deceased. The cause of death is still being investigated, but we have images prior to this whole tragic event. We have images of domestic violence. The CDC should have this. The CDC should have in our statement.
But you remember CDC.
I'm CDC. I mean CMC rather. CMC. Yeah. All these C's. The CMC should have kick him out of the party right away. So we're not condone this behavior. But as far as we're concerned, he stayed part of CMC. And because but
Safai will be wrong. You can't.
No. Guess what? No.
Our law says one is presumed innocent.
People.
Otherwise.
No, the CMC is not judging. You see, we know what they're doing, Liberia. We got our own responsibility, and the law has a responsibility. We saw this thing here when OJ Simpson thing happened. Before he even went to trial, he had lost every single endorsement because it was already established.
Yeah, he lost it. Yeah, that
no,
because,
he lost it because it was already established before the trial. There had been domestic abuse done to his wife by him. So now we got picture that been domestic abuse done by Mr. Jackson on this lady.
Yeah, that confirmed that it's domestic abuse for him. So you get the CMC did.
Who punched her in the eye?
For the issue about
who punched her in the eye?
Yeah, but you're assuming it's him. We don't know.
We assuming.
We assuming it's him, but we don't
know. Unlike the case you just mentioned just now, for him, O.J. Simpson, it was clear. It was an ongoing issue about the domestic issue. But for this, it's alleged for now until it's proven.
So you want to tell me somebody punched Sam Jackson wife in the eye and we hear it? Not just
we not hear it. Wait now.
And we hear it.
No, I think there's.
No, let's be honest. And we hear it.
But when OJ case happened,
you thought he would have been loud there.
Wait. Let's be honest. When OJ case happened, though, when we said documented, there were court documents to show that they had ongoing multiple domestic violence cases in court where she filed those cases.
There were no court document. What happened was that Robert, there were no court document. What happened was that there was on multiple occasions, police went there and she refused to file charges.
But she called those police officers.
But there were police reports.
There were police reports.
But guess what? So guess what?
No.
If you come there and the man say nothing.
No. Just because the state on two occasions attempted, even though she opted against filing charges, the state can say, you know what, we have enough proof to show that domestic violence occurred, right? So those.
And so why the state didn't pursue it?
Because she was supposed to be the #1 witness, and because she said that she wasn't going to participate, they had a weak case. But it was documented in court that there were reported domestic violence cases because she called 911. She just refused to file charges when police came. So there were rumors that she was trying to instill fear in O.J. Simpson, knowing that he was a very popular figure at the time, and calling the police and getting this stuff in public, were signs that don't mess with me. This is not good for you. But she didn't know that O.J. Simpson didn't give a damn.
Okay, right? So for the pictures we see right now,
there is no court document of domestic violence. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean.
But we got pictures, right? But we got pictures.
But that's
we have pictures. There's no
can
police.
You prove that he did it?
There's no prior police.
So CMC, we on this platform, knowing this individual who talks everything, who was so protective of his wife in Liberia, we have a black eye, and we not know about it. That it will come from somebody else. No. I mean, let's be honest, because we know who we're dealing with now. We know who we're dealing with.
Yeah, but again,
I
know makeup can cover a lot of things. Someone can also argue that, or he can argue that, when were these pictures taken? That's why, again, we need a thorough investigation, because we need to know. Look, the lady has an iPhone. If she took those pictures, let's say January 10th or December 10th, the police can go back to say, well, maybe a domestic violence might have occurred between January 9th or January 10th because these pictures were taken this time. Who did she send these pictures to, and what were some of the conversations as it relates to what caused those bruises on her face, right? But just by looking at the picture does not prove that Summer Jackson domestically violated someone.
Robert, you know the problem, the mistake we make in Liberia as an institution. We're not the law. What we do, we cut our losses from bad behavior, and you go deal with the law. CMC cut their losses by dropping this man from those pictures. That is not CMC role to go litigate.
No, I disagree. When pictures were released recently by the quarterback of what's the team in DC, they released a statement and they said, we are aware of pictures circulating on social media and allegations made with our quarterback about potential domestic violence. However, at this moment, we have chosen to stick and believe the quarterback. Again, just because pictures and allegations are made, Zefa, cannot be presumed. No, you were saying that Summer Jackson works for CMC. CMC is a political party. These teams are institutions that have community services as well. They are not going to support someone who has an active a case in court, but they're also not just going to just continue a relationship with this person based off of pictures and allegations. We've seen in the past where allegations were made that could not be proven in court that the person alleged to have committed those crimes were guilty.
Robert, are you telling me this man's wife has a black eye and it came from somewhere else?
I'm not saying that.
I mean, let's be honest.
What I am saying is,
so wait,
I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, an investigation would
she got a bruised neck.
Listen,
and other things. So where is it coming from?
Those are all valid questions.
Cut your losses with him and let him go settle his business.
Listen, no, because no. If we
guess what, Robert, give me 1 minute. Robert, give me 1 minute. No, I mean, CMC has nothing invested in Musability. The National Football League team has $100 million invested in our quarterback. CMC has nothing.
You just made my point.
Yeah. So guess what?
So he didn't get all that money. He did not get all that money.
They were looking at a business decision. So CMC has nothing invested in this man. So you want to tell me that? So you want to tell me that the likes of Councilor Moraro, Yakula, then that look at that picture, they wrong to come to that judgment that I think it's an evidence of domestic violence.
No. What Moraro said was no. And
it's an evidence of domestic violence. So you got a question to answer.
What Moraro said was, of course, alleged. She's not alleged. She also said that Mr. Jackson has a lot of questions to answer. I concur. By looking at those pictures are alarming. There are multiple questions to be answered. Yes, but we cannot definitively say that because the picture looks like domestic violence, somehow concludes that it looks like domestic violence. Okay, let's say that's domestic violence, right? But we cannot definitively say that because that's his wife, because those pictures are domestic violence, somehow means he did those things. So you need a thorough investigation to not only ask the questions, but to follow up to determine, yes, based on what we've gathered, this crime, this domestic violence crimes was committed by Samuel Jackson. But if we're just looking at the picture and assume that this is his wife, so he automatically did it, I mean, it's a flaw. It's a flaw argument to make.
Robert, you cannot investigate a domestic violence right now because the woman is dead.
No.
I come in. The woman.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
You investigate from who? You investigate from who?
If she had, listen. Everyone has best friend. Every woman I know.
Okay, so where did the picture come from? So the picture that coming. So where these pictures coming from? So where these pictures coming from?
There's a possibility that there are recordings out there we're not aware of.
Okay, so where are the pictures coming from? So where are the picture coming from?
It doesn't. My contention is not that domestic violence did not occur. My contention is not that she did not take those pictures and send to someone. I won't know these things to be factual until the person she communicated with confirmed that, one, yes, I have a best friend. She did confide in me that she and her spouse were involved in domestic violence. Also, though, we also need a thorough investigation on the phone. The phone will tell us something that we both don't know. Will tell us when this possibly could have occurred, when the picture was taken, right? All of these things have to be investigated. That's what I'm saying. But if you take this approach, let me know this.
I'm not going to court. CMC, you don't. And guess what? CMC doesn't have to go to court to expel Sam Jackson tonight. CMC can expel Jackson just look at that picture. CMC doesn't have to go to court. You look at the court. I'm talking about CMC. Robert, if Sam was working for me, guess what? Guess what? If Sam was working for me, he's fired tonight based on those pictures.
What would be a reason?
Oh, I see the picture, evidence of domestic violence. But I don't have to litigate him. Let me tell you.
CMC
it's not a litigation. It's not a litigation.
As a political institution, wouldn't want to move to set this.
No, you
can't
do that. You can't do that.
So let me say for the record here, as a evolving political institution trying to seek members from across the political divide of the country, and a political party that will indulge into those kind of what I want to term arbitrary decision making. will face very serious.
For a knee-jerk reaction, right?
Very knee-jerk.
Not only knee-jerk reaction, but repugnant behavior. It will be a problem seriously. Now, let's agree that they expel him today because of this allegation that have not yet been proven against him.
No, I'm not saying the allegation. You see, you got missing my point.
Okay. Let me go back to what you say. Let's agree that they expel him. They agree to expel him because of the photos.
Just the pictures of his wife face being bruised.
They agree to expel him because of those pictures. But then tomorrow,
before I lose a thought, before I lose a thought, I would agree with CFI if he said, right? I would agree with CFI if he said, listen, perhaps he needs time to grieve and he needs time to clear his name, right? But to say, based on a picture, we will completely disassociate ourselves from this man. You can't do that and also put your hands around him because right now, as we know,
guess what?
He lost his wife.
Guess what?
The political party should put his hands around him. You're saying that just and not supporting him.
But Robert, guess what? Everything Sam Jackson has said all day today, even tonight, Sam Jackson has never addressed those pictures. Calling me a wife beater is insane. Go talk to my ex-wife. I never touched them. Those pictures are that the Sam Jackson who can explain everything cannot address those pictures. But go call his ex-wife.
But he just indirectly did.
Yeah?
He just indirectly did.
Okay, so what is the source of those pictures? So the picture fake?
Wait. No, he just indirectly did because guess what? Guess what? We have to go back to record year 2. And this is part of the investigation. If someone has a record of domestic violence, yes, people can get if people can get mad and snapped and hit someone. But if you are truly a wife or woman beater, it won't just happen with one woman. It won't. It won't just happen with one woman. If it happens one time and you snapped, oh, you know what? I made a mistake. God, please forgive me. My wife, please forgive me. People snap, right? And if this is who you are, and those pictures, as we're seeing them, if this happened on multiple occasions, then Samuel Jackson can say, wait a minute. It's a shame that you're calling me a wife beater. Go and talk to my ex-wives. They can speak on my character. Did I ever put hands on any one of them? If they came forward to say, listen, Samuel Jackson is everything but a domestic, a wife beater, and he has never exhibited this kind of behavior, how then can you argue that this is him who did it?
Okay, so what is the source of those pictures? So what's the source of those pictures?
But we don't know that. That's part of the investigation. We don't know. We can't
make I'm not there to investigate what? Investigate domestic violence on the day.
The issue should not be basically about the picture of the other thing. My point is that the CMC should not do a judgment on the issue of saying expel. And I think one of the things in that note they put out today is that the law should take a course. Why if they did that, let's say tomorrow one of the chairman of the party, somebody bring up, maybe say one of their significant come out some picture. Oh, the person did it, so that person should be expelled. Then the person come out, the person be expelled.
No.
You don't want to start a precedent that would not be. So the way to do it is to ask to not expel him, to ask him to avail himself, and I think they did in the note to the law. Yeah. Now, is the police the first and foremost? He has not been charged yet.
Yes,
you expel him.
Right.
If he's finally charged,
guys,
if he's charged with murder,
I'm talking. You guys are talking two different things here. Yeah, I'm talking about domestic violence. I'm not talking about murder. It's the same. That's now charged with murder. Same. That's is a person of interest. Domestic violence.
It's a crime.
We got a picture. We got pictures.
Domestic violence based on pictures. What does the picture say? The picture says domestic violence occurs. It's a picture, right? What sources do you have to say that Samuel Jackson did these things?
Okay. That's why I say knowing the character. So those pictures come from where? So somebody would punch Samuel Jackson wife in the eye with a black eye, and we'll just hear about it too. We'll just see the picture today. When I hear about it, somebody who talks everything. I'm gonna tell you something. The problem with us Liberians is that we do not know how to make hard decisions. We look at everything, try to litigate everything when there's any decision that don't need to be litigated. Let me administrative decision. I see those pictures. You work for my institution. You go to the door and you go settle your case in the court. I have no part to play your court case.
So let me say it before I go.
If you want to call me, I'm not a lawyer. No, I set precedent that these things you go. You go. It's simple as that.
Let me say that before I go. It's also possible, again, we've seen this happen in many, many ways. And it's unfortunate that we're talking about someone who is dead. Right? It's also possible where we've seen people. It has been proven in this country, and this is the reason why I mentioned the incident with the team standing by the quarterback, even with those pictures circulating on social media. Because again, when people make these allegations, and in many cases way back in the day, companies used to disassociate themselves before gathering the facts and the truth, right? They used to disassociate themselves because of more reasons, right? But I think it's important when we're talking about domestic violence. If let's say Miss Tony was alive and she said my husband abused me, just because she said my husband abused me and I have pictures to prove it, doesn't necessarily mean that the husband committed what has been alleged. There has to be a thorough investigation done. When were these pictures taken? Is it possible that those pictures could? I'm not talking about what was taken at the hospital today. So what was taken at the hospital today could also raise question about when these things happen. He said seizure, right? But what I'm saying is the other pictures, is it possible that came from a different relationship? Is it possible that somebody else did that to them? But you were saying just because a picture is released that from all indication points to domestic violence automatically means that the person, the spouse committed that. I don't think that's how you make hard decisions. In this day and age, hard decisions have got to be made based on the facts. I think companies and political parties should be given an opportunity to gather the facts. The facts should help guide that decision. If someone has been charged, for instance, and the police have probable cause, the institution can go to the police and say, what are the probable causes for which this person has been charged? Based on the information given to them, even though they are not guilty until proven guilty, the company can say, you know what, based on the charges laid against this person, and based on the information we receive from law enforcement, we think that this person needs time to go and clear that name. But to just automatically see picture, and you assume because I'm married to this person, if my wife, God forbid, my wife was to release pictures that says I was abused, you don't know how long those pictures were taken. You don't know when those pictures were taken, or you don't assume that my company should just fire me because my wife released pictures and say you were abused.
So Robert, listen to you. If the picture were in a prior relationship, Sam Jackson would address it with all the things he been addressing today. But he refused to address those pictures.
But people agree differently.
No. But so you can cause the police chief. You can say that man we came apart during the war. You can say all the things, but you cannot address you cannot address that one. Eh? I mean, come on now. No man. No, the Tomalin, the whole idea.
Sarah, who's that photo that fake? We need to be mindful how we say
it. I mean, what Sarah said picture of fake? Tell me put that in there. What picture of fake?
Sarah, don't be saying that.
Listen, the CMC, I think the CMC did the right thing. I think the statement is good. I think the police, that they said that the police should.
Do you know why we?
Yeah,
no, I'm not talking about politics.
I'm not disciplined there.
I want to talk politics. Somebody tell me there's nothing political thing. There's nothing political here.
That's why Tomalin, again, the sooner we can know, based on a medical examination, the cause of death. I think I think because right now we're all speaking based on assumption. Even the police, we need to know everything that points to foul play. Yes, I think foul play. But what you think? Have you seen police gotten it wrong all the time? Police have gotten an entire investigation wrong based on what they thought. This is the reason why some cases are so difficult to solve, because police always get leads that lead to nowhere. You need the facts. So again, we have to start with the cause of death. What if we had a medical examination, Tomalin, that says that the cause of death is natural causes? The conversation switched to a domestic violence case. Okay, bam, a domestic violence. This man can argue, how can you call me an abuser when there's no record from my previous relationship that points that I was abused? If his previous wife came out and said, I'm not shocked. This man put his hands on me multiple times. I'm not shocked. This man Samuel Jackson been around. There are women out there. If this is who he is, you can be. If you are a womanizer, your previous relationship will point that you're a womanizer. If you are something, somebody will come
Robert,
out and say, this is your character. If there's no character witness here to say that this person has done it, why should we automatically believe because a picture is released that is domestic violence somehow means that this person admitted? So yes, there are questions that needs to be answered. Summer justice can help us answer these questions, but we need facts. You need facts. And you can only get facts through a thorough investigation that tells a story.
The investigation is murder. They investigating the murder. They're not investigating domestic violence. The lady is dead already. The source of that picture will come up because that picture didn't leak to some kind of virus from the internet. That picture came from somebody's phone that sent that picture.
Well, an investigation will help us. Yeah.
No. And guess what? And that person will come up and what it's domestic violence.
I'm not disputing. And this will be my last statement here. I am not disputing that domestic violence occurred yet. I am not disputing that she was not violently assaulted. I am not disputing any of this. What I am disputing, without facts and without a thorough investigation, is who is responsible. And I hope I've made myself clear. I am not going to assume, because I believe domestic violence occurred, and I should automatically assume that this person committed the domestic violence without a thorough investigation. My people, this is the age of technology. There are many ways we can ascertain what we think happened. People have different reasons why they think this happened. But in our industry, you can't just think something happened. You can't just go and make a presentation based on what you think. You have to have the data support what you're saying to us. If customer service code
and the data is the picture, Robert. The data picture. What is it?
Does not tell the full story. The picture tells you that domestic violence happened. It does not tell you who committed the domestic violence.
So you're trying to say the picture are age pictures?
I don't know. I don't know. I am not going to assume. I don't know.
But why the man can address everything, but he can't address those pictures?
I don't know. That's a question for Samuel Jackson. I don't know.
Doesn't not put the antenna up?
I don't know.
This man addresses everything, but he can't address those pictures. But he can't address those pictures.
Listen, I don't know why he's
he addressed. I come in, Robert. He talked about he got a medical record from 4 jurisdictions. He talked about a plane almost diverted, the well had a seizure. He talked about all the things, but he cannot talk about those pictures.
Yeah,
hey, right there,
I don't know why.
Right there, me. See, if I did, you working for me, you go.
Okay.
No,
I won't make that.
Tomalin. You know the reason when we get land and water today because we can make hard decisions. We always tell let's wait and see. That's what. Let me tell you something. No one, Liberia 1847. They put our bond before 1847. All that died long time ago. Liberia, not in Nigeria, Ghana, where get independent 58, 59. Well, we get people that are born that are older than the country. So when we start making institutional decisions and forget about the personal things, then you will see what will happen. Then people will behave right. You talk about domestic violence in Liberia. Do anybody call police for domestic violence? Anybody call police for domestic violence?
Yeah, no, right now we consider.
Let's wait and see. I come in, bro. Even when I bring it up to government level, the president can fire him, man. He has to be investigated first. You know, you're talking like that. You working out with a pleasure, then you say to my investigate. You want to fire you, bro? It's time to make hard decisions. The pictures are there. You distance yourself from him and let him go handle his business. And I cry.
No, but the CNC I love that statement because they say he should cooperate with the police. Now, for now, he's positive of interest. Got his wife, and so he got to answer questions about the booty saw her about it. You saw the body. Yeah, I saw the body, her dead body, right?
Yeah.
Saw the marks on her body. Definitely, questions will be asked based on the body that we saw lie in the morgue in the hospital. Questions will be asked because how the marks got on her. We'll ask you questions. But to say, man, just expel here that? No,
bro. You're talking two different things. You're talking.
The sitting platform was saying, "Oh, Brian McGee, they must put in jail." When police came out and said, based on all our evidence, all the statement the witness were making, it can corroborate. No evidence on charges, man. And I kept seeing it. They can't just arrest the man because The public still arrested them because, oh yeah, no.
That whole thing, the North started when the police director said they were waiting for DNA. And everybody said DNA, that the DNA happened during the trial. DNA happened during the trial. If you got probable cause, you feel out a crime committed, then you can effect an arrest and carry the court, and you declare then during the trial, you can bring DNA there to convict him, or he can bring DNA to exonerate him. That was all we were saying. But what we're saying that the police were trying to do the court job. The police are working hard trying to do the court job. And we know policing, because rape is a prevalent thing in Liberia. A lot of people in jail for rape, they didn't have to do DNA. Some people that were against mob, some of them stay in jail today. Let's be honest with ourselves. But let's be honest with ourselves. It was handled wrong. It was handled wrong by the police. It was handled wrong by the police. When somebody started screaming, "Oh, the two men in the same Jackson house, why they carrying that?" Somebody called me and said, "Bro, that investigation, they carrying those people to go ask them questions. Don't put another suspect."
Like tonight, right? If I got on the show, I contacted the police. Police said they are encamped around his house tonight. They are deployed there. I asked him about how you got him, how you got to start going after him. He said, well, at the hospital, the people at the hospital raised an issue. Oh, based on the marks on her body, the scar, they say, well, police should come in. And then number two, they said, furthermore, he wanted to take the white body to the funeral home. And they said, no. The outcome is, they said no.
You can't do that. Yeah. You can't do that.
So based on that, then they said, police extended an invitation to come to the police headquarters. He said he had not slept for 30 hours and so forth, so he will come there tomorrow. The police said, okay. Then when they enter the house, he said no. So based on what the police said tonight, they said, well, tomorrow you're going to get a legal and rate or whatever the case to search to get to enter his house. So tomorrow, I asked the question, he said about tomorrow, he has to come to the station. Otherwise, if he doesn't come, then we have to take the other means to get him there. So that's how come we wasting it. But for you to say that based on the pictures, you should just no. I think the CMC said,
Tomalin, I'm talking two different things.
Okay.
I'm not, the murder is murder that's something that's going to be investigated. Those pictures show domestic violence. I'm not saying, you see, I'm talking two different things, but you're trying to club it into one. I'm talking two different things. The pictures show they got pictures that clear evidence of domestic violence. The red eye. I come in now. So I come in now. So I come in.
I think Robert said, do you know when the picture was taken? So
okay. But then I answer Robert. This man address, he got medical record from 4 jurisdictions. Yeah. He got this, he got that. So why can't he address those pictures? I mean, because he know about everything, but so why can't he address those pictures? And wouldn't that put your antenna up?
Yeah, but
because guess what? But guess what? And first thing, he needs to just be quiet. Because
I agree with that too.
The first thing when the police went to him, right there, sometimes you know better. You call a lawyer. Because right now in here, yard, nobody going. The only person who enter that yard will be a lawyer or law enforcement. He can't come out of that yard to say he's going somewhere. You call a lawyer, but he stay right here on Facebook. He said right on Facebook, and then you get him mad because the people call police. The people saw laceration on the woman's body. It doesn't look normal, so you get the police involved. That's standard operating procedure. And once the police get involved, they will have to investigate it.
I agree with Kuda, and I agree with Kuda, and I agree with actual factual. In America, the first person in the police will is a person closer to you. Okay.
Yeah.
And then actual said, okay. And I agree with him. He said they should have gotten, but today they should have done something. If you should have initiated something. Because tonight, why anything happened tonight?
The police who are gotten a warrant today. Why they couldn't get a warrant today? Why? The notion that court can close, crime can happen anytime. You police, you're working 24/7. You can't be waiting for day to break before you can't wait for sunshine before you work. Yeah.
But my point is for you to say He part of my exploring right away. No,
no, this ain't except for him. We ask him to take a leave of absence until he clear name the most. Yeah, I mean something like that. You this ain't except for him.
Even tomorrow, when he's invited, if the police if he's formally charged, I expect Spoon to say, well, we will suspend him from the platform until the investigation is over, and the police, and then his party to say will suspend him for until that issue is settled. But once they have not arrested him yet, it's just a person of interest. So for us, it's for you to say you should explain right away because the pictures, I think were too hard.
I'm not talking about the murder. You keep pointing to the murder.
But you said pictures. I think on the pictures now. You said based on pictures.
The domestic violence pictures is not a problem for you.
It's a problem. I'm troubled with that. Wow, the picture I saw.
It's a problem. Not a problem for you.
I've seen all the pictures. Right, what I've seen is troubling. Okay. But my point is, the question will be asked when the picture was taken, when it happened. The picture is in line with what happened. What happened?
And that is the CMC role to be investigating that part.
So the CMC said cooperate. The CMC said cooperate.
Not any institution role. Tomalin, I can't play coach.
Remember the CMC? They said cooperate with the police, and they call the police to be very impartial. And so
but why the police? Why? So why would the police not be impartial? What feature police got to Friday? Come on, man. No, I don't care about the politics.
No, because the CNC believe that maybe they may have been critical of the government, so maybe they say, well, that is really impartial.
The facts, this is criminal. If it's a criminal matter, the facts will lead the way. So the facts will lead the way.
What the facts lead, the facts will go what is led, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so. I mean, and Siavalo, I'll tell you the truth. Look, that's why the Bible, the same Bible says that be slow to speak. Because this morning, but the last 24 hours,
I woke up in the morning, I saw that thing, I stayed quiet.
But before that, right, when you said the web fell, you're unconscious and thing, pray for me, pray for her. Then, you know, our society is a very, very compassionate society. Quick to, we very close knitted. I don't care what are the politics or whatever the case. The minute something happened, one person, everybody tried to get in concern. Everybody started reaching out to him. And then he said, but when he said no ambulance and nothing like that, then I said, because I know that a lot of ambulances in Liberia now, we have a lot of ambulances. And I think they bought some couple ambulances were bought by the government.
But Tomalin, to a point. Yeah. Sam Jackson, ordinary Liberian. Sam Jackson is well plugging. You think Sam Jackson going to get ambulance when ambulance? I mean, let's be honest, man. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then when he said they cannot LA for until she stabilized, I got concerned. I said, wow, this must be serious. Okay. And then this morning, and then he said, lastly, he said, we're still not all the woods yet. It's still serious. Okay, I'll pray for us. Man, I'll pray for him. I'll pray for her too.
Do you know how he behaving like? You know how he behaving like? You remember the guy in California, Scott Peterson, that killed his wife?
Scott Peterson, yes.
That just had a man acting. I'm not a professional profiler.
No, but I know the Scott Peterson history. You know what? Yeah, he killed. Yeah. I think what was he?
Yeah, Lazy
Peterson. He killed that lady. Yeah.
So,
but this morning when I got this morning and I saw. We lost. I mean, that woke me up. I said, oh my God. So that's so quick,
But bro, I got a friend here that his wife got murdered in the car. And when they found the body, the first person they came to? They came to him.
Yeah, but who that said what happened?
They came to him and they took him downtown. And they took him there. They took him for question, but guess what happened?
Even with this case now,
at the time of the murder, he was sitting at home with relatives, and they were watching NBA game. They were watching the NBA final. At that murder, but you have to make sure this person is not part of it, because that's the closest person to that person. You know what I mean? Yeah, and he knows that. But to just start raging and ranting. You're gonna come. He calls somebody and say, "Oh, we killed that man during the war." Yeah.
Yeah. So
And like I said, right now he in our house tonight. Nobody know what he's doing in our house tonight. He are more risk to himself than anybody else right now.
But I'm sure he's not there alone. Family members with him. Yeah.
But when the police are running that yard, I think they're lying about else to go in that yard. So the other beside the people who were visiting him, and then someone decided to sleep there with him.
I'm sure people there with him tonight.
Yeah.
Because people know that he's troubled. I mean, he lost his wife, and I mean, they believe that he will need to be monitored, he need to be protected. So for his own safety. So
and then they release it, and then the premature release, not even premature because the picture shouldn't be released. They think they're only be releasing the courthouse if you're using it as evidence. But releasing the woman body from the hospital, releasing no photos, that facility could be sued, or that facility need to take action and fire a whole bunch of people by tomorrow morning. Everybody out in that room there, they got to bring their camera. If that picture in your photo, Sonny, you should be fired. Then it requires no investigation.
What do you think about Badon's statement?
But yeah, I mean, you could be doing something there. You know what you could be doing. Look, from today, the moment they got involved, for some reason, everything is so bureaucratic. We're not nimble. The moment they got involved, search warrant, pathology get to work. If everything clear, no damage done. Am I lying?
I mean, I agree with
Barton.
With Murta and Barton, I agree with Murta that I'm sure he confused, man. But you know, so the question, I'm sure the police know. I see some statement now. Again, you know, people are very.
The police, guess what? The police going to. So if you're doing anything, if you're doing any kind of cleanup tonight, it makes the police work harder tomorrow than if they had done it 10 hours ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They work get harder tomorrow. The
but
reason why
I don't think one temple with any evidence there. Anything.
But you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
But
then for the question I just saw in our chat room, that one that's the problem I got. I confused it now. It appears because people are very, very cunning. They send the messages being forwarded. It appears as if to say the late 20 was sending messages to friends and family, and that again, somebody could say maybe that people just did it just to make who against it. Maybe who knows.
The way those things that those messages that spreading, I can't validate it because it doesn't show no header from the original person, so I can't validate that one.
People are very funny; they can do anything. So they say,
so I don't validate that one.
Watch your live, the message of some people. Oh, this how I've been treated. This thing. So other thing again, you can't just get into it because you know what is what. But it's a sad. I mean, for me, my concern is that. Somebody is dead. I mean, somebody who we all met.
It's a sad event. It's a sad event.
I met her several times in the U.S. and in Liberia, and I know SPJ always talk about. You were always talking hard about his wife. He always was proud of her, and then they just opened a car company, Tony's Ride, and he was talking about it. So I don't know, but we all got to just wait and see what happens in the next 24 hours. I'm sure we'll hear more tomorrow. If we hear more tomorrow, maybe we'll have a show come tomorrow to talk more, but I'm sure we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he needs to get off of Facebook and get a lawyer.
Yeah. I know. Now the problem with him, why doesn't he have his phone still? Tell him your phone and tell him to stop. I mean, I tried calling him, Jenna, you know, he don't pick up. The other thing is, Sam, stop texting. You know, stop texting. I mean, after 11, 12, 1, 2 in Liberia 9 in the morning, you still texting. Yeah. Well, you can stop texting and just get some rest. Yeah, stop texting. I mean, you were texting.
And so he went on a radio show.
Oh, today?
I think yesterday he won a radio show. Yesterday or today he won a radio show. I don't know.
I hope you can just stop texting and just get some rest. Like you said, you should. But now I don't see no lawyer. lawyer, because the lawyer will tell him not to sit.
If he had a lawyer, he wouldn't be writing all this stuff on Facebook. I mean, this is no play matter. They're not traffic ticket. This is murder. So,
wow. Hey man. Yeah. Okay. Now let me see.
But the people who want to play politics with it, they should knock it off.
Hey man, I see somebody. I don't quite put the name, but say, hey, no, but.
This is no political. This thing is no political matter. So.
Yeah, I sort of go politics. Oh my God.
This thing is no political matter.
It's sad, but one of the things I agree tonight is my question might expel man. Imagine being expelled.
Tomalin, we got to start making tough decisions. We got to start making tough decisions. Tomalin.
You expel the man, then you found out that different thing. Then we expel the man for now.
Yeah. Go ahead. I mean, but I'm trying to save my institution. We always try to feel sorry for people than to protect the institution. The institution will survive. The institution should survive us. Should survive long past us. Yeah.
But at least we should get them credit. They seriously put out a statement. And I don't say, they just ignore it.
But the statement, not in the statement, is sorry, please cooperate with the police. It's every citizen's duty to cooperate with law enforcement. So I don't see why you will not cooperate with law enforcement. And please be impartial.
What the guy said? Why he used the key to open the room door? How come she couldn't call for help? Why he couldn't use one of his vehicles to take her to the nearest hospital or clinic? Just curious. I know.
But I think at the end, he ended up driving her to the hospital, right?
Yeah. According to he said he drove the money in his own car.
Yeah. So.
I got battle. He said the man should have been arrested for this. No, bad. You can't do that.
No, I mean,
the man read was for free speech.
But I think
but because Yami was say you cause about it in my arrest now.
There will be no vulgarity in this country.
Why you say that?
There will be no vulgarity. There will be no vulgarity in this country.
Well, Yami,
so yeah, but I think the police need to step up the game. They need to step up the game.
I just hope they have all. I hope they have the
guy like he told me the guy good investigator. The good investigator. Guess what? Those good investigators, they are the one that should be at that crime. They should be at our house today, or they should be to that place first thing tomorrow morning. Yeah, because if tomorrow passes and they go there, trust me.
No. Before I got on the show, I spoke to the police, and they told me definitely that tomorrow they will have a warrant to enter the house. So
probably they use the tactic to talk to these two guys and today to build a case on, because the two guys they talk, the two guys are getting a lot of information. The two guys are getting a lot of information.
Oh, I didn't get before I came on the show. So they took two guys from the house.
Yeah, they took two of the guys that are in the yard with him. They took them to the station.
To the Federal Reserve.
Give me your lawyer, your TV.
In his opinion today, Judge James Bowles that a mountain of
the TV
on that one, what is?
My man, it's not loud, man. I'm making
So the two guys and they talk today. People are screaming, "Oh, see the police? They take the hospital there. They lead the man to the house." No, they can't put them for a reason. You know what I mean, Tomalin? Don't put them. And now people are don't put them will feed them enough information that they will use tomorrow and come to that house there. And so I told the people for a reason. Yeah. And Sam will not see those people again. Those two bosses, he will not see them again. He will not be able to communicate with them. And my thing with him, he talks a lot.
There's somebody saying maybe they probably confused, my man.
Oh, my Lamco sister, what's up, Bernice?
Maybe they probably confused too. You can never tell. I mean, have you been in this situation before? I know Yeah, where I've been arrested and being terror. I mean, or something of that nature or so. So I don't know how people can feel, but just the fact that you lost your wife and then I said, man, it's sad, man. I just
and the two guys they carry, they will ask them question. They will question them separately. They will question them separately. They will not be in a room together where you'll be saying something here, what the other man saying. They will question them separately and they'll come and put it together. It said that was it says you get a lawyer because when the police go to the mall, he might not be yelling at them. They will just put in handcuffs and put you on the side. Because they will kind of work. They will kind of work.
I think he's supposed to go there tomorrow on his own with all of them taking him there. I think he will drive calling to them. So like you said, you should get a lawyer. He should drive to the police tomorrow. But from all indication, I can say I believe they will arrest him tomorrow. Just until further investigation. I know I'm definitely sure.
But you know what they'll do, right? They will keep you there, then they will effect the arrest later in the evening so they can start counting the 48 hours.
Oh yeah, they will arrest him tomorrow because tomorrow Saturday, and he'll sleep there. I'll sleep there tomorrow, and then Sunday. Then Monday the holiday in like bro now.
Yeah, Monday the holiday.
Monday we use my birthday, but also see my birthday holiday, Pewee.
Oh yeah.
It falls on 0 hour falls on Sunday. But it was celebrated on Monday.
Yeah, so we'll see, man. We'll see.
Yeah, but you know in Liberia.
But you know, in the case today, but let me just also express condolences to the former foreign minister, His Excellency Ambassador D. Maxwell Kimia. He lost his mother. And Ambassador Kimia, want to say our condolences to you and your family. We pray that God will
another Lamco brother there. Another brother from Lamco
will comfort you and we'll have a peaceful repose in the Lord. May your mother's soul rest in peace. And I'm sure that it's to loss of mother is not easy. So I just pray that God will give you the strength during this difficult time of your life. And then also too, we slip the slack. So the managing director for the LAA, President Boaga accepted his leave of absence today, and so he got leave of absence, and I don't know how long it will last, but I pray God he should have been guest next week.
Why they accepted leave of absence?
Man,
there's an investigation going. There's an investigation going
on, bro.
So they didn't suspend him.
No, the wording say President Boaga have accepted his leave of absence.
Yeah, so there's an investigation going on. So let's see what happens.
And then the situation at the Guinea, our northern border is okay now, right?
Yeah, for now it's.
And let me publicly say about you were right yesterday. It is true that Liberia territorial sovereignty was violated by them putting a flag on our soil. Yeah, somebody watched the show last night on top.
That's what you gotta know now. But who said I was saying?
Who said that?
I said they were just nothing. Well, nothing. But then the person said no to money. Regardless of that, what are that joke they playing or that fun? The idea you enter another country, you put your flag in that country, you violate the person, the boy. So the flag is very important. You know that, right? Why do you think people always want host flag? You know, some places. You know, and also too, our condolences to the 6 schoolmen who lost their life in Iraq today. The refueling jet.
Yeah.
We pray that their soul rest in peace too. So the hammer at 39.
Yeah, 39.
Yeah, man.
I hope it don't. I hope it stop right there. But I think I hope that war coming in so.
Well, yeah, they say 2,000 Marines on a Navy destroyer, and they are heading to that Gulf region there. That's what I heard. So, but I think it's just show of force. I don't think you're gonna put. I mean, you can't put boots on ground in that place. Don't even try it, man. Don't try to think.
Yeah, man. And And Adekoye, we learn a new word now. The Strait of Hormuz, right? Now the word I've been bringing. Clear now. Our organ can.
No, I've been clear.
That's too clear. That's part of the reason why people moving in to tell the place. But I think France and Italy trying to do some other the new soft diplomacy.
Also, so right now there's nobody making peace for peace talk to start.
And I would say France and Italy tried to initiate something. Talking to the Iranians to
cool down, right? Oh, man, they people that swear. What? Man, just pray, man. The warriors are crazy. And then I heard one of my friends say they went to them, they stranded in Dubai. I said, oh, yo, all you let Dubai minute, 5 minutes Dubai. I said, you couldn't see that.
But you know something? It doesn't excite me. It's just it's something we Africans.
Also,
we Africans.
Follow what happening. They saw the people talking about the Iran and thing, and people still wanted to be going to Dubai in Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, it's something where we Africans 30 plus years ago that was Switzerland were packing all the money in Switzerland in Swiss bank. Now that won't finish now. Everybody packing money in Dubai. Dubai. Come on, man. Yeah. Just
wow. Dubai. Right now, that even America travel right now, I can't travel right now. At airport.
The TSA people, they month the first month with no pay. So some of them not even going to work. So getting long lines.
I'm coming from Georgia Sunday. My man, I grew my flower early because the line was long.
Yeah. But hey, bro, got pre-check, man. You got pre-check. You got clear.
I mean, I've been promising myself to get us on. Ben tell me, but yeah, but I think I gotta get it now. And number two, this time you gotta have real IDO.
Yeah, you gotta have real ID.
So the man he told me off the line. He said, I said, but man, hey man. He said, yeah, you gotta be
up the line. You get real ID.
Man, I will try to do it. They coming with back. Yeah, man, just been lazy, my man.
But you pay something after that deadline pass already.
I can still get it, my man.
Yeah, but some people got a driver license if it's not expired, so they will not go for they will not go change it. They're waiting for expiration to go change it. So
okay.
Yeah, I will try to get it because I got and people got a real ID now.
I've been having my real ID ever since.
Wow.
Ever since. I've been having my real ID more than a year now.
Gotta get it. That's go to the airport.
The only difference is this one. The fast star.
Yeah, that fast star over there. I don't use that. You know how to use I use the passport ID because it's valid for 10 years. The passport ID.
No, but you're different. When you get to airport, they say military. Yeah, so y'all get different.
Yeah, nobody. But the passport, they talking about active military. They talking about everybody.
The passport ID. I thought the passport ID for border crossing in Mexico and other areas. You can use it.
No, but the passport ID got all its security feature like a real ID. I can use it domestically. Yeah.
Also, Shabbat. Oh, when you're not active, you in the same line with us.
When they say active duty military, you in your color clothes. What you gonna stand there for?
Oh, I thought you can say. Oh,
no, you're talking about active.
Active. What you think that lifetime benefit?
I thought when the military, you get preference for everybody.
It's the perfect. You can see some of the men can come, they come veteran, the homeless, they all want to play. You know you can't go play.
No, but I thought is it military by man?
You know, some of the homeless men say they are veteran.
No, come on,
man. What homeless men get money from the bad ticket to draw? First of all.
But no, if in that vein, because he's a veteran, you should get a ticket.
That's it.
They got a place. They got a place at the airport. They call it USO for military traveling. You got delayed flight. They got bunk bed. They can serve hot dog, burger. You can go sit down there and eat free. But people that are in uniform are traveling. The USO there. So, they got a different airport USO. Yeah.
So when you're traveling, when you see they say service member, you can see the man in the middle be the first.
because that thing that years ago in the middle of during the Iraq War, you know, in BWI, the airline tried to charge some service member for extra bag, and hit the news wire. So it was bad PR. So everybody just adapted now the preference. So they give you nothing. They give you discount. They give you discount.
Also, but so Saba, you done with the military or you still reserve?
Why you want put me by inside?
Every day you want to bring more than how many years he bring you want or so he really want to hear.
You want put me by inside?
The message he left way back.
I get ratting knee. I get nothing. I useless to anybody.
So, but you fought in Iraq War too?
Where I got up. Tomalin, I joined the military in 1994.
Wow. Whoa.
94. You see that there's O.J. Simpson thing here. The day I was going to basic training, that the day O.J. Simpson was driving the highway, I will never forget that day. I was going to basic training in Missouri. In June of 1994, I was going to basic training in Missouri. Wow. Yeah, bro.
You got the all pressure rise to 500 per barrel. No, and I reach that problem.
No, man. It will not go 500.
That people uncle saying, and man, he said, when the oil price go up, the oil company will make money. And he said, it's an excursion. Look, the dude said, he said, and the guy was enjoy talking and they want the defense man. He said, look in the air. We control the whole airspace. We're there now. Nobody can manage with us. We're all on the ground. I said, God, when talking to she was like looking at it. What the dude talking so?
Yeah, I mean, come on. You got to be measured. And not hoorah thing there. You got to be measured. You got people in. You got people in harm's way, and you just come soon in the morning and just acting up. Acting like a tough guy. It doesn't make sense.
But meanwhile, in Liberia, I was told that gasoline oil for the next 2 months. So
we got it for the next 2 months.
But the thing won't last up to April. I'm sure the thing will finish in the next few weeks. It will finish.
Well, but when it finishes, then the thing doesn't just kick off and get to normal level. It takes time. So hopefully.
Yeah, because imagine if Liberia affect Liberia, then we done it. Small oil and gas, then we start in long crying.
No, I mean we can use the diplomatic channel with Nigeria and send couple of ships. Yeah, can do that.
Yeah. Well, Amu Ali, what we got? We got oil in the reserve.
What the reserve?
We got reserve.
What the reserve?
In Liberia.
Where they got in your backyard?
No, we got refinery. We got reserve.
Darling, the refinery doesn't exist anymore.
But then what air browser do right now? What air browser is there? The super.
Yeah, but we're going there. Tago. He said, he said, more. He said, he did more. Yeah. Doctor.
Yeah. What is that?
Who that?
He said F Mwali.
Yeah.
Oh. Hey. Oh.
I don't think I see the menu to get everything. I don't see the menu to get everything. Yeah.
What about they put out with the paper? How are they going to take all the stuff? Yeah. I call and tell them, I said, because the team, but people finish putting me on record.
What?
My cousin, Peter, my cousin there. Hold on, you.
If I wanted to lose.
Oh, now your cousin?
My cousin. My cousin. I don't deny my cousin. Come on now.
Oh, okay.
My cousin.
But what you might put you on record?
Everybody, you are can't talk. Everybody, Tomalin, I don't do nothing.
So Tomalin, he posted it here 5 minutes ago. He posted it here 5 minutes ago.
Man, hold on. If many do anything wrong, the man will be okay. I just hope that you're okay.
He need to just get it.
You answer my phone. You call my phone and answer calls. They answer my phone now.
I'm not going to answer your call, man.
Oh. Then he start posting, man.
Yeah, too much posting. I hope he's not a sign of being guilty.
Well, where a lawyer? Man, you got a dollar who's a lawyer in Georgia there. I mean, Virginia or Georgia, one of Aaron. Gayman Jackson.
Yeah, but the Liberian
Poppy, I hear you talk about you sent a condolence to the foreign minister.
Man, that's you got issue.
I mean, the man watching you right now.
I've since this morning I even sent him message, but he saw it. He didn't acknowledge it. I sent him message to his phone.
Okay, at least.
I wouldn't be. Listen, I'm a very kind and present. I'm a kind human being with the, and that's the last thing I will ever do. And secondly, I don't have no issue with him. Why I wouldn't do that? I respect you a lot. I extended deepest sympathy and to him and his family for the loss of his beloved mother, Mawata. Mawata, and we on this medium again we extend sing, and may her memory be a great blessing, and may we also
from my boss, so
may we celebrate her legacy.
So people you work on him too. So also you work on both Finlay and Kimaya.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You said 2 foreign ministers. You're not small man. People have traveled the world.
And so when you left?
I left 2022.
Oh, but then you did like 5 years with them.
This is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Public Affairs, the Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Hey, all the police. Zaba, this guy, man, when he got ready to mimic that guy, he would laugh.
You should have better listen to you again.
I heard that the Mustafa Raji, I mean the Kaseko camp, they filed an injunction.
Yeah, there's one election for April.
Yeah, so everything's shut down now.
It should have been here today, but because they issue wouldn't bring them.
Yeah, so everything's shut down.
Yeah, but I pray they.
The man wants to stop a man from coming back.
Who that? Mustafa? Yeah. I never get it. Well, 5 men out here, that's what you spend money now.
Yeah, how much money? But I heard they say they lost the orange endorsement.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see if I can get word from them.
Yeah, they may have some people protesting from Orange office. Orange didn't like it, so.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Who are protesting?
I mean, Kaseko kept some people from Orange office to protest a while ago.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's so. You ever put it? You see what is in the chat room? That's started to about. Yep. You see that?
What chat room put in?
In the TCA chat room. Look at that.
Please, man.
I swear to God. I see it coming from the chat room, bringing it in the chat room to them.
Yeah, the whole thing got crazy, man. Crazy. I don't know how to say it.
So, I call it, how do you call it, man? Where they, the Epstein, they said the interviewing the guys were on due to that night when the man died.
Yeah.
Man, all the big, rich and powerful.
I mean, there was something behind that guy. What? There was something behind that guy.
Jeffrey Epstein. Well, my people, look, Liberia, we pray for the country. We look forward to I know the president accepted the NEC chairman resignation. Go forward to a new.
So hopefully we'll be getting a new chair. We'll get a new chair, a new acting chair soon. So we'll see how it goes. And then probably the other commissioner and two will hang it up.
Other than it will expire next year.
But those only Tomalin their own business, their own election, they election cycle is dry for them. They only have one election in 2022, like the other ones that I had, they'll have two, they'll go through 2 election cycles.
Yeah, then they play with Ma, but Ma, I don't mind dropping. Oma say no sonny. No election coming. Why thing yesterday? I mean, no election coming.
If they dry, she did a lot chopping. They renovated the whole building and the lot chopping. All right, leave.
Yeah, I got a couple of kids tomorrow. I keep been calling me. I'll call them all.
Wait, when you might go visit him.
Go visit him. Lovely.
So, look, you'll keep that man for 6 months. There'll be what I make out of jail. There'll be no vulgarity in that country. You're watching.
I mean, was it a male? He said, before you come out of jail, you're running 5 people. Well, behavioral bond. Again.
But the moment they told that man to the code, I mean, everybody knew that man go to jail. Everybody knew that man go to jail.
But I said, you put the poor player will put him in jail.
There was no way that man could have got the other that thing.
Oh, now he runs the World Cup.
I think so.
But they will not come.
They will not come. I mean, they can come there. I mean, they can get a special dispensation. They can come, but they probably don't want to participate. I mean, the people president were on the street today. They win their president on the street today.
Oh, so he not in job?
They win. After the supreme leader, they win it. They got a president and they got a supreme leader.
So who runs the country?
The president run the country with details, with guidance from the supreme leader.
A supreme leader there. They have one president they call. When he said he was
Ahmadinejad Jab. Yeah,
Ahmadinejad. He come to the UN here and he start causing Bush. He will cost America a whole speech, and for that he get playing fly. Man, smart tiny man, president man.
Yeah, Ahmadinejad.
Ahmadinejad. I wonder what he answered.
I want he didn't get killed.
No, I'm saying that.
Then, but that thing was inside work for all the people to be meeting at once and the bomb drop there and just take care of everybody. Nah. Intel, inside work there.
Intel. But Sava, when I watched the documentary about Ben Laden, I got scared.
You watched that Netflix documentary? You watched that Netflix documentary? How the man to find him?
No, but the one I watched, it was through the garbage collector and the mail carrier, right?
The courier used to leave a house, and he will not put a phone on until he enter the city. And one time he called one of his friends and they pick up the conversation. Like, friend, hey, what he doing? You have to your friend say, oh, what I used to do before. Then he has somebody in Guantanamo Bay. When they pick up that call, and they went in Guantanamo Bay, they started questioning people there, and somebody they got information on somebody, and they went and did a steakhouse. Those guys then, if you watch it on Netflix, those guys rented an apartment across the street from our house there. They said either they were coming there to come work, and they were monitoring our place, sending information, monitoring our place until they got that thing set. And then they had our SEAL Team 6. They put them for training. They build a house yellow that and they train everything. And they really want that move. But can you imagine the night of that raid, the entire leadership, National Security Council, Foreign Secretary of State, other than they attended some, I think the White House Correspondent dinner.
Yeah.
And they all were sitting there talking. Obama giving joke. They were laughing. I knew they come and go by to go raise hell, dude.
Somebody mentioned the man in there too.
Yeah, but I'm part of the joke. They say you're trying to find him. He start laughing.
But then, it said in the series room now, Obama, he went around the table. He asked everybody, after the general briefing and said, we ready? Then he asked everybody. Biden said no, he shouldn't go. Hillary said don't go. I said almost everybody. I think only person I agree with Obama was Leon Panetta. Then Obama said okay.
No, Panetta wasn't there. That was this guy was there. What's the chief of staff there, man? The guy from Stillwater, Minnesota. Man.
Panetta was the defense minister for defense secretary.
Oh yeah, he was defense secretary.
So by the time then
no, he wasn't defense. I think he was CIA director because they had Bob Gates at defense.
No, Panetta was defense secretary.
Yeah,
Panetta was there. He was defense secretary.
After everybody told him or too risky, then when Leon Panetta agreed, then Obama told him and said, well,
Panetta was there.
He said tomorrow I'll make my decision. I will make a decision tomorrow. Obama said he went and he said they supposed to move. And the president was at race because had they failed, they would have
done.
Yeah. And the guys there move, man. And one of the helicopters, one of the plane got shot down, I think. But
they shot it down.
Yeah, but I tell you, I said they had Leon Panetta, he was there, but at that time he was CIA director. Dr. Bob Gates was state defense secretary. You know, Obama held Bob Gates over from Bush time.
And then, man, that Sunday afternoon, that football ball got to the microphone and said, "See walking. Osama bin Laden is dead." I said, "Wow, damn it! No drama, Obama." Like,
But I think in the book or something, after the operation was successful, the first person he called was a predecessor, George Bush, to let George Bush know that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, before he even addressed the country, he called George Bush to let him know that I got him.
Yeah, Bush had a fight.
It took 7 years.
That was good.
It took 7 years.
But there's the man Bush was already hunting to get.
Yo, man, we're in Afghanistan, where Bush are in Iraq. They're calling power went to the UN and made a case there that they put a weapon on mass. The only thing about Bush, he had a coalition. He had some coalition. Yeah.
Tomalin, it took almost 2 years before going to Iraq. We invaded Iraq March 2003.
Damn it.
Afghanistan, I think Afghanistan was October. It took 2 years. Because what you got to do, you got to put a coalition together. All your suppliers that supply you got to tell them to ramp up production because you're going full load. You get 300,000-400,000 plus troops. They're going to be no shortage or anything.
And Bush had probably Rumsfeld. He had Dick Cheney. and who are the army chief of staff? The joint chief chairman.
The chief of staff was the Air Force General Myers.
Dick Myers, Richard Myers.
Yeah, General Myers, and then the CENTCOM commander was General Tommy Franks.
Tommy Franks, yeah.
But
then after the first few weeks, Bush said mission accomplished, and I know it was just starting.
but something happened during the war. This guy likes to be on Fox. Rivera, what the guy named Rivera. Yeah. So he was embedded. Then he told the cameraman, he said, put the camera down, he go draw the map on the ground. We are right here, we're going right there. They said, Empire, you better go home.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He go draw a map. We are right, we'll be proceeding the way. They say, Empire, you better go home. That's why you better you go draw a map on the ground and say, we're going here.
The only mistake that Obama made was to go to Libya.
Yeah, Libya.
I think that the French misled him. And NATO went there and took Gaddafi out. Then,
but can you imagine the guy that went to Iraq when they brought that governing council? The U.S. government carried $1 billion in raw cash.
Huh?
Yep. You got to say there was no institution. There was no institution in the country. No banking system.
Where they carry that? Where in Afghanistan?
Iraq. They told Afghanistan about Iraq.
No, but Afghanistan part they spend. The total money they spent in cash there was more than 20 billion.
But Afghanistan
money. Yeah.
If Hamid Karzai, I made money. The Afghan president made money.
Well, Tomalin, when the first group they sent to Afghanistan, the little CIA special ops group.
Good night, man. I gotta
special ops group. When you watch the documentary, when the people were about to retire, and they say, "Oh no, we got one more mission for you." I would say the Netflix link, and the guy went to the camping store, they bought a gear. I think the men carry almost $20 million cash with them to go get to the Northern Alliance. So they flew in there. They met the Northern Alliance, getting cash, team up with them. And I had they were there because I had started bombing. So whether they're special op team, where the dude they came, pin the target, and then the plane come and bomb, pin the target and bomb. But Iraq, I mean, money, man. They call it war profiteering. People get rid of war.
Who made money for that play? Halliburton.
Everybody made money. And
then the other security firm, what they need?
Blackwater,
yeah.
Tomalin, everybody made money. You hire a guy to be in a warehouse in Kuwait to just pick up things from the truck and put on the shelf. You were there making money.
Got heavy money. Good money making money.
I mean, we spent $2 trillion in 20 years into 2 wars. $2 trillion. Everybody got rich.
What?
They start anything right now. I'll go in there. I'll go make my money. I'll go get my retirement money.
You go for it again?
No, I go there as a surveillance contract. I go make my retirement money.
Oh, really?
When they have people driving truck, they're making $175,000 a year. Just driving truck.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So they put got mine planted. They got room. So they put. All right.
No. So when they bring the supply in Kuwait and the supply got to go into Iraq, who that carry those 18-wheeler truck? Then who that carry it? That's a them driving it.
They have mines planted.
I mean, if I get on the road right now and say they get mines planted, car can hit me, right?
You're too brave, man. Man. I experienced war, man. War not good. What?
The first thing they play, you carry nothing in that friendly zone. You drop it, you move, you're moving, you're doing logistics, moving cargo back and forth. All you're doing.
No, but the mines planted. The mines planted, my man.
I mean, you can clean mine. You can clean up mine era.
Yeah,
you can clean it. Yeah, you can clean it, man. And you see the warrior, what they're doing right now? The drone they're using one-way drone. You send a jet bomb, you need to bring it back.
Oh, that unmanned drone.
Unmanned drone. But Iran get almost 100,000 why they just launching. That unmanned drone, you just release it. It's smart, you just a bird flying, you just go and hit target. You got to bring it back.
But interceptor like intercepting now.
Yeah, but you can't intercept all, man. Dude, you can't intercept all.
Wow.
It will stop. I mean, everybody pocket and it hit everybody pocket, so everybody will come to the table. It comes down to money.
Man, the first 13 days, the government spent $11.3 billion already.
Easy does it.
What? Nah, too much money.
Easy does it. But guess what? That the only thing in the country when it's time to do it, nobody can say we get money when it's time for war. You notice that, right?
So Sepa, when you get killed in combat, I mean, their family, the insurance, they get a special package.
Yeah. You got a benefit for that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you got benefit.
Your
children get taken care of. I think if I know the changing about your children can even go to college honor your GI Bill and all that thing. Yeah, they put that serve in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're trying to go to college on the GI Bill.
Yeah, man, I different men will enjoy a man.
You want to be like what Apple man? What Apple man? What Steve Jobs? The man spent time. man built a customized yacht, nice yacht, computerized everything. The man died. They put a yacht in the water that he wife and his wife and her boyfriend in the yacht chilling. I was saying that picture.
Wow.
And they let out. You see the duo in the Apple phone chilling with the Steve Jobs wife.
Man,
I like it. I like my man. I like. I live it.
Man, no man, I'm enjoying. I mean, you go there, man, enjoy your.
Now why you worry about? Yeah, live, man. Yeah, live. Or the dark guy.
You see that guy?
Funeral. We got a funeral next weekend. Say one of our guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that next week bury here.
Yeah, Tony Yanti.
Yeah.
Bury next week.
Yeah. You see the girl? She just that got money just now. I love her being secret. One is Kobe's wife. I love her being secret now.
Yeah, but man, Kobe left wealth, man. Kobe got, money coming off. They wanted to survive.
But how lifetime deal with Nike? He got on G in China. Remember marketing buzz over China now.
And then if just before his death, that whole thing about the Black Mamba, he was about to launch a big Black Mamba brand with Nike.
Wow.
Yeah, and then he passed away. So.
Damn it. Yeah, I'm my favorite player though. I got laying down in the chair that Sunday. I hear Frederica Whitfield, she was on the news. She said there have been a helicopter crash involving NBA Hall of Famer. A veteran, Kobe Bryant. I heard that thing. I saw that and said, huh? I jump up.
Kobe was, you can, even if you're not a Lakers fan, but you cannot hear Kobe. Kobe was true competitor, or true competitor, very true competitor.
Is it meant to fly the helicopter to go for practice now when they travel in Los Angeles?
Oh, Tomalin, that traffic was enough for children, bro.
Yeah.
And look at the living, and look at the where I think they call it crypto arena right now, but
yeah.
the I thought it was Staples Center.
Yeah.
It's downtown LA, and these guys ain't living like Santa Monica Hill, like an hour away. So most of them chopper into downtown. Yeah.
Wow.
You won't leave your house 3 hours before practice just to go through the traffic on 405 and all that thing like that. Yeah, so the chopper that they fly. I mean, that the life of the vision, the life of the wealthy people. It was just a bad weather day that, but that's something they did normally.
Yeah, but and I don't know why.
Cloudy.
Yeah, cloudy weather. Yeah, it that hurt me, man. I'm a favorite player. I'm at down white basketball almost I think two years.
I don't like helicopter. Everything has to be perfect at all times.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't like helicopter.
What? Kobe, yeah. They hurt me. Wow. I hurt. They look up to my team, so and that guys will make back in the men will make us happy, man. When Lakers being led, when I man from mama mentality. Yeah, the Black Mamba.
Yeah. Where my other team I get we can win.
Well, Timberwolves?
Yeah, I live in Minnesota, man. I'm a homer.
Man, I'm over a Lakers fan, but I would not even near Texas. And against the NSA. From Liberia, I mean my Lakers been against them.
Damn, Minnesota killing. Yeah.
So what are that today?
Weather we like what? I think we're like 40 something. Bipolar weather. This is March, but I think we got a snowstorm warning for Sunday.
Oh.
Then we'll see what happens there. But that's it, man.
I hope, man, because I don't know. I'm trying to snow your defeated, but
well, this Mustafa Kamara. This is not just Mr. Jackson's tragedy. This is Liberia's failure. His wife was unconscious and taken to the hospital where there was no brain surgery doctor. They needed to transfer her, yet there was no ambulance available. That's how people.
Why you coming on the show? No, you on live, oh. They put hearing you. They put on live, man. They put hearing you. The whole world listen to you. Why? No, it's a got update. They got update. So when I said they got update from the police, oh really? Over ice, eh? No, ice bar. Send it, fire the secretary now. Try to get that away. What Tron did? Is okay. You tell my mama from Mario Lago. She ain't part of that no more. He close off. Yeah, you're too much, man. Yeah. Wait, but I want to. Let me finish. When I finish, I'll call you. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's about calling water cranker.
Yeah, who called me water cranker?
Nobody call you water cranker.
Man, Friday night, man. Let me go sip on a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon South African wine.
I don't drink wine. I'll drink my Peabody beer. Beer that.
No, I can't.
Modelo. I'm drinking some Modelo. Got my dog Rocky looking at me now. Rocky, over the drink, yeah? Man, Rocky got me drink.
I can do beer, man.
I don't drink once in a while. I'm not a beer drinker.
I do beer.
I prefer something hot, but I'm not.
I would take a glass of scotch.
Yeah, root bottle. Check the root bottle and see what's up with it.
No. I don't do that thing. I
mean, that's in the herbs. I mean, good African herbs.
I'd put on if I get it, I put on clear water and drink it like that. But I don't drink it like that. You can soak with water and drink. You can soak with water and drink a glass every morning. Even better that way. Yeah. So you put liquor in you, then you put liquor with herbs in you. So that which one will work first?
Both will work. Both will work. Hey, see my dog Rocky. Rocky say my catch out here. Rocky come catch out here, yeah. Rocky come catch out here. Rocky, don't worry.
I want a man upstairs. I come go upstairs and use it.
Rocky, I may charge you. What Luna? What your sister Luna? What the cat?
Rocky. So where people do now? You do Fair Green Lane.
Today is son's birthday, so I think he took his son out. Yeah. Took his son out. Yeah, took his son's birthday. And Gayman traveling. Gayman safe travel. Driving 6 hours.
Gayman girls in Tallahassee. Yeah. That's 6 hours one way.
So if I know who to drive long distance, I give her credit.
No man, I did it the other day. My son was moving from Michigan. He was moving from Detroit to Tampa, Florida. So I had to fly to Michigan, and then we drove down together to Tampa, Florida.
Wow.
And then we stopped in Georgia. We took it from Detroit straight to Atlanta, Georgia. We spent the night there, woke up that morning, and then we took another 6 hours to Tampa. And we got there Thursday night. I didn't come back home until Sunday. I had to rest that whole weekend. I don't do long driving no more.
In the car, I was sleeping. So one of my men was driving the car while I'm sleeping, and on the side of the road, and made a dog with car tire again, almost like maybe you don't get up. Man, you go like I jump up.
I don't sleep in car. I mean, we were splitting the driving. I didn't sleep in car.
I could have fallen asleep in car. That was man driving. You go on the road and say, "You want me to get up?"
I used to drive a lot before. I used to leave from Minnesota and go to Detroit Friday and come back Sunday. 10 hours to go, 10 hours to come back.
One time I was forced to do it. I remember I thought on TPS, my man. I had to go to Georgia for my interview, and my lesson had expired and everything, my man. No, the only way I could do it to drive to go to Georgia. From
where?
From Pennsylvania.
Damn.
Man, I have no choice. And
yeah, but that's a straight, but that's straight road, Tomalin.
Yeah, but the idea, I was my highest driving at 4 hours. But I said the one thing I gotta do. I prepared myself. I went. I drove. What? I think I stopped twice on the road. Yeah, I had no choice.
But going out a problem. But don't forget, you got to come back now.
Yes, you come back. Somebody said, "No, I'll help you, man. I'll help you. I would drive down and fly one way." I said, "Yeah," because I couldn't. I said, "Yeah." What? My man, they contractors on put. I come here and they get a thing straight. My man, they lock it.
Oh, your man just dropped here to say hi, Achimo Fedrix.
Oh, Achi. Oh, yeah. Oh, Achi for a long time.
Achimo Fedrix. No, I don't do long driving anymore. My man, I don't drive anymore more than 6 hours. I don't drive anymore more than 6 hours.
You saw the guy play basketball in Liberia?
Yeah, I saw him, man. He played for Hornets.
Hornets, yeah, he was good.
Hornet, yeah.
This guy, Misha
Toka,
all the guys played, my man.
Yeah, but the Dopoh Misha Toka was before Achimo there, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Misha Toka in the early 80s. Misha Toka in the early 80s, 83, 84 there. Achimo graduated from high school 86. Oh my man, I shouldn't be saying it yet, but the post start calculating your age. Sorry, bro.
Well, yeah. I can tell it, man. Everyone was straight now. I'm not talking it at all, but I don't know when it is.
Yeah. I think that was Sako training and that was Kojo Anderson training and then so that only men could play basketball for.
Oh yeah, see, but you have one coach. Oh, that man, I met a lot of guys. Though.
Yeah, Kojo Anderson, Sako. He had Nets, he had Hornets. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to follow them. Like the only person they could play for.
Then they probably have James Manor, Barrow, and a coach.
Yeah, Barrow, Lone Star coach.
Yeah, that probably he knew the game too, man.
And Jerome Penner was coaching IE that time.
Yeah. There's a guy that.
Yeah, Ben Musa Kone, I hope you can't show. As soon as start talking, he said.
Now, about he's a play for IE. You see, I pay what they see.
I feel on the court.
What they feel that?
I saw man that was before that was to the end of it, but before that Barry so own you. Look at it one.
Oh yeah.
You see the Michelle took talking about Michelle took play for I say play for I, but then he went to Barrow after that.
Yeah. Yeah, he played for Barrow. Michelle took yeah. But came time Barrow had a big team. At one point in time in the 80s, they had Melvin Hall. They had They had Melvin Hall. They had
Patrice Williams.
Paul
Cover, Lucini Kaba, Abu Williams.
Yes. And they had one. They had the 1-3-1 zone defense. Oh yeah, Barrow had that in there.
Even Stephen Toll played for Barrow that time. Then they had Jennifer Cummings.
You're good from behind the arc. They ain't want to
Then they had Jennifer Cummings that day. Your man Cummings there, sir. Yeah.
In Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. Doctor. Yeah.
Wow. Other guy in Rhode Island, and you know when I went to Nigeria one time and he just scored a winning basket. Raul Walker, hey, that picture there, morale. And then the next day they had their morale scared in Nigeria. Hey, my man.
I just told him we put Ajibo remark up there. He said, Kojo Anderson say you're going to play for anything, the women are going to bring it down.
Oh, really? Yo, I said that picture that. But man, every time when we're talking about basketball, I'm like, we're take care of. That one basket you score, when the basket score in the game, we put in you score win basket now every 5 minutes. Man, I've been Nigeria. And that's they had it there. Morale scared the Nigerians. Hey, morale there.
Yeah.
The guys they're not. Most of the guys that came in, they have one college called Livingston College. Your man Fred, you connect the guys.
Fred connection, yeah.
Yeah, Fred. Oh, enjoy basketball like bro. When I enjoy it. Commission is a bit. I'm gonna tell
No,
you one
but,
for my man.
no, but you know, the last time I was there, I want to go watch the beginning play. I mean, they're decent.
I saw the Barrow guys then playing the Barrow now. Yeah, good team. But so this Safa, you know, I had come to the States here. So this guy, the man in town, I won't call the man, the man watching the show. So when the school commission, the man came, the man said he was a doctor. Ever call the man doc, but he was not a doctor. I think he was just one in the medical, but he's not a doctor. But he wasn't correcting us. They thought the Liberia see with us the stethoscope. They say, oh, they're doctor. And he was tapping it too. The guy could drink that from him in the fish. So with the school commission this day, they playing. Somebody fell. The man everybody said, you call it the doc there. He got there. He said 911. And he said, oh, I forgot. No 911 yet. So but I got to the hospital quick. And he was charged. Everybody say, yeah, the police there. Get a man chance. They don't do a job. So, and the guy there charged. He said that. He said yes. He said, let me test the pulse. Do all kind of stuff. So when I look, so fast forward now, we came to the States. The same CDC here. Yes, we're in Florida. So one for our CDC at 2004. So we split into the various groups. So then I said, but the health group. I said, we got a doctor here. He said, no. He said, don't bother. So I said, no. I said, but doc, people had a health group. He said, no, don't mention me. I won't be part of it. I said, but what are you looking for? He said, man, yeah, forget it. I said, but yeah, I went on, man. I said, but the man a doctor that made part of the health group. He said, no. Yeah, all I said, he said, he what? I said, man, a doctor. He said, don't record us. What do you mean, man, a doctor? The guy left. The guy left the era. He went to. I said, oh, no. And pose a no. Go give me the statement. Pose a full order.
My man, but my man, they say in the eye of the blind, one man, like king. All right, bro, let's wrap it up, man. Let me go get my glass of. Let me go get my glass of. Ajimo. Yeah, man. I think we staying ready.
No, I'm in Temple now. Actually, I moved to Temple about 5 minutes from Reading here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But in your but I think how far are you from Harrisburg?
Harrisburg, I'm about right now 45 minutes.
Oh, but I was there 2 times last year, November, December.
Oh, really? Yeah, Harrisburg.
That was our headquarters.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, for 45 minutes on that. But from Philly, from here to Philadelphia, about 1 hour, 1 hour 45 minutes. So when I go to Philadelphia, if I go there, if I go there and I go on social lives, catch my head down, I gotta sleep. I gotta get out. Yeah. I don't go outside. I stay inside most of the time.
All right. If I decide I catch my hair right in my house, I ain't gonna get in no trouble.
I don't do that crap.
I get 1 or 2 drinks. I get 1 or 2 drinks, I'm done. Also, I don't even drink at all.
When I went to Georgia last weekend, I rented a car, Uber. I beg you, I'm coming Uber, yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah,
Uber. I don't take nothing but Uber. I'm gonna mess myself.
I come sit right now. I sip on my glass of wine and call it a night. That's what I'm gonna do.
I drink my beer, man. Maybe. Yeah.
My man, at the age right now to go all just be drinking. I see that state and they getting behind car like. You're brave. You're brave. I don't do that.
When the last weekend, because my flight was 6:45. In fact, the delay our flight. So I got to Georgia around about 3 something. So my friend Willie said I go down to go some Dopoh. When I look at the time, I say, nah, by the time I get there and come back, it'll be late, man. I know if I knew for true that the program would have started on time, I would have gone there because I have much time. But I thought it was starting in red time, so I said if I go, I'll miss it. So I just check in. I relax more. I took a shower Then I would come back. When we got back to the hotel around about 3 something, my flight was 6 o'clock. So I used to sleep there. So when I got on the plane, I slept. By the time when I got back to the airport, I drove to Wawa. I slept good, yeah. I went to Wawa, cracked my glass, and I took a nice nap.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go be driving and tired, sleeping at bakery.
Yeah, man, those so many flights. There's so many flights are good to get, but man, it can be tiring.
Yeah, I like it, but I mean, I don't trust because I would allow me the ticket I was getting. It was cheap, so let me get it. Yeah.
And why I do if I go and hang out, I got so many flights, I just put it all net up when I part, I go to the airport. I don't mess around, try to sleep.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's quite a night, huh?
Yep, let me go sip on this wine, bro.
Okay, bro.
Okay, then.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother to implement it. You will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep.
But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaicum, the young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaicum, the major went to I forgot that Jamaicum, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet. Hardcore in Labro. When
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay.
That the time you were calling me for me to carry the Boga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, Yah.
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to